Please give me a second. I have to eat breakfast. Okay. I also have hot chocolate. I can eat that other one later. I have to. I have to finally just play this. I have to just finish this. I have to finish this. I've been dragging my feet too much because there's too many other things in the way. I say while also further dragging my feet because I know that it's a Chainsaw Man Tuesday. Oh my god. Okay, new Chainsaw Man chapter. Barf motorcycle hell. I also feel like it's thematically appropriate to be reading... I feel like it's thematically appropriate to be reading Chainsaw Man. right before... starting this... Right before starting this of the Devil. I am so late. I'm so late because I woke up incredibly late. I had to eat. Oh my god. I had to eat, and like, my alarm was wrong. My alarm didn't go off the way that it should have. I'm usually a lot more organized, I promise. That panel is awesome. In my bar. Huh? The fact that Chainsaw Man just keeps going, I feel so morgue. Welcome, Elemental. Okay. I am no longer going to be distracted. Okay. Because the only thing I know prior, the only other thing that, like, a friend of mine had told me, she was fairly certain that I was really going to like a character at the crime scene. And that is mostly it. But from this point on, I have to actually finish this. Because I feel like I've been sitting on this for far too long. When I went down to the lower wards last night, I knew what I wanted to find, but I wasn't sure where to look. Now I know where to look, but I have multiple priorities to consider. It'd be nice if I could prove Sosuke's innocence. It won't be easy, given that they think he killed the cop. But it'd keep me on the Ikaria's good side. That'd be nice. What is essential is that I figure out what the hell happened after I left, and whether anyone found any trace that I was ever there. Everything else is second. Sorry, I guess I should have asked before I decided we'd be sharing a cab. I don't mind. But I am surprised. Did budget cuts take away your shiny patrol car? Patrol cars are shared, Counselor. And a cop can step into another cop's car, sync their credentials, and drive. Convenient. Shame you can't personalize. Yeah, no more dice in the mirror. Is that why we're in a cab then? Personal taste? Police cars are full of bugs. Thought you might appreciate the privacy. Auto cabs are full of bugs too. True, but there are ways around them. Are there? I didn't know that. Yeah, plenty. Can be easy as flashing a police badge. Something you wanted to discuss in private, Detective? I was asked to get in contact with you and pass along a message. The secret admirer. Certain interested parties and all that. You know how it is. I'm not sure I do. Does this have something to do with my client's business affiliations? There would be a lot more blustering if I were to repeat it verbatim, so I'll paraphrase. Focus on getting the best outcome for your client. More of a reminder of what my job description is than a warning. And don't broaden the scope of your investigation any more than strictly necessary. Well, I always appreciate kind words of advice. But Detective London, that almost makes it sound like you're on the take. That's the city, Tiger. If you don't take a little, they'll bury you. Alive, if need be. Oh, they will. How conspiratorial. It's not a joke, Morgan. Did he threaten your wife with the Tommy guns if you don't reply? It's gotten more sophisticated than that. Well, maybe sophisticated isn't the right word. Complicated might be more accurate, or you could just call it a quagmire. Even a shitstorm. If you can't get along to go along, even the other cops won't trust you. Hang on. You'll end up shot in the back. Friendly fire. A tragic newspaper clipping. You're exaggerating. You're telling me that the entire police force is corrupt. Corruption would be one thing. You could, in theory, root it out. But above and below the canopy, it's all intertwined. Every tree stabilizing every other tree. The tree itself is rotten. What do they call it? Not parasitism. Commensalism. There you go. The state pays criminal informants to rat on their peers and lets them keep their positions in exchange. Orcas by judges and politicians to keep their men out of prison. Status quo, balancing act, a cycle. Stable as any gyroscope. Forgive me if I find that hard to believe. Crime is at an all-time low. That's not a contradiction. People hate crime. But what gets people killed is chaos. And the opposite of organized crime is... So everyone's playing nice with each other. Even Detective Reyes. Jeez. What about the man they killed? What about the man they think my client killed? Did he play nice? He was a special case. You got the brief. You recognize his last name? It's a big city. I don't put too much stock in the last names. You'll need to break that habit if you continue to work in the underworld. Sosuke said something similar. Tariq Chopin. Only son of Miguel and Dominique Chopin. August 9th, 176 centimeters, 72 kilograms. Patrol officer. Likes 24/7 news, calligraphy, late dinners. Dislike gray hairs, untucked shirts, mint. Education, Bachelor of Science in Applied Philosophy. How? Okay. Awarded Senatorial Commendation of Bravery, posthumous, of course. Survived by Fathers Miguel and Dominic Chopin, City Councilman. He has 2 dads. That's a nice little detail. That took me a second to kind of catch. London is pretty smart. The power couple? Why would the son of 2 of the city's most prominent council members be working as a police officer? You want the full story? Always. So who was Chopin really? An idealist. Wrong line of work then. You're only half right. When he entered the academy, everyone assumed it was a political move. First step in his career to become a senator or whatever. Maybe it was, but anyone who met the guy could tell you he would have made a lousy politician. 2 dead class traitors. Hang on, I have to make sure that that's like there. You're saying he was honest. Wouldn't tell a lie if his life depended on it. The guy couldn't do small talk, much less make friends. Talking about cleaning up the city, cleaning up the police, cleaning up everything. If he was so unpopular, why was he kept on? No one in the force wanted to risk insulting his parents by firing him. He got passed around from department to department, detail to detail. So he was effectively a nepotism hire and kept there despite how much he didn't gel with the actual culture that the police force, like, actually was, or had. He did a lot of community outreach. Community outreach? What, like a bake sale? Like giving talks at schools about saying no to drugs until you're 21. Until you turn 21. That's... that is a very... that is a very minor, but that is a very funny... like, slight twist and addendum to don't do drugs. Like, hey kids, don't do drugs until you're 21. He is a dare cop. But like, even that, even like the idea of like a dare program kind of conceding that ground and saying, hey kids, don't do drugs until you're legally old enough to do drugs. That's like them saying, hey, don't smoke until you're 18. Like, that's so interesting. The state profits off of drug sales, so exactly. Don't do drugs until your body develops for the love of God. Like, because that is an important factor in this setting. Like, no, the city profits off of these legal drugs. So, like, saying no to drugs at a certain point turns into... saying no to drugs turns anti-capitalistic. And in a city like that, you can't do that. If the city can profit off of it and it's not illegal, then they want you to do it. Their program is also a failure in the first place. That never worked. It never worked. Ugh, woof. Must have really left his job to put up with that. Or he just wanted to prove a point. Prove a point that bad. Don't you try to save lower wards patrols for the more seasoned, better armed officers? We do, yeah. How'd you know that? By going to the lower wards and looking at the cops you send there, of course. I read about it in Watch magazine last month. Oh. If Chopin was the son of a bunch of powerful men, why'd he end up in the lower wards last night? That... I don't know. You don't know. By all accounts, he and his partner should have been at least 2 patrols removed from that area. Must have been following up some other lead. His partner, who's that? The hero who finally arrested the Hound of Icaria, that's who. I'll have to send him a congratulatory fruit basket. Hughie Rogers. Pretty bare bones record, but maybe that'll just add to his legend. What legend? Taking your client alive. Whacked him on the head with his sidearm, knocked him out cold. Guess it is a small miracle that Sosuke wasn't just shot dead if they thought he killed the cop. But that's too suspicious too quickly. Like, sure, Sosuke was like... Okay, no, that doesn't track. It doesn't track. Because 1, Sosuke woke up. He was groggy. Like, the drugs were still in his system. He hardly remembers even walking out the front door. Picks up his sword. Walks out. He's met by cops. Where in that timeline of him still being super delirious would he, 1, be able to stab another cop in the back, and 2, if he was able to do that, why would the other cop be able to just hit him on the back of the head? That also implies... It's Huey, like Huey. Okay. That also implies that Huey was the first one to meet him outside the front door. Which meant that the partner would have had been killed inside. That doesn't track. There's holes in that theory. There's holes in that story. Maybe, but it wasn't pure luck. Only thing that did stick out to me in Roger's record was his shooting score. 41. Imagine that, a cop being a bad shot. Out of 100. You need 40 to pass. I think someone took pity on him while tallying up his score. So he only whacked Sosuke in the head because he was too bad of a shot to avenge his partner. At least Rogers knows his weakness. The Hound? I keep hearing that name, the Hound of Icaria. I cringe every time. No one actually calls him that, right? Sorry, but I've definitely heard the name circulating around organized crime before. Must be one hell of a bodyguard to have earned a nickname for that. He's a bodyguard? Then, yeah, must have been pretty good. You didn't know he was a bodyguard. Of course, hound dogs are known for other things, besides guarding. Sorry, that was, crude. Aw, don't be sorry. I don't even get offended. I don't get enough of the joke to be offended. Okay. That was... I'm just not, I'm not gonna, I'm not. I'm not gonna, I'm not chasing that. Um, okay, that makes for some interesting food for thought. But Detective London, if you are working for the Blue Bloods, I never said I work for the Blue Bloods. It's more of a gig worker type thing, Tiger. I'm friends with everybody. I'm chasing that tail. I'm not. Low-hanging fruit. If you are working for the Bomb in general, then how do I know you're even taking me to the right place and not to? Whoa, whoa. I may pass a message along here and there, but I'm not. Damn. No, no one else is either. Whatever you're imagining, it's not that exciting, I promise. Not that exciting. Sounds about right. It's like this in every city. Handshakes and gentlemen's agreements behind closed doors. You disillusioned? The state has a great deal of power, Detective London. It makes countless rules. Now, I'm a big girl. I know that those rules don't apply to people equally. And I understand the value of criminal informants and the possible conflicts of interest that arise in trying to keep them around. What I don't get is why the state has all this strength. And it won't use it to just wipe the underworld off the map. I want to find better words for it. But the best words are, she is right to have this question. That's pretty cold logic. I expect my state to be far colder. Yeah. Hey, you ever heard this one? A politician, a CAO, and a mob boss are sitting at a round table with a gun in the middle. Who are you betting on? That's hard. I'm going with the CEO. A politician would try to distract while talking too much. Mob boss would also be talking too much and probably be carrying his own gun. CEO, though, would jump immediately at the opportunity. A CEO looks at a loaded gun and sees the bullets in the clip as inventory that needs moving. Ooh, that's smooth. Plus, they're using taking jobs and setting up their golden parachute before anything else. I doubt they walk into that room without first planning how they're getting out of it. Fair enough. The CEOs only get into the job in the first place by convincing their board that they can navigate high stakes. But it's a trick question, of course. Rock, paper, scissors has no trump card. The politician can bring the heavy arm of the law down on the mobs if he doesn't shoot the CEO for him. The mob boss can have the CEO's family killed if he doesn't blow away the politician first. And the CEO can turbocharge the campaign of whomever the politician's opponent is if he refuses to miss the mob boss. Yeah, seems like you can make the argument to go in any other direction too. You could. So the point the riddle's meant to teach is this. Whoever convinces someone else to pull the trigger comes out on top. So the lower wards are just expendable. They're the people always in a position to pull the trigger by anyone above them. Funny. So in the parable you've set up, the gun on the table, that's the police. A blameless tool with no will of its own. Yeah. Though, it was older men than I who set it up. Didn't realize this country's police were so powerless. However do you manage? We used to have a partner that helped us out. A tiebreaker. Because all three of those powerful men would be screwed if journalists told the world that they were meeting together. I've got good news for you, Detective. Journalists still exist. I could introduce you to one. You could even take a photograph. Oh, I know they're not extinct. People are always right. It's just that no one wants to pay them to. Sorry, didn't mean to talk so much. Maybe it's nerves coming back down here. What happened the last time you visited? Something up? Ooh, this was a good conversation to start the stream with. Didn't put you to sleep, did I? No. Actually, your 3-seat table reminded me of an even older thought experiment. If God is omnipotent, why does he allow the existence of the devil? Title drop! But no, I remember this one. Even I know that one. To preserve free will, or whatever, right? Yeah, that's the answer most people give. But now I'm wondering, if it isn't a rock, paper, scissors deadlock like the one you just described. God lets the devil be, so will terrify man, and man will always need God's warm protection. That is also a very accurate and correct answer to also pull from that. And God needs man's faith, which can't be compelled. Of course, most people would also say that God's long dead in the 21st century, but we're still around. So that leaves the devil in an awfully strong position, doesn't it? I mean, what's a devil without a god, though? Like, you just sit on the throne and just get to have your fun all the time. And then that's it. There's no fun if there's no struggle. A throne without responsibility, but that's just the same as a kid constantly playing with their same toy over and over and over and over again. With no equal, you're lonely at the top. You always picture 3 men in that room, don't you? Huh? Yeah, I guess I do. Sorry. Do 55 feminist rosaries for your penance? That's really good. 6:01 p.m., August 14th. No rewards. Detective London. We're definitely not alone down here. But when you reassured your partner that we'd have company, I didn't think you were including blue bloods. Oh. You know, I knew I'd forgotten to mention. Well, what? Well then, she's a liar, babe. Little bunny. Because I never said that. No, I never said that. Oh, come on, babe. That's what she's like. She lies for fun. Because that's what I call you, babe. It's a pet name. You like it. No, don't hang up. Don't hang up, baby. Don't hang up. Of course I do. We gotta get to work, hon. I'll have to call you back, babe. Something just came up. London, what is this? London, who is this? Counselor Morgan. This is Adelaide Hahn. She's a blue blood. Hey, I'm a perfectly legitimate career woman. You're speaking to the Diana Security Site Manager. If you need anything, please don't hesitate to reach out. Adelaide Hahn's business card, listing her as a site manager at Sionis Security, a known front for the Blue Blood criminal organization, includes the personal contact number on the top and work details for some reason. Is she hitting on me? A real business card? It even has a watermark. Shut up! God damn it. She is. I'm not familiar with Sionis. We're a private security and investigating firm. We provide bouncers, armed escorts, we catch cheating partners, find runaway debtors, run proprietary tests, paternity tests, that kind of stuff. Sionis Security is a trusted partner in your business ventures, offering a suite of private security services, including but not limited to the private security. Not limited to bodyguards, convoys, bouncers, private investigators, paternity tests, family history research, and shipping insurance. Answer a few questions about your needs and our portal below, and we'll get you set up with the peace of mind you've been searching for. Your browser may prompt you with a security pop-up when interacting with some of the features on our site. You can safely disregard these messages as they are related to a legal matter that has already been settled out of court. We apologize for the disruption in our site experience. That's wild. Wait, no, that was one of the things at the ready to get started. You bopped your charm around. I love her. I love her. Love her. Hang on. Where was the article? Sato, my beloved. No, this ties directly with this convention. City officials are already under fire for supposed lack of sufficient convention security. Already approved a record high monthly budget for the police department. Private security services, including White Adder, Fang, and Demonico, has released a press statement urging City Council to consider contracting their services. So, White Adder, Fang, and Demico. But that's only including, not limited to. Our contracted forces have world-class training and crowd... The national political spotlight draws lobbyists, delegates, and political action committees and voters in ahead of a 2-week-long process. Yeah, so no. They have plenty to gain from this situation. Sorry, but have we met somewhere? Oh. No, it can't be. I'd never forget a beauty like you. You're... You definitely are hitting on me. She's the Hound's lawyer, hon. Seriously? She works for those copper-headed scumbags? So we're mortal enemies. That sucks. Another life done, huh? But I'll still play nice if you will. April 16th, height 183 cms. You're tall. Alright. 75 kilograms. Blood type O negative. Site manager, Sionis Security. Likes new furniture, silk clothes, dimples. Dislike clingy types, jealous types, needles. Plays pickup games. Nice wordplay. Avoids laundry day. Least favorite chore. Throwing out dead flowers. Right. So, you're private security and you're currently securing this crime scene? Yeah. What's with that tone? What you're hearing is genuine bewilderment. London, why are the police letting blue bloods contaminate the crime scene where a cop died? Come on, we don't have cooties. If this wasn't the location where a cop died, we'd already turned full control over to them. What? The police contract out security around crime scenes to private companies all the time. What is the fucking point in the police then? And around here, the private company best suited for that job happened to be Sionis. Letting them conduct their own side investigations is a small concession to keep the peace. A small concession. They're probably under destroying evidence as we speak. We have the ARCs preserve the crime scene. They could burn the building down and we'd still have a pristine copy. London Bridges is trying to save face. The police couldn't keep this crime scene off limits without our help, and he knows it. Gremlins would have been smashing their shiny cameras and popping their expensive tires around the clock if we weren't there. If we weren't here. Lower worth kids take out drones by tossing shoes at them for fun. Is that why you see shoes hanging off wires? No, I don't know why that happens. It's just a thing teens have always done for fun. Mystery solved? I can't explain that one. I can't explain that one. Fine. Maybe the cops and the blue bloods are all consummate professionals who never even bicker. But what kind of impartiality can I expect coming here to defend an Icaria? Well, you might get some ugly looks from those with less chivalry, but no one's gonna get in your way. We know how defense attorneys operate. We know damn well how you usually win. No one's gonna do anything that let you warm the hound out of his life sentence on a technicality. You sure you wouldn't prefer that? To have him back out on the street so you can take another shot at him? Oh, so flattery. That's how you flirt. You're sharp. What does that mean? Is Morgan just not... Oh my god. If she doesn't get, like... She's not gonna get... Alright. You think we'd ever manage to gun down the hound of Icaria in the streets? Shank him in a holding cell? Blue Bloods took him alive just the other day, didn't they? Yeah, and look what happened to them afterwards. Not his fault. That much I'll say. So you won't tamper with the crime scene just because you want to make sure that the state lobotomizes Sosuke for pentuple homicide. Pentuple homicide. Yeah. I mean, we also literally get paid good money to do these kinds of jobs, so we have a reputation to maintain. Rate us 5 stars when you're done looking around, okay? I'll be sure to leave a glowing review. I think Morgan knows what sex is, but finds it strictly about exchanging favors and power. She understands that at like a mechanical level, but like Because my rationality, the rules that I have for Morgan are that any of her social ability completely comes from media. Like, it comes from media, it comes from shows, it comes from stuff like that. So unless it is like rom-com level of flirting, she's not gonna pick up on it. Like, includes her personal contact number at the top of her work details for some reason. For some reason, sure. Girly, she wants you. She thinks you're hot. Just so that way it's not like sitting there. So this is the main entrance. Front door looks about as heavy as I remember, but it's unlocked. What's that? How was the door found? Chopin and Rogers were the first officers on the scene responding to gunfire. Okay, I'll buy that. Someone heard that? Good thing I cleaned up fast. Check the area, then enter through the front door. The door was definitely locked when I arrived. But I didn't lock it behind me when I left. I didn't have any keys. Admiring our handiwork. This is a Sionis installation. Who also Blue Bloods trust to secure Blue Blood buildings. How does it lock? You never used the key before? I want to know how the lock functions. Does it lock behind you automatically? That's a good question. You looking to buy? Because I could set you up. It is a good question, Han. Why don't you answer it? Yes, this model locks behind you by default. You need a key to get in if someone doesn't unlock it for you from inside. A physical key. Physical keys can't be hacked. Or overridden by a police badge. Some people consider those useful features. Is that why the door is ajar? It looks like the lock's been destroyed. Was it found like this? Yeah, for as long as the arcs have been up. Weird. The front... Oh, that's nice. The front door entrance to the crime scene utilizes a physical lock and key mechanism, designed to automatically lock behind you when leaving the building. The lock is currently damaged and non-functional. Trey definitely had to unlock it to let me inside. I didn't think to see if it had a lock behind me after I left. That's really cool. The text in white is info that is useful, like, that is from, like, your perspective. This is from the perspective of, like, everybody's info, essentially. Like, official info. Red is stuff that is only stuff that you would know. It definitely wasn't locked when me and Reyes arrived, which was around 10:20 p.m. Hang on. You and Reyes... What were you... What? Were you the second officers on scene? That's right. We weren't far when that 10,999 went out. 10:15. They were dangerously close. Jargon. Yeah. You were that close? Long way from Precinct 254, isn't it? We were in the area. Why? Awkward. You want a tour then? Actually, I'd like to check out the alley first. You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? You know the crime scene's on the 3rd floor, right? Yeah, it has a window that opens to the alley, doesn't it? I just prefer to start from the bottom and work my way up sometimes. Sure, we can start there. Just be careful wherever you stop. If you like those boots at all. Or feel from my ship. Like, what were they doing down here? One problem with blue bloods and cops running security. I don't know who to blame for leaving their shit here. I'll give the moral high ground to whichever part of society learns to pick up after themselves first. Bombing rolled out in a university fire. What? Panic abounded last week on campus when the computer labs at North Technica University were set ablaze in the early hours of the morning. Students and faculty skirted the campus in anxious hunched postures as federal agents descended onto the lab's vicinity, searching for signs that could point to a culprit. But as of today, the fire has officially been ruled as an accident and successfully traced back to a cooling system failure in the basement's main server hub, a freak accident that has proved simultaneously relief and confusion to the community. When the fire was first reported on, many were quick to point out that its similarities to other fires and bombings recently reported as sweeping eastward across the nation, dubbed by some members of the press as the work of the Witch of the West. Each incident appears to have targeted data infrastructure, hitting state, corporate, and academic nerve centers and leaving behind a significant financial grief in the aftermath. Hundreds of thousands of files related to student debt, all of it non-recoverable, said one anonymous campus security specialist after the university's student registry records went up in literal smoke. We're reaching out to alumni as quickly as we can to try and piece their records back together, but frankly, a lot of them have been less than eager to speak with us, and we may have no choice but to re-examine payment plans for our current students' tuition. Nice! Federal investigation officers have no formal comments at this time, but some local law enforcement officers have described seeing federal agents frustrated with the so-called witch. Criticism of the response has begun to surface from the political realm, with Senator Colt now formally calling for the Director of Investigations to testify as to the progress or lack thereof in the search for the serial arsonist and other notable, hey, we don't seem to have your ID in our database. Frowny face. If you fill out a simple form for us, we can get you the rest of this article, along with a lot of other cool offers and limited time sales served up exclusively to a compliment ID 09, like you. I feel like I've heard stories about bombing out west the last few months, but I didn't know they'd be all attributed to one person, or that they're not calling them the Witch of the West. There's no mention of victims, only data centers being targeted. But clearly this witch is hitting someone where it hurts. If they've now got... What really stands out here is that the federal investigators are getting involved. Yeah, no, that's getting to a federal level. It's one thing if it's like one or two schools, like, yeah, that's gonna be suspicious. But if it's a serial arsonist and like federal agents are getting involved, that's the state losing a lot of money. Most national security agencies were absorbed into the military police complex decades ago. That bureau survived, but it's a mere fraction of the size it used to be, and very different in its function. Their modern reputation is that of attack dogs, deployed by the Senate to make examples of political targets. I can't say I like the idea of them being out here hunting for serial offenders. It was much darker last night than it is now, and I only took a quick peek. But even so the dumpster's moved. Looks like it's been moved, huh? Yes. Was trash picked up last night, perhaps? Checking the model number on this side. Looks like dumpsters of this make haven't been picked up by the city in a decade. I didn't realize there was DRM on trash cans. Hey, it's a heavy model. Tough to lift even if its wheels weren't broken. And designed for containing industrial waste. How it ended up here in a residential district is, I think that's pretty obvious. It's not hard to puzzle out, is it? It was cheaper for the mags to dump their shit on us than it was to haul it to a landfill. Okay. I also see the ads have started, so I'll give it a sec. Oh my god. I'm still like slowly waking up. So I need this as a chance to like actually stretch my legs. It is interesting to think about, like, the knock-on effects of a, how do I put this? A serial arsonist, mainly in connection to, like, student debt. Like, that's a very interesting, like, very specific target to go after repeatedly. Where's my mouse? Is that why I can see markings on the ground then? From leaks. Aw, you really are a tourist, aren't you? I've been in the lower wards before. But only at night, right? Rain's dirty down here. Stains the ground whenever it falls. Acid rain. Like from history books? Not quite that bad. Just smog combined with precipitation combined with the charms of the city to make dirty rain. Like I said, lower ward spring water. That's a shot named, there's a shot named after it. Tequila and pickle juice. Ugh. And so's the dumpster empty. Let's see. Hey, grab a glove if you're gonna... Yeah, it's mostly empty. Except for a bunch of scrap metal at the bottom. Explains why I can't get it to budge. Careful. If you get your toe trapped under there, don't look at me... Don't look at me to help you just because I'm modded. Are you saying you couldn't budge it either? I could if a girl was cheering me on. You're... She's so... Oh my god. Okay, London, thanks. Don't know what I was expecting to find, really. I'll just watch it so you don't... Let the lid slam. That's good to know, though. That's a loud sound. An industrial dumpster found in the alley just next to the crime scene. Incredibly heavy, yet still shows signs of having been moved recently. The lid makes a very unpleasant sound as uncovered by Detective London's thorough investigation. Sorry. So you can't dump anything in there without other people knowing. Or at least drawing attention. This fire escape would lead right into the crime scene. Assuming it doesn't come crashing down once you step onto it. It's missing the ladder that would connect it to the street level. You're violating fire code with this tinnitus trap, huh? Building inspection's not my department. Besides, who wanted to climb up in a burning building? Who wanted to climb up into a burning building? Firefighters. You're funny, Bridges. Even a copper firefighter wouldn't risk getting singed to save a lower ward's property from burning down. Oh, right. Oh, you really don't like ads. An ad could probably make the jump up there. Ads are heavy. If androids leaped onto that, the whole mess would probably come down on top of them. So it does have like a fixed weight limit. The fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusty and poorly maintained, it's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up from the street. So one could only freely move back and forth between the third floor room where the bodies were found in a second floor room from beneath it. So there's only a connection between the second and third floor, not the first floor. Yeah, modders are heavy too. Hey. Looks like the only way into the building is through the front then. The only way in, not necessarily the way out. Alright, I'm done back here. So I think I've seen everything That's right. I was standing here last night when... It was dark and foggy. The kid was too far off to make out my face. Weren't they? What is it, Tiger? Nothing. I thought I saw someone out the corner of my eye. That's all. Yeah? Around here, maybe it was an enlisted. What do you... Those are real? Keep to themselves, obviously. But yeah, they're real. I've met some. They inform. Sometimes on what they've seen. Never come in to testify, of course. You'd think they stand out, dressing like that, but... If their camouflage didn't work, they wouldn't be enlisted, right? What do you mean they keep to themselves? Don't they work with any of the gangs down here? Sorry, have I gotten your hopes up or something? Trust me. You've got a better chance of winning the lottery than running into one. Right. Forget I asked. Unlisted is an informal designation given to individuals often missing persons or unhoused who are not being tracked in any government database. For much of the 21st century, individuals of this description were most often undocumented immigrants. Following the shifts in immigration patterns and the implementation of the Military Service Citizen Program, aka the Minutemen Bill, undocumented immigrants have sharply declined. While many non-citizens do live and work within the country, they are tracked through immigration monitoring and services, or as part of their military service agreement, until they either leave the country or are fully nationalized at the end of their service. Today, unlisted mostly refers to small groups of seasonal workers who travel the country in migrating caravans to find work, undercutting corporate contracts on various agricultural or fungal installations. Okay. You ready to go inside? I think so, as long as... No, not with anyone else. I'm just here. This woman is dangerous. She is dangerous. Service guarantees citizenship. Oh, alien. Yeah. More bodies for them to use. Because she's shrill, princess. And delusional. You know that. I'm sure she'll catch up. So, you were saying they used to be an apartment building?
Rather cute, aren't you?
Hi, more. Somewhere between that and a long stay motel, yeah. And thank you. Blue Bloods didn't deviate far from that model when they took over. They call rooms like these vaults, places to stash away a lover, witness, debtor when there's too much heat. I am doing well. I woke up late, so stream started a little bit late. But I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best because I absolutely need to finish this. I need to finish this chapter. I need to finish this episode. I've been dragging my feet on this for too long. I did get good rest, but the good rest was the problem. I slept too long. Sionis helped us with that last night. Yeah, bringing around master keys, clearing out every possible hiding place. Didn't find a red-handed killer hiding anywhere, did you? Sorry, no. So is this the Blue Bloods' forte then? Securing people, places, and things? You can think of it that way. Guess I always assumed gangs made their money through drugs. Well, the Blue Bloods deal here and there. But narcotics has been a rich man's game ever since CDCA rolled in. If you have the funds to ride the gray wave the way how Sicaria does, you can make a killing. They got the market cornered from black to gray, to white, to pure green profit. Nice fix there. The Blue Bloods hate that they have to make do with all the scraps, and the megs in a house don't bother producing en masse. Professional jealousy. How ugly. Why can't these underworld overlords just bury the hatchet, get together, and screw over the consumer like reasonable people do? They've tried, if you believe the rumors. About a year ago now, there was some kind of meeting, an olive branch from the golds to the blues. Apparently, the Blue Bloods had a product that the Ikari wanted to distribute. The Ikari sell legal drugs now, though. And what kind of product the Blue Bloods have that the Ikari couldn't manufacture? Not sure. Maybe that's why I went south so fast. Blood was spilled in less than an hour. The Ikari aren't exactly the type to keep negotiating after being spat on like that. And so, the Blue Bloods remain firmly planted in their lower wards niche. They may not like having to take the low end, but they are filling a gap in the market. And that's every proper capitalist calling, right? Every proper capitalist calling. Besides, the workers certainly appreciate the protection down here. Workers hire blue bloods for protection, but that's... all that stuff is legal, so long as they're licensed, isn't it? Legal? Yes. Respectable. Most would still say no. So, household name security megs consider it too high risk to be seen in the company of workers. Shorthand term for sex worker. Ah, branding. Yeah, okay. Doesn't help that their average board member is easily pushing 60 years old. You aren't that far off from pushing 60 yourself, are you? Matter of opinion. Besides, I'm a very modern, forward-thinking man. Did you finish those 50 rosaries already? Right. And the Ikaria, they don't, compete in that market. No. People at the Ikaria site might patronize a courtesan or two. Patronize a courtesan or two in the cloud districts, but they never lower themselves to work alongside one. Hypocrites. That much I understand perfectly. The hypocrisy is the appeal for them. Yeah. For certain people, especially after, I'd say, hitting certain points of status, there's like an appeal in... what's a good way to describe it? There's an appeal in indulging in the hypocrisy. The hypocrisy, committing the hypocrisy or the taboo itself becomes more of the appeal than them necessarily liking the thing itself that they're doing. It's a really... It's kind of like a hard thing to kind of describe, but it's the experience of being a hypocrite, rather than them being with a worker that appeals to them more. It's the knowledge that you're able to violate that taboo and be still fine. The rules don't apply to me. You can ask for more of a pure expression of power. Yep. It's the exclusivity and breaking of cultural taboos while pretending to hate them. Yeah. Like, no, that nails it. Now we get to the good stuff. Damn. Worse than I remember. Like a demon tore through the place. The devil, some might say. Seriously. What the hell happened here? That's what we all get paid to find out, right? Yeah. I've definitely got a head start on the rest of you, though. Try to bring up the arcs. Sure, I'll patch you in. Allow me. If you're needed on the phone, Miss Han, please don't let me keep you here. Nonsense. I've got all the time in the world for you. She is so dangerous. She is a heartbreaker. Everyone's treating me like royalty today. That's not right. Heartbreaker to match Heartbreak's body count. That's... Took the words right out of my mouth. Where shall we start? How about with the tall, dark, and mysterious in the middle here? Not your client. He was found standing over Chopin's body by the arresting officer. Rogers, right? Then he knocked Sosuke out. Correct. So why is this artistic rendition of Sosuke not a capture from Roger's body cam. Don't you dare tell me you're not about to say this. Well, it seems like, at the time, their body cam was off. Seriously? Hey, I'd chew him out myself if he was here with us. It's department policy to have all sensors green when responding to an emergency. Did all this not qualify as an emergency then? Chopin and Rogers were responding to shots fired. That's not uncommon in this part of town. For two inexperienced officers first on the scene, it might not even come to mind. At least, Chopin could use that excuse. Rest in peace. But apparently Rogers requested replacement body cams nearly every week. Okay, if he's that big of a klutz, take away his gun once the city's done throwing him a parade. I'll, put in a request. Right then, who's next? Aw, poor Miller. Blood lost him to neck. Even I could tell that much. Stabbed with a bladed weapon, right near the artery. Very efficient. Not the kind of kill someone could make without prior experience. My client's a humble bodyguard. Come on now. I know you've got a job to do, but you'll shame him if you don't let him take credit for this one. Miller was no joke in a fight. To take him out with one clean stab in the neck, using his precarious signature katana? I don't want to try this, but like, they'd be able to tell that the stab wound is smaller than that of the katana blade. Surely. Like, it's a puncture. Sure, it went deep, but it's not like... They might not be able to tell. The hound must be itching to brag about it. I'll defer to the medical examiner on this matter. Thank you very much. What do you mean? Sato said the same thing. Huh? Katana to the neck. And not so many words. That's weird. Sato mentioned. Is Miller's blood even on the katana? It can't be. There's no way Miller's blood would even be on the katana. Do they have the katana in evidence? Even if it is, why would a medical examiner assume the katana was used here when my knife is a much better fit for... my knife? Where is it? Where is the knife? Where? I gave Sosuke the knife before I left. It should have been on him. It should have been found on him when he was arrested. It should be somewhere in the arcs. You looking for something, Tiger? If they haven't found the knife and I ask about it anyway, that'd be admitting that I know it's missing. If I tell them Sosuke mentioned a knife that only the killer would know about, I'd be ruining my case before we even enter the courtroom. Or worse, pointing the police in the direction of the knife's real origin. No, was anything found on my client's person when he was arrested? Besides a gun, a sword, and a bunch of blood that didn't belong to him? No. Not even any lint in his pockets. Where is the knife? Why do you ask? No reason. Sometimes you gotta shake the tree to see what falls out. Or so they say. Oh, you're blindly guessing. I've been there. Something must have happened to that knife. It couldn't have just disappeared. Not from a crime scene locked down like this. I'll need to find it, but I can't just go looking for it. Is this what it feels like to play with a handicap? Sato's smarter than this. No, but that would be the only thing. That'd be the only thing anyone could deduce based off the weapons. Sorry. You were cute too. I'd advise you to brace yourself before opening its autopsy photos for this one, counselor. Yes, this is sufficiently obfuscated. Sato is beautiful and perfect and would never get the cause of death wrong unless the crime scene was screwed with. Exactly. That is exactly exactly what I'm genuinely going for. Sato is genuinely too smart for that. Like, she has to deduce it that it has to be that. That it has to be the knife. It has to be the katana because there's no knife on the scene. Which means, unfortunately, you screwed with the crime scene. I did screw with the crime scene. But somebody else did too. Somebody tampered with evidence. A lot to take in. The skull was crushed. Yes, but the cause of death was blood loss from the laceration across the neck. He hit the floor and bled out in seconds. Everything else you're seeing here is post-mortem. Overkill. Yeah, Trey kind of got it real bad. Trey got it real bad. Not the word I use for this kind of shit. Oh, calm down. I didn't do it for the fun of it. In this specific instance. This victim had modded eyes. Seems to me like someone just didn't want to take any chances. Bullshit. No one in the lower wards could get an optic mods with recording functionality. You wouldn't be welcome anywhere. But Morgan was able to take one look and instantly tell. You're gonna claim the Hound of Ikaria didn't know something that fundamental. No, he bashed his brains in for the fun of it. I'm sure to a law-abiding citizen like yourself, we're all scum of the earth who deserve. I'm pretty scummy myself, hon. Defense attorney, remember? Who the hell deserves shit like this? Deserves? What does that have to do with anything? I take it the bat was what did the deed? Matches the splinters found inside his wounds, if you had any doubts. There's something here about Sosuke's fingerprints. You think he could get anything but partials off of that? It's practically splinters. Makes sense. I was the one who actually swung it down, and I was wearing gloves by then. Whoever did this, they were damn enthusiastic. You know how hard they'd have to swing to crush the skull, to break the bat itself? Is Morgan even modded? Or is she just that strong? I can imagine. I can't imagine. A cheap wooden bat used to bludgeon Trey's skull post-mortem. Splintered beyond repair during the bludgeoning. Fingerprint analysis has proven inconclusive, returning only partials. It was barring Sosuke from exiting the other room before I used it to destroy Trey's eyes. But no one else knows that, and I have no way of informing them. What a pain. Yeah. Everything's destroyed, so you have no way of even proving that he had recording eyes. There's some faint blood that's been smeared here. Did it belong to this victim? And Sosuke, I wonder if maybe the bodies hadn't gotten moved around for some reason, but your client's legs and feet were soaked in others' blood when he was arrested. And he would have had to sneak up on Chop in order to stab him in the back. You think he slid his feet across the ground to avoid making noise? Does he say otherwise? I'll let you keep guessing on that one. Who the hell? Why would he slide? Through this door is where they're keeping Sosuke, and where I let him off the leash. I'll leave this for after I'm finished in here. Paper scattered all over his desk. Suppose I'm partial to blame. I didn't exactly memorize the setup before I started searching for the mask. What's this? What'd you find there? A note? The note scrawled onto a small piece of paper reading, Icaria. Handwriting is, by and large, a match for the other documents penned and initialed by Creek at the crime scene. Why? Looks like Creek's handwriting from the other files I've seen. Icaria. Looks like Icaria, actually. He's dead, London. I was gonna let the spelling mistake slide. Right, sorry, but, that's gotta be Makoto, right? You know Makoto? I know he's the Ikaria's heir apparent. From what I hear, he's apparently frightening, he's an apparently frightening young scion. He's really quite something. But why would his name be on Creek's desk? He was Creek's real target the other day. Sosuke was the kind of consolation prize. Bagging a hound was a consolation prize. These punks had their sights set high. Yeah. Like no one taught them to stare at the sun. Like no one taught them not to stare at the sun. Creek's fine wood desk. He seemed particular about it. Maybe in no small part because it had a priceless no mask hidden inside of it, but I assume you've been through this data pad here. Front to back. But we didn't find anything we didn't already know. Seems like Creek was smart enough to use it for payments and nothing else. Yeah, how do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. A simple data pad with an attachment for processing non-standard identification info, commonly sold to allow payment processing of unusual and rare forms. Like a black card. Besides some partials, fingerprints were found matching those of Creek and Officer Chopin. The technicians have confirmed that the datapad is locked to Creek's fingerprints, making it difficult for anyone else to use it. A dark card is stuck quite firmly into the attached card reader. Couldn't avoid touching it. Had to at least pretend a dark card would work. Fuck. So my prints are on there. That's bad. That's real bad. How do you manage that? Even gangsters need spreadsheets. Hence the paperwork you see scattered about. They really did everything by hand. PPP is what they call it over in the organized crime. Paper and pencil protocol. Helps the orcas keep their books off the books. Or at least in a format that's easier to destroy, should push come to shove. Did you run checks on this credit card that's jammed in here? Ah, not surprised you don't recognize it. Not there's a dark card. Wow, tell me more. It's an untraceable wallet within the palm of your hand. I would hope any wallet could fit in the palm of your hand, Detective. But you really can't find the owner. Can't trace any of its transactions. Most we can tell is the datapad registered calls to Dark Card Network around 9:40 p.m., but it timed out. What does that mean? The transfer didn't go through. Either someone got cold feet or they forgot their password. Happens to the best of us. Physical card key that begins the authentication process for accessing funds located in a cryptographically secure account. Without the fingerprint of the owner and their 24-digit passcode, the card alone is functionally useless. Forensics showed that all the fingerprints have been wiped off of it at some point. Recovered at the crime scene, stuck in a card reader to the datapad. Only reason I had to take my gloves off in the first place was because of this useless piece of plastic. By the way, why's this cloth been flagged? Not sure. Forensics didn't find any blood on it. Who flagged it? Lady Rockford herself. Motherfucker. She's always on my ass. Could be that she fat-thumbed it. Yeah, I'm sure it's nothing. The screen. I turned it on to distract Hanks talking enough to grab his gun. And I remember choosing not to turn it back off. Interesting setup. Powerful setup. It was blaring even when we arrived. The sound system, I mean. One of the CS texts is a real audio file. It said it broke her heart how loud they must have blared the speakers all the time. Where's it out, she said. A sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to the ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning the environment. It really was giving me a headache when I turned it off. Didn't enjoy having to turn it back on before I left, just to leave no trace. I wouldn't count on orcas to value the longevity of their tech purchases. The big one. He made a strange face when I shot him, and a loud slam when he hit the floor. This one. Real long rap sheet. With a short ending. Buckshot to the torso. Died instantly. Flexware and his mods put his time to death at 9:44 p.m. Killed by his own weapon. Comes up a bit short of poetic justice, but it doesn't look like he was in any kind of struggle for it beforehand. But how'd someone manage to get it off of his hands? It wasn't any great feat, I assure you. Text identified it as a double-barreled Magus, and hey, how'd you know that the gun was his? That was reckless. He's still wearing the holster in the arcs. Was I mistaken? No. About a week ago, Tanks here was stopped and frisked by a patrol unit. And they found his gun here on him. They found his gun on him, and they just handed it back to him? He bought and paid for it above board. So this gun isn't jailbroken. You have tag data from the murderers. No, we don't. Strange. According to the text, the gun is jailbroken. What happened between last week and last night that he'd get the tags stripped off? A short-barrel maglev firearm recovered from the scene of the crime, registered to Ankur Tan, aka Tanks, found on Sosuke Ikaria's person when he was arrested by Officer Rogers. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Ikaria gripped it in his left hand. No one else's fingerprints are present. Modified to an illegal extent, the slugs fired detonate after penetrating their target. Insane. Increasing lethality, and the gun leaves no digital traces, tags from when or where it was fired. Horribly gaudy, but got the job done. As I saw it, I left it in Sosuke's waistband. Something that made him think this piece would see something that made him think this piece would see action soon. Windows open to the fire escape in the alley below. There's a thin misting of blood across them. Got a good guess as to who it belongs to. This is where we found Creek, leader of the pod. Ballistics tells us the shooter was standing in front of the desk. Near where my client was found. Your words, not mine. A nasty slug burst in his chest. Blew blood back onto the windows behind him. Insane. Literally punched a hole through him. The open windows. Yeah. Why are they open? Hell of a spread. Yes, it is. Did someone open these, or... No, they were open when we secured the scene. Any fingerprints? Plenty on the handles there, from Creek and his pod. He couldn't have. That's where the handles are? Something wrong. The windows at the scene of the crime, positioned behind Creek's desk, open city alley, and a fire escape. Blood splatter across the window has, through forensic analysis, been tracked back to when a Magus shell split inside Creek's rib cage, spraying blood and viscera behind him. Fingerprints on the handles match Creek and the rest of his pod. Someone really tampered with this crime scene. Or, I guess, somebody tampered with the scene after I left. Definitely. But how the hell can I explain why I know that? No, sorry, I guess I'm wondering about the keys around his neck and the arcs. Oh, well, one was a master key. Could unlock any other door in the building. The other key we've eventually paired to a small safe in his desk. Empty, though. Suppose that's all irrelevant, since he apparently died with the keys on his person. Yeah, they caught my eye too, to be honest, but not every detective's instinct pans out. So who was this guy? Curious. Only professionally. I don't care what he was before I killed him. Criminal record dating far back as it goes. Sealed when he turned 18. What makes you so sure he has a juvenile record, then? The more experience these guys get, the more time in between their arrests. Pattern I'm seeing, he was pretty damn experienced by the time he was of age. You trying to compliment him? I wasn't trying to insult him, hon. Anything you'd like to add? Nah, nothing I want to say in front of you two. If you want to say a few words, the detective and I could step. The only words I have are for his killer. I'll deliver them in person, or not at all. Fair enough. Do you have any idea why someone might want to hurt this Creek fellow? That's not funny. That dog you're defending. It's a fair question, huh? Give it fair consideration. Besides the Ikaria and the rest, or our city's finest? No. Creek was charismatic and driven. Plus, he made us a lot of money. No true blue would want him gone. The bloodthirsty Ikaria soldier he was interrogating, however. Probably wasn't a huge fan. What about family? This is getting old fast. Younger brother's listed as his next of kin. Leave his brother out of this. Hell, leave me out of this. Running through a person like you're picking at zits. Well, seems he's out of town. Seems he's out of town anyway. Taking summer lessons at How Marin are you? That's a good school. An expensive school. Younger brother has no listed occupation. Also no priors, no juvenile record. TAD. At his age. Poor kid. Pills for that cost an arm and a leg. Craig must have been sending him. Detective. Did you just leak confidential medical data of a non-suspect to a third party? Hey. You don't have to report. How about I buy you an ice cream or something? Bribery too? You're digging yourself pretty deep. Is it still bribery if I'm the government official? Yep, he violated HIPAA.
Rather cute, aren't you?
Hi, computer geek. Alright, think that's everything? Now, big mystery. Who the hell are you? Who the hell are you really? Why are you lying there dead right in the middle of my crime scene? That was Tariq Chopin, as you might guess, patrol officer and the son of two loving fathers, who strongly emphasized to the chief of police their desire to see justice done. Reyes wasn't exaggerating about how he died. Run through the back with a sword. So he would have been standing in front of the desk, then he was impaled. Is he on top of papers? Then he collapsed to the floor face first, and the sword got stuck in the ground. Bad luck for the attacker, I suppose. Yeah, Dr. Sato noted in her report that the stab wound was, in her word, jostled. Pardon? Like the attacker tried to pull it out, but it was stuck, so they had to jiggle it around. Hey, it's probably what saved Roger's life. Kept your client distracted and disarmed long enough to give Rogers time to rush in. Allegedly. Not where I left you, that's for sure. And according to Sosuke, the one thing he does recall after I passed the baton to him is gripping his sword. You're not giving me much to work with. Fingerprints on the grip match your client's right hand, by the way. Fingerprint analysis shows that Sosuke Akaria gripped it in his left hand. Sosuke is right-handed. Unless he's ambidextrous, why would he fire that gun from his left hand? He knows how to use that katana, so he wouldn't put it in his weaker hand. His right hand is his dominant hand. Here, I was getting my hopes up. And it definitely wasn't suicide, because no one else's prints are on the damn thing. Bladed weapon found at the scene of the crime impaled into the torso of victim Tariq Chopin. The seal is chipped at several points, especially the tip. Fingerprints on the handle match the right hand of Sosuke Akaria. No other prints found. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of the victims Chopin, Miller, and Trey. That doesn't make sense. How did Miller's blood get on the katana? There's so many small details here that don't add up. Another murder weapon. I had to swipe prints off before taking my leave. It was indulgent, trying to take Trey's head off. It wasn't my only indulgence either. I must have gotten Miller's blood on the blade's tip when I dragged it across the floor. Yeah, I guess. That'd have been reckless. Makes Banii cute. I am assuming that it is the Gap Moe. I assume it has to be Gap Moe because I'm not like explicitly cutesy. And besides, cute and pretty is in the eye of the beholder. And I have a very hard time perceiving myself, so I can't exactly see what makes me cute, even though I at least practice it. Did she really get Miller's blood on the tip just by dragging it across the floor, though? I ruled out suicide once I saw he was stabbed in the back, thank you. There are papers scattered underneath his body. Did I knock him off the desk at some point? No, you didn't. Maybe when the tall one hit the ground. Or maybe when I was swinging that bat down. Hang on. No, they would have blown off when the window opened. What kind of paper is this? I can't read a word. Really? You should get that looked at. Okay, but you have to remember CAG. Cagliostro is the... I can't... CAG is like the big inspiration, is a partial big inspiration for me. But that is mostly where like I was taking... That's where I was like taking my lessons and such. But on your Discord, you just say that you're cute, and it's a fact. That is also true. That does not mean that I necessarily need to know how it gets there. All I know is that I make it work. And having other people say that I am cute clearly means that it is correct in some manner. I don't necessarily know the route between A to B, but I do know that at least I'm already at B. Cat is cute and preaches the science of cute, and I'm a very astute learner. My vision's 2020. What am I looking at, Miss Site Manager? Those docs are internal business, ma'am. Nothing to worry your pretty little head over. How do you know they're internal business if we can't read them? You really never seen red ink before. Never heard of it. It's a corporate information security protocol. Files with special flags trigger special print commands if you try to make a physical copy. Makes it use some kind of special ink. Try to take a photo of it and it comes out bright blur. Paper's special too. Too much heat, humidity, becomes illegible. A corpse bleeding out on top of you is a lot of heat and humidity. So these documents contain confidential data that the Blue Bloods wouldn't want getting out. Red Ink is an information system security protocol whose name has become synonymous with anti-dissemination technology in general. While different organizations will make use of different technologies to achieve their data security goals, the original system's core principles are still widely taught and practiced in business administration courses around the globe. First developed in the mid-21st century amidst widespread concerns about hackers' newfound capabilities after the third net code leak, Red Ink practices emphasize the vulnerability of digital systems and espouses the relative reliability of physical documents printed or even handwritten information that cannot be changed or stolen except through in-person action. More broadly, routing systems are designed to minimize the time that critical information spends changing hands. Critics of the teachings thus claim it is antithetical to cooperation between peers and leads to siloing of information. Red ink is also commonly used to refer to any kind of print text material that incorporates anti-piracy measures. Common examples include anti-photocopier sheet and glass, paper that degrades outside of extremely narrow moisture conditions, cipher encryption text based on extinct indigenous languages, and sleeper marks, printer machines codes left on the corners of the documents that are invisible to the naked eye but are unique to individual printers. What did they say in the movies? I can't confirm nor deny that. And if I subpoenaed the data? Do your worst. You got lawyers too. And unlike your client, they've got all the time in the world to stall. Besides, you and I both know exactly what the Hound's motive was. And it isn't written in those pages. It's written all over his busted up face. Sure. But you won't mind if I copy down whatever I can anyway, right? I wouldn't have any legal reason to stop you, if that's what you're getting at. Documents found at the scene of the crime, mostly blotted out by the blood coming from Chopin's corpse, apparently contain confidential information of high value, but only occasional page number, graphic, or name can be spotted. Snippets include page 021. Pillars required for the expansion. Okay, yeah, so this is tied to the pillar stuff. Payments to support our constructors, re-election, councilman long to push for, colloquially referred to as the lower ward, the vote upcoming, stress the importance of OPSEC at the highest level. Okay. Looks like that's everything in here. Well, I don't envy either of your workloads. It's a mess in here. It's a lot of blood, that's for sure. I'm impressed you haven't gotten nauseous, miss. I'd be right at home if you all weren't poking your noses around. Shoot, I just remembered. I never heard of the end of it. I'd never hear the end of it if I don't check with my partner after saying I would. You two keep go. Yeah, you two good to keep going if I step out and make a call. A call? Is your partner your mom? And is your mom blind? Send a text. Thanks for your understanding. Maybe he was the one with the weak stomach. You be sure to let me know if you're feeling faint. I can keep going. We're nearly finished anyway. I'd stick to the arcs if I were you. Nothing behind that door that's better seen in person. You've been such a gracious host up until this point, Miss Han. Why the cold feet now? It's ugly in there. Uglier than this. Different kind of ugly, then. It's all in the eye of the beholder. I warned you. Don't worry, I can stomach it just fine. As long as I can understand it. Why did Craig's pod torture my client? I don't know what they did. Sosuke told me they electrocuted him, hon. They probably just grounded him. Low grade currents applied every few minutes. Stops most mods from rebooting. So no SOS pings, no adrenaline burst pulled out of his ass. No adrenaline burst pulled out of his ass. Is that mod publicly known? Like, why do you know about that? And the pliers, hammers, and syringes. What purpose do they serve? They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Speaking of dragging, ads are gonna start in a couple seconds. I'm gonna use this as another chance to stand up because I need blood circulation. Who's Cag? Oh, Cagliostro, the cutest alchemist in all of the skies. Ugh. It's required reading. Not necessarily super reading. Ugh. Cag also wasn't necessarily that old. Cag just comes from a much, much earlier point. God. Because this also involves a couple of the events that she's tied with. One sec. Okay. But yeah, Cag was actually relatively in all of the like the depictions and background stuff that we had seen of her before she had her new body, her body was relatively completely and very often frail. like born with essentially just like a very persistent chronic illness. And the only person who really kind of consistently took care of her was her sister, who she really, really appreciated. But effectively, it feels weird to try to describe how it happened. But effectively, Kag had spent most of their first life learning the elements of alchemy. She is the founder of alchemy in the setting of Grand Blue Fantasy. She eventually used that power to create herself a better body that, one, wasn't as ill, and two, was much more to her desire. And part of that was the fact that she also wanted to be the cutest girl in all of the skies. Things happen, other alchemists got involved, they ended up locking her away for essentially millennia. The captain and the crew end up freeing her. She chills out a lot. She was way more, I want to say, malicious at the start. But no, she quickly kind of like cooled down. And no, her main thing is still like researching alchemy. And genuinely just being as cute as she can be, because she wants to be super cute. Like that's her big desire, while also still being like the best alchemist. She's also one of the most powerful characters, like lore wise, in terms of the setting. That's why she's always involved in a bunch of stuff that's tied to what makes the sky blue. Yeah, no, I like her a lot. Her Wada variant means a lot to me, especially for the Fate episode. They could have just killed Sosuke when they failed to nab Makoto. Instead, they dragged him down here. Why? To try and get info on Makoto's itinerary? Get enough intel to make another run at him? If there are any answers for me in here, I'll need a grout scraper to find them. So this is a place that I haven't been able to investigate before. Hypodermic needles. Probably not packing anything healthy. Sosuke better hope that they were at least sanitized. I'm not sure Sarah could treat an infection with gauze and rubbing alcohol alone. But those needles there... The designs of these needles seemed a little odd. Well, someone will tell you sooner or later, so... They're projectiles. Load them into a gun and fire away. That's what they used to knock him out. Sosuke was captured by men wielding needle guns. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within matched the non-lethal aesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. Though other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marketed as truth serums. Does Sionis Security have any peacekeeping tools that they'd like to disclose as having recently gone missing? You're cursing up the wrong pipe. Creek couldn't find tools all on his own, and we're not that kind of operation. An operation where the right hand doesn't know what the left is doing. More like the right hand's just been washed, so I've had to handle some garbage. Sionis is that legitimate. Why aren't all the Blue Bloods working legal jobs then? Not enough positions available. You gotta earn like hell to be considered for a job on this side of the fence. Greek and his pod weren't bringing in that kind of money. They let Creek's pod where it was. Who's they? Upper management. That mask is a death sentence, crafted specifically for one very special customer. I'm just the one giving the honor. I'm just giving the honor of hanging on to it until. And did upper management like Craig. I'm just a humble site manager, miss. I wouldn't know. Sure. So do all these needles contain anesthetics? No. There are also some stimulants and baroptocene. Originally developed as a hypnotic sleep aid drug for active duty military personnel. Baroptocene is currently prescribed though rarely as an anti-anxiety and anti-seizure medication, often depicted in popular culture and some drug manufacturers' promotional materials as a truth serum. Baroptocene has never been shown to function as such in a controlled setting. When compared against a sampling of liquors ranging from 40 to 80% proof, baroptocene resulted in a truthful confessions only 0.2% more often, and no subjects admitted to proving information that they were already comfortable with divulging. How to tell someone is cheating, where to buy lie detectors, see who has me muted on social. Like the truth serum? You can get sued for selling it as such. It makes you talk. Doesn't make what you say the truth. So you wanted Sosuke talking. But what did they ask him? If your client can't remember, or isn't willing to recall, there's really no one else alive who would know, yeah? Now you're being a little bit suspicious. It's water, cold enough that condensation's on the outside of the bucket. Is that water for sponge baths? Just a simple way to get keep the guests from dozing off. Temperature shock makes caffeine looks like sleep aid. True. This coming after you claim you don't know if Sosuke was tortured. You know what that other bucket was for then? You know what you said? You said you've got a weak sense of smell, but do you really need a hint here? But then this last bucket here is... what is that? Trash. Cloth and rope. Bindings. Or bandages. See, they were nursing him back to health. I'll run your theory past Sosuke next chance I got. It must have been what was left. What was left when they were keeping Sosuke tied up with. Hardy cloth bindings found inside the room where Sosuke was held, stiff with dried blood and clearly cut with something sharp, the knife. I have to prove the existence of the knife without divulging that it was basically mine. But there's hints here that something else was at the scene of the crime. That there at least was another tool. But if Sosuke had the knife, it was placed in his hand. He knew it. So then what happened to the knife? They would have had to use something. Yeah, this door doesn't even lock. I don't have to remove the bat barring from the outside. So, he was brought here, tied up, questioned. Then he breaks out, bursts into the next room, cuts up 2 of his captors and blows the other 2 away. That's what you think happened? That's what it looks like. And then what? Chopin runs in and turns his back on a violent criminal? Don't strain yourself trying to make it sound improbable. Cops are dumb. If the Hound crouched in a corner, he'd have his chance soon enough. Hell, he probably just played dead. That doesn't exactly follow with the whole sliding his feet across the floor so that he doesn't make a sound theory. Because if he was bleeding that much, more of his blood would be all around the crime scene. Walking into that scene out there, you think some patrol officer would go around checking pulses. Why would my client go to all that trouble to get jumped on, to get the jump on an officer? Why not just run away? Hell, why not ask him for medical treatment? Because he was standing in the middle of the 4 men he just killed? I know that Sosuke had no logical reason to attack Chopin. But so what? Even Sosuke himself says he would have been acting on instinct. But instinct tell him that Chopin was in between him and his escape. Has all this blood been tested, Miss Han? Enough of it has. Besides Sosuke, who else would it belong to? That's a bit lazy, but it's not as if there's more here than the last time I visited. Sosuke really did lose a lot of blood. By the time he stumbled out of here, a stiff breeze should have been enough to knock him over. Is he really such a badass that he still managed to take out a police officer before he'd even noticed? It's not as if I feel nothing looking at someone else's handiwork, the product of their violence. But it's like an artificial sweetener. No complaints for that first instant. Then the aftertaste comes. Empty calories. I'll just be hungrier again later. Faster. Best to stay disciplined. I'm getting a headache, but it's not from anything sensory. I should know more about this crime scene than anyone. Why can't I piece it together? If I can't piece it together, the cops will never trace any of this back to me, right? So why do I feel so ill at ease? Okay, thanks for your patience, ladies. Did I miss anything? Nah. Oh. Would you have felt better if you had? I'm gonna head out now. Actually, I've got a long day tomorrow. You're going back by yourself then? Are you sure? I could get you a ride out of the neighborhood. I'm sure Miss Han here already has made sure that we'll both get out of here without any trouble. That is her company's area of expertise, isn't it? Of course. Well, at least let me walk you out. London's being suspicious. Sure, why not? Safe travels. So, Detective, there's something you didn't want to talk about in front of the professionals at Cyanus Security. Thanks for picking up on that. Reyes will be upset that you never checked in. Yeah, right after this I will. This room. Are we directly underneath the crime scene? Yep. Same fire escape right there. Same type of window, too. Has this room been scanned into the arcs? Yeah, but no one found anything noteworthy. Except Cyanus being sloppy. So what were you actually doing when you left Han and I back there? Something Han said earlier, about how no true blue would wish harm on Krieg. Her phrasing stood out to me. Because it implies the existence of false blue bloods. Exactly! Because it reminded me of one of the first things I learned in the city.
Come on.
I'm sitting up straight. I also still have plenty of tea. I might have to warm it up next break, though. There are no monoliths. Megs, Orcas, City Hall. There's always factions. And among the Blue Bloods, the party lines are especially visible. So I made a call, not to Reyes, and confirmed some things. And I figure I owe you a little hint or two, considering the tone of the last message I delivered. That message warned me not to broaden the scope of my investigation. Getting hints from you might be self-defeating. Not these hints, trust me. So what faction did your pal Creek belong to? Did our pal Creek belong to? The Youngbloods. Opposite end of the compass from the Old Guard, the conservative Blue Blood leadership. All of them older than 70, some of them pushing higher than 90. Han said Creek was too useful for anyone to want dead, but my sources don't agree. Creek talked, said things aloud that others only whispered. Ambitious, charismatic, up and coming, and young. Could easily see him being very unpopular with all the wrong people in the Old Guard. That's interesting info, Detective, but it doesn't exactly flip this case on its head. I already know who killed Craig. The police have already decided it's Sosuke. Learning that he had some occupational hazards will hardly convince the jury otherwise. My client's the one standing accused, and everyone already knows why Blue Bloods and Icarias would want to kill each other. Do you? They're rival gangs. They hate each other. Do you know why? It's the same reason all the Blue Bloods leadership is ancient, while the muscleheads made up of orphans and delinquents. While their muscles made up of orphans and delinquents. 30 years ago, the Icaria betrayed their peace with the Blue Bloods, started killing them. And they didn't stop for days. By the end of it, every single member of the leading Blue Blood families under the age of 40 was dead. Wow. I can see how their kids would grow up to hate the Icaria. Yeah. You're not getting it, Tiger. Their kids didn't grow up at all. If that's the case, how are the Blue Bloods still around? For one thing, the Icaria had bigger fish to fry. This was right before the Red Decade. They spent every second of the next 10 years positioning themselves so they could come out of the other end as neo-nobility. Second, what remained of the Blue Bloods found a new niche to fill. Taking in delinquents, furious at a country driven off a cliff by adults before they could even get a chance to vote. How do you describe this? Because what he's implying is that, you know how like a family tree, like the way that a normal a family tree, like it starts up at like the branches. Yeah, an entire generation expunged. Everyone under the age of 40 was killed. Everyone under the age of 40, no matter the age, not a cutoff at like, oh, if they're 18 then they're fine, or if they're under 18 they're fine. They wiped out effectively an entire 2 to 3 generations of the other crime syndicate. Meanwhile, leaving all the old heads who weren't able to really, not necessarily really kind of start over again, but there would be a long pause and a long time of like catch up. Blue Bloods swell their ranks to new heights by looking out for the little guys during those years, in exchange for favors down the line. Lastly, and most importantly, they survived because they still had hope. You serious? I am. It's a powerful weapon. Hope for what? Hope that the Icaria had missed one. That they fled the country. That they'd fled the country. Hope that a promised heir would grow strong and return one day. A triumphant little lord with overflowing riches and overwhelming power. Sounds like a fairy tale. Those endure for a reason. Well, now you know. A warning to watch where you step isn't exactly worth much if you're fumbling around in the dark. Fairy tales and warnings. What's up? Ooh. Hey, did you or your pals in OC ever hear about some kind of blue blood hunter? Like a bounty hunter? Or huntsman, maybe. Where'd you hear that? Sosuke thinks he might have overheard talk of something like that while he was in captivity. Does it mean anything? Nope. I don't like that hesitation there, detective. Just an urban legend. I would have said the same thing about enlisted before this afternoon, and yeah. Fair enough. If you see a huntsman and live to tell the tale, I'll buy you as many lotto tickets as you want. Hey, you ever pay attention to any of this graffiti down here? Scrawlings about Lobo, the cyberpunk, and HBK, increasingly. I haven't seen that myself. Was gonna say Red Hood. Why are you asking? You feel like a chill down your spine? You feel a chill down your spine. Except for HBK, that's old news. Ghost stories and campfire tales. There are a lot of campsites around here. Lots of places to start fires. But Red Hood, haven't heard that in who knows how long. It's one of the oldest. Rough story. It's based on real events. Nothing worth recounting. I'll take your word for it. But what's gotten into you that you're feeling all superstitious? Guilty conscience? You mean about working with the mafia? A psychologist would call that projecting. Ouch. Too far? No. Didn't feel a thing. I don't know why I asked, really. I guess I've just had an odd feeling all day. Like deja vu. You've been here before. No, I hate that feeling. It's whatever the opposite of that would be. Jamais vu. The unnerving certainty that you're in uncharted waters. Scary stuff. Yeah, the opposite of deja vu is jamais vu. Like future vision. Morgan's apartment. Icaria, Blue Blood, Megs, Orcas. Dirty cops and criminal informants. Lines drawn back and forth across a battlefield like a spider's suspension bridge. Dizzying in its complexity, frail along any given strand. But one wrong move and you're completely ensnared. Priorities. The Icaria don't care about who tore through Creek's gang, but they would prefer Sosuke doesn't spend life in prison for killing a cop. The Blue Bloods want to tear Sosuke's throat out, but if Han's taken at her word, they're selling for 5 counts of murder. Can I take Han at her word? Is she a young blood like Creek, or is she with the old guard? She's definitely with the old guard if she has that nice job. Could I have asked London that? If I had, could I have trusted his answer? Because it turns out Quasm London is much, much harder to read than I anticipated. And I can't even trust my client to act in his own self-interest. The man's a bodyguard by trade and zealot for his house. The trial starts tomorrow. Do I still need more information? Is there time to find it? No. What I need right now is a nightcap. If I can't fall asleep, then I'll know I'm in trouble. Until then. Guess sleep will have to wait. It's unlocked. Pardon me for dropping in at such a late hour, Counselor Morgan. Standing there in my doorway, she cut through the light like a blade of split ink. But twice as sharp and not nearly as familiar. It is outside of normal consultation hours, miss. She purses her lips. Like lily petals shying away from the moonlight. What's a smirk by any other name? Please call me Mire. Any last name, Mire? The question floats in the air like curling cigarette smoke. I could tell she was used to the smell. I'll leave that up to your imagination. Self-assured and unapologetic, the unspoken family name loud as a cigarette. Written in blood. You're from House Icaria. Might I step inside? She blinks. Her head tilts a millimeter. A forked tongue testing the temperature of the air. She wasn't asking for permission. Just you. What about your friends in the hallway? She raises an eyebrow, but keeps staring at the floor. She's surprised at my perception of the unseen threat, but not quite impressed. I don't think they need to join us, do you? She was the kind of woman to make you remember. Smoking could kill. How can I be of service, Mirai? October 1st. Height 163 centimeters. Weight not listed. Blood type A+. Occupation representative. Likes sipping alcohol, rubbing alcohol, arachnids. Dislikes sunrise, black tea, photographers. Favorite smell, dojo floors. The best at making use of people. Worst at hiding my distaste. I like her. The smoke effect trailing where the long cigarette is held is really smart. There's also just like a puff of smoke around her, generally. I like her. You're already being quite accommodating, both to me and my family's interests. I came here tonight to be of service to you. Okay? I understand that you're somewhat new to this underworld of ours. I'm grateful for the offer, Mirai. But inexperienced as I am, I've gathered that House Ikaria didn't come into this fortune by being generous. Would you like to know how House Ikaria did come into its fortune? I know you operate a lending company, a lending corporation with significantly diverse portfolio. Yes, the good old IFG. The public face of the Ikaria criminal enterprise, clean-shaven as it's become. And I know you founded a pharmaceutical company and profited immensely when it went public. And before that, I know your family became neo-nobility during the years of civil unrest. No doubt by being well positioned when the time came to reprivatize our nation's industries. Yes. And before that, I know you slaughtered the Blue Bloods 30 years ago. Very good, Counselor Morgan. You've acclimated to our waters remarkably fast. What I don't know is why Makoto Ikaria has been the target of multiple kidnapping attempts over the past year. You can't fathom a guess as to why the Blue Bloods might want to ransom the family's heir. That's the only guess I can make. It strikes me as shallow. Nothing more dangerous than waters you don't know the depth of. As you said, 30 years ago the Ikaria cartel, an unrecognizable band of brutes and drug smugglers compared to today, massacred the respectable Blue Bloods and left their geriatric leadership to die on the vine. But we thrust the knife much deeper than that. You went after their heirs. And their entire future. The puff of smoke. Are you familiar with the genetic factor authentication? Authentication, oh my god. Using DNA as a password. Blood, specifically. Easier than memorizing a string of 3 billion characters long. The GFAs have fallen out of favor, hasn't it? The Blue Bloods made ample use of it back then. A bad bet. They already had their offshore accounts, business titles, property deeds. The Blue Bloods thought they had already won, that they were establishing a dynasty. So, as they made their political marriages, they bound their allegiances and fortunes in literal blood. GFA was both the financial and symbolic laundering of the Blue Bloods' past. Their children, now married, clean-cut and perfectly respectable, would prosper alongside wealth no longer tainted by ill-gotten gains. So that GFA registry became the Icaria's checklist. We went through and crossed out anyone that could have accessed those funds. That's thorough work. Now, all of it sits untouchable overseas in encrypted digital warehouses in some of the oldest, most austere banks in the world, collecting interest that will never be claimed. Does that answer your question as to why they target Makoto? No, and you know it doesn't. Because if they thought they could lock you out of your coffers by killing Makoto, they wouldn't be trying to take him alive. You're paying attention. I like that. I'm looking at her books. Guns for Maniacs. Politics for Winners. Math Master. Warzone. What is that? I can't make out these two. Office Manners. Day and Night. We don't use GFA, and Makoto is the heir to House Ikaria, the Ikaria Financial Group, He'd never be tied to our legitimate banking information. Why not? What if he wants to buy a lollipop? A lollipop would be provided for him. The family's black market proceeds, and its white market holdings must never mix. You divided your house right down the middle. Pardon the expression, but how can you stand atop the backs of many? And you all take this division not seriously. Deadly seriously. That is our family's role, dating back centuries. Either you serve the house, or you serve its interest. Never both. So you're assigned to either the criminal organization, what's registered as the IFG, or to managing the family's legitimate business holdings, like Renegan. But that means you are nearly as much of an outsider to the Ikaria Financial Group as you are. Nearly is doing a lot of work there. Who do you answer to, then? Who controls the Ikaria's legitimate empire? Until Makoto marries his mother. And I take it Makoto isn't solely responsible for the house's affairs at his age. Makoto wields great authority as the heir, but yes, the house is led by his father, Raphael, and more directly by his grandfather, our patriarch, Daisuke Ikaria. I see. But that puts me back where I started. The Blue Bloods want to hold Makoto hostage to gain leverage on the likes of Daisuke. How can I put this? Had things gone even slightly different 30 years ago, the Blue Bloods would be the ones shaking hands with politicians, marrying ambassadors, and sitting in boardrooms. Some of them believe it can still be so, if the right match were made. They want to marry into House Ikaria? But Makoto's and the real Blue Bloods are older than... They need to find an age-appropriate adoption. They'd find an age-appropriate adoption. You're missing the point. They need Makoto alive and well to negotiate that kind of reversal of fortune. So they've been trying to capture him for the past year. But every blue blood I met today seemed to care a lot more about getting revenge for their dead men than kidnapping a preteen. How many of them do you think Sosuke's cut down in the last year he spent repelling their attempts? Is that a source of internal conflict? If the old guard are throwing young bloods into Ikaria's shredder en masse trying to capture Makoto just to elevate themselves, I suppose that all might total up enough motivation for them to torture Sosuke. Yeah. I had heard Sosuke was wounded. No one informed me that he had been tortured. You know him, I take it. As you've gathered, Sosuke deals in matters unrelated to my side of the family. But he is still family. Speaking of my side, I have a duty as a representative of my wing of the house to stress that we do not want this trial to be prolonged. So the bean counters don't care for the extra attention. That makes sense. Do you care about the outcome? A win is always preferable, but not a necessity. Everyone is willing to throw Sosuke under the bus. Makoto Ikaria hired me to prove Sosuke's innocence, if he's the one signing the checks. Did he say why he hired you? He hired you for 2 reasons. Reason 1, his options are limited. More limited than he suggested. No doubt, to keep a strong front. The entire house is currently being audited by the state. Our usual legion of lawyers and accountants are already billing hours as fast as they can, so he wouldn't have his pick of the litter. So one half of the family can't talk business at the dinner table with the other half, but you share a pool of lawyers. Lawyers can be trusted to be discreet, can they not? Yeah, we can read between the lines. So then, you'll understand reason 2. Whatever lawyer he did find through the Ikaria's usual connections would, like me, do whatever's best for the house as a whole. And not what's best for Sosuke. I'll make an amendment. 3 reasons. Makoto knew that if he didn't assign him any lawyer, Sosuke would just stay silent as the state dragged him off to be chained. Rather than inconvenience the house any further. Well, yeah. I've known Sosuke for less than a day, and even I can tell he's never seen a cross he wouldn't jump at the opportunity to bear. That explains why Makoto would hire someone without connections to the Ikaria. You slow rolling another addendum that'll clear up why on earth my name came across his desk. Littered with crayons and timetables, as I'm sure. I hope I've been able to elucidate matters for you, Counselor Morgan. Masterfully subtle way to say we're done talking. Now, I might ask you a small favor in return. Pass this message on to Sosuke. If you see a way out, take it. Do you understand what you're asking him to do? Even if Sosuke took a plea bargain, even if I somehow got the other charges reduced to manslaughter, self-defense, the state thinks he killed a cop. The message is for Sosuke, not you. Your interpretation of it is irrelevant. End of conversation. As she reaches the exit, she turns back to look at me, lingering in the doorway like the warm buzz of a strong, dark cocktail. But your assessment is correct. If this were just 4 dead blue bloods, our dim little underworld could balance out the ledger unassisted. if that cop hadn't shown up last night. Do you know something about the late officer Chopin? City in mourning after death of city councilman's beloved adoptive son in a line of duty. All I know is that his funeral dirge will make those 4 boys' deaths sound like a disinterested sigh. By the way, I must admit, you have a lovely apartment, counselor. Changing subjects as subtly as a bullet train hopping in its tracks. Quite spacious for a defense attorney. Yeah, place wouldn't sell after the tram route got diverted. I negotiated down the rent and then installed all the soundproofing myself. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sound of the city, hmm? There's always a cost. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? She just helped me out. Can't open the windows without being treated to the sounds of the city then. That's one mystery solved then, isn't it? Enjoy the rest of your quiet evening, counselor. The door glides so close behind her, easiest question left unasked. I'm left here hanging on a single held breath of stillness, listening as the defeated thud of her honor guards implied violent stomps down the hallway behind her. Gorgeous prose. I was still leaned back in my chair, staring holes into my ceiling long after the scent of her expensive tobacco has faded into null. Savoring it while it lasted was beyond me at the moment. My attention's elsewhere. This case is knotted and twisted like a gnarled oak. Just when I think I've found my rhythm, the blade runs dull. Craving is an exercise in patience and vision. You need to start with a clear picture of what you want. I want some answers. But for now, I'll sleep. Tomorrow in court, I'll just have to keep whittling away at the wood until I fashion something halfway usable. And well, if that doesn't work, I'll use a chainsaw. I like Mirai. I like Mirai. I like Mirai. I like Mirai. I like Mirai a lot. Hey, cool kid. Yes, you. Trying to look all stoic, staring out the window. A little late to try and look detached after that thing you pulled the other day. So, that wasn't a joke. Making that announcement in front of the class. You trying to start a detective club or something? What mysteries? Disappearing cleaning supplies. Books not getting returned to the library. Sounds lame. Well, not like that's your fault. Everything's lame. Good luck finding members. Everyone around here already knows what they've got to do, what they're going to do after school. And tomorrow. And next year. They're all staring down the barrel of a lucrative career in telling other companies how to provide web services, or whatever the hell this school's supposed to train us for. A lawyer? If you say so, cool kid. The Megs will probably have robots doing that by the time you graduate, but sure. Law school's supposed to be hard to get into. You'll need a record that doesn't suck. Getting a club you started shut down because you couldn't get anyone to join probably won't help. Whoa, so confident. You really are a cool kid. 11:42 a.m., August 15th. State Building, floor 48. Morgan, please. This is... Hold still and relax. It'll be over soon. I thought you were joking about the makeup. Of course I wasn't joking. A face like yours is invaluable in the courtroom. And you think covering me in concealer and blush, and applying eyeliner will help me appeal to what demographic exactly? You know the names of all this stuff? I'm a modern man. I know the names of many things, including makeup. I like him. I'm a modern man. Is that your eyebrow? Is that your eyebrow gel? Yes. It's cakey. Do you want to do the rest? I think some of the jury might find that his wounds make him look rugged. And furthermore, from an aesthetic perspective, leaving some of his buttons undone well. Excuse me? You're clearly a very devoted martial artist, Sosuke. You should be proud to display your well-defined collarbones as the fruit of your efforts. Just hold still. Appearances matter in the courtroom. 95% of defendants who are ever seen in prison garb at trial are found guilty. I don't doubt your tactics worked, Morgan. My tactics included getting your suit pressed. Do you want me to wrinkle it back up? I just find them unpalatable. Trying to get the jury, these civilians, to pity me is shameful. You're worried about honor? Really? You're already a cybernetic ninja, Sosuke. Don't be a stereotype. Don't call other people stereotypes. He's right, Adonai. He's more of a cybernetic samurai, since he's sworn himself to a wealthy land-owning noble. True. Sarah's right. I'm confused, Sosuke. Is it honorable how your family makes their money? Made their money? I'm not talking about morality. I'm talking about having principles. Yes, they're subjective, and yes, they can be hypocritical. But the further you stray from the common path, the more you need them. I mean, what about her? What would Sarah be like if she didn't have tenants to guide her programming? I can only imagine. But some people, believe it or not, enjoy their freedoms. Adrift in the middle of the ocean, you're free to go in whatever direction you want. But without a compass, you'll just die of exposure. If you only ever follow exactly what the compass says, you'll sail north until you freeze to death. The point is, if you have a compass, you know which direction north is. Fortunate for us all, then, that the state is a 1,000,000 megawatt North Star pointing towards complacency at all times. Some of the lines in this I just love so much. And the media is like the wind, and without wind, you'll get stuck in the tide. Baby girl, you're trying. You're trying so hard. I want to hold your head like a coconut. It was a nice try, Sarah. Forget it. Do whatever you want with your brushes, woman. And you're pouting again. Great. Sarah, just keep him talking. What? If I'm talking, how will you? Trust me, I've done more delicate work before. Sarah, small talk. Gladly, Adonai. Sosuke, do you happen to have any tattoos? Are the jury going to ask about that or something? They might. Oh. Well, yes, as a matter of fact. I do have a tattoo. A Koma Inu on my back. Koma Inu? A guardian dog! You have a tattoo of a dog? It's a fierce guardian deity. Like a Labrador, or like a great, fierce, a big dog. Perhaps you should have it changed to some other design, like, say, like a dragon. Motherfucker. Shut up. There's no switching. The buyer's remorse must be unbearable. I'm gonna hold your head like a coconut. like, like, hard on the outside, but soft and nothing but milk on the inside. Baby, you can't be saying stuff like that. There's no buyer's remorse. Lift up your chin. You really think they'll feel bad for me because of some cuts and scrapes? You're not good at listening to instructions, are you? The prosecution has to get 12 strangers to agree that you killed 5 men. Each charge has to be unanimous, a perfect score. So any chip damage we can do, any doubt we can sow, we take it. And any advantage we're given, we make full use of it. But the advantages you're talking about is my face. Are you really not used to this kind of attention, Sosuke? Look, it may be true that, at times, some women have expressed, and men, no doubt. Sarah, I love you. I love you so fucking much. I love you so much. All I'm saying is that there's a difference between knowing your strengths and powdering up like this. Pretend it's war paint. Is that how you see it? No, but I'm a grown-up. Thank you for entertaining my questions last night, Sosuke. Did she ask you about your dimensions? She probably did. The subject might have come up. She's a talkative one, isn't she? Sorry if she kept you up all night. No, she's not trouble, just curious. Reminds me of... We discussed history. Oh, well that must have put you right to sleep. Adonai, it was his choice of subject. So you read history, Sosuke. Here I assumed you spent all your free time frowning into corners of rooms with your arms crossed. We talked about the Roman Empire for your information. And criminal empires. Nothing too detailed, I hope. But Sosuke, I still don't understand. What do you mean when you said criminal organizations used to be constructed differently? Only that the old ways don't fit in our new 21st century world. Old ways? Well, He's talking about race, Sarah. Interesting. Race? I don't understand. Well, that's to be expected. After all, you share 98% of your components with a washing machine. That is an untrue and unflattering comparison. Maybe you do get it. Look, Sarah. Names like Mafia, Gokudo, Sanhei Hui, they all come from different cultures, but they all refer to a kind of path. An outsider's path, and the pride that comes with living by your own set of rules. Ads are starting in like 30 seconds, so I'll read like 3 more text boxes. Those were the first criminal organizations. Underground guilds, lending systems, militias, secret societies. Oh, sure. They were basically just big family charities. Then the world got smaller, and people started moving around, and the mafia changed. It became a way for immigrants to band together to have some kind of power in places that wouldn't give them a chance at anything remotely respectable. Very true. Ooh, this is gonna be a fun conversation. But I will carry it after after the ad break, because I also need to stand up really quick. Okay. Again, of the Devil's writing, phenomenal. Whoops. But the world kept getting smaller and more complex, and eventually that kind of community couldn't form, let alone survive. Why? Not enough shared experiences. Globalization and homogenization. Because... Actually, I want to see how Sosuke explains it, because then I can add on to it. Shared experiences. I see. Fancy way of saying the internet came along. Morgan is right. Well, yes. Technology negates the physical distance between people. When you spend most of your life online, you end up with more in common with people on the other side of the planet than your own neighbors. Just because of where your recommendations take you. So the immigrant experience disappeared. Fractured, more like. Cracked into a million shards with a hammer. While generational economic experiences got cemented. The world is more diverse and varied than it's ever been in every sense. Except economically. Wealth inequality is at historic highs. as it has been every year since before I was born. To answer your question, Sarah, that's what binds the members of a criminal organization to one another. Their socioeconomic status. That is fascinating and super correct. Because, like, yeah, because starting with, like, Italian mafia, like the Italian mob, a lot of that, it's so interesting. You can tell that this was written, you could tell that this was written this year, like in the past year, because, like, at least when it came to organized crime, especially in the sense of, like, the Italian mafia, because that is the only one that I'm, like, mostly, I will say, read up on. A lot of that was for, like, security. It wasn't because they were, like, innately violent. There is a level of protection and security that comes with organized crime like that. As in, we can't trust the system to help us and to protect us. So we have to protect ourselves. We have to be able to defend ourselves. We also have to be able to secure funds for ourselves doing things that probably we're not going to get hired because we don't necessarily have the right documents, or because just the people around us who have the chance or opportunity to hire us won't because we're different. Again, what Morgan said, like, a race. Race of being a very fundamental part of it. Could be a very fundamental part of it. Sometimes it's the languages that people speak, cultural upbringing, because, again, the examples that Sosuke used were very cultural. The mafia, the Gokudo, the Sanhei Hui, like, cultural connection. There's a reason why the mafia was the Italian mob. There's a reason why the Yakuza is, like, the Japanese mob. How the Yakuza manifests in different countries is separate from how it manifests in Japan. That typically that type of organized crime, when it's in a different country, a lot of that is that cultural cohesion. And that is also why a lot of kind of organized crime, or, like, crime in general, kind of changed with the advent of the internet. Now, especially now, feels weird to say it, especially because it's only been about 20 years or so. No, like, I have more in common with a bunch of people, either in Europe, some people in South America, some people in Germany, some people in Japan. Like, I have more in common with people in different time zones than me than necessarily multiple people who are in the same time zone as me or within 5 miles of me. And that's because my culture, I don't want to say is internet poison, but is so influenced by the internet and influenced by those connections I made on the internet that I no longer, or I never really had kind of like that real, not never, I won't say that. I don't have that same type of social cohesion as previous generations would have had. Like, previous generations of youth culture would have been like, comes to my mind, think of something like greasers from, like, Grease or something like that. Like, slick hair, leather jackets, like, listening to music, the cars, the bike culture, stuff like that. Like, that's all things that people could have used to kind of, I don't want to say rally, but more so kind of just like have the sense of community together. It was something that tied these different people together to make them feel a part of a community, that sense of togetherness. But that really got eroded by the internet, because now, with so much of people's lives being on the internet, you don't necessarily have that commonality with those people who are around you as much. You have more commonality with people just who like the same things as you. And there's a lot of people who like the same things as me who are either like in different time zones, some people who are in Mexico, some people who are in Europe, some people who are like in Japan, just like all across the world. But at the same time, it also means that there's different pockets of different people who don't have that type of connection to those people who are around them. The world has gotten more homogenized, but at the same time, that homogenization also bred more, I want to say, extreme types of diversity in fixed areas. Like, the cultural cohesion, I'll say, of like a 10-mile radius is no longer as it would have been maybe 30 to 40 years ago. Like the music that people listen to, the things that people did, the things that people like, the things that people go out to hang out like and do, the places they would have been, all those cultural things like that changed with the advent of the internet. Now, the genuine biggest thing that people have that ties them together is their socioeconomic status. There is less of a difference between a North American, a South American, a European, an East Asian, and a West Asian. It's not even necessarily the languages that they speak anymore. It's what income bracket they're kind of in, because that influences the things that like they'll likely either do or listen to or watch or play and enjoy. And for now, at least, for at least a good case, the internet is still majority free. So it's easier to just meet up with those people online, to find those spaces online to share that cultural identity with. That's why fandom has become such a massive thing. And it's especially very interesting to have this type of conversation because this game is very... Ninth Circle is not, like, shy about, like, their online influences, especially being very... How do I say this? I want to say this in the right way. You can see the Tumblr DNA. Very prominently, you can see the Tumblr in like DNA, but you can also see a lot of just other internet subcultures. It becomes a melting pot. That's a very fascinating that's a very fascinating conversation to have in a game like this. Very Ume Neko Tumblr fandom build, exactly. Like genuinely exactly. And like you can see that, and that's why it's rallying also similar people like that. Even despite the fact that I never really kind of had that Tumblr kind of era, there's still enough of the things that like I can see where their influences come from that are also influences to me that draws me into it. Like, I feel at home here. I feel at home in this type of community. Same thing with Unbeatable. Like, there's a cohesion, there's a community here because we all stem from similar interests and similar likes. It's fascinating. House Akari is at the top. The Blue Bloods lie below us. Within each organization, wealth is concentrated amongst the leadership, of course, but each mafia exists in extremely different strata. I see. I've also read about an organization called the Rust being active here in the city. Are they in the poverty class then? The Rust? I'd put them in the anarchy class. Glowing tattoos and spiked hair, chrome biceps and sharp teeth. The Blue Bloods, for all their faults, can put on a tie and go to work, but I can't see the Rust experiencing that kind of social mobility. Careful, Sosuke. The Rust heard you being that classist. The Rust wouldn't care about anything I said or who I stand with. They don't need an excuse to start ripping open modders and grab whatever they can. Things like that happen in this city. Only in the shadows, Sarah. Nowhere you'd ever find yourself. Finally run out of steam. On to the grim business then. How'd things go with your investigation? That bad, was it? Nonsense. It was pretty bad. But what I've seen so far, there's someone else who could have killed Chopin. Even if I managed to pick apart all the evidence for the pod's deaths. I've got a police officer who will swear on the stand that he arrested Sosuke standing over his partner's dead body. What's going to look like in there? You've never been inside a courtroom. Never as a defendant. I was just wondering how many cops I should expect. In the gallery, the sea of blue. Cheap intimidation tactics. Yes, but I can't fault them for that. We'd lined up much the same for one of ours. You say that, yet I don't see any other Ikaria around. This is a completely different scenario. And the house can't afford to appear beside a cop killer when they've been audited by the state. How understanding of you. Adonai. I think Sosuke is sad that his friends haven't showed up. Good catch. You were hired by Makoto of House You were hired by Makoto of House Ikaria, weren't you, Adonai? Surely he would want to be in attendance. Don't be absurd. Makoto shouldn't be transported anywhere without a full security team. Besides which, he shouldn't be put through the long elevator ride to this 48th floor just for my sake. What's so bad about an elevator ride? Is he claustrophobic? No. That is, yes, but you cannot tell anyone, understand? He's claustrophobic. Aw. Who the hell would I tell that to? Right. Look, it's illegal to stream trial proceedings under most circumstances, but I'm sure House Ikaria doesn't mind paying a fee. They'll be watching somewhere in the courtroom. That would be a waste of the house's coin. But I suppose they might consider keeping an eye on the case's proceedings. As will the Blue Bloods, no doubt. Adonai. I think Sosuke's spirits have rallied. Really? How can you tell? She genuinely scares me. He lifted his gaze and his eyes seemed brighter as if... Good. Now try and keep his spirits high. How do I do that? Think of something fun. Right. Sosuke, shall we arm wrestle? She's gonna pull bullshit. Oh. You have to know about the knife. You absolutely have to know about the knife. Good morning, Morgan. Good morning, Emma. You seem tired. Want to push this off till next week? Actually, that sounds... Hey. Sorry. But we'll be facing off soon enough. Why not savor the playfulness while we still can? Fair enough. Losing sleep over this case? Not really, no. Things look pretty cut and dry to me. What about you? You toss and turn all night before a big debut as a mob lawyer? Not at all. I slept like a rock. Lucky. I mean, I've been getting good rest more or less. Just been having a lot of late nights recently. The way the music cut terrified me. Late nights. Like, going out? No. Just late night chats. Chatting about what? God, look at all of them. Never seen so many cops in one building. They'd bring a marching band into a courtroom if they could. Theater. Right. Nice way of dodging the question. Well, theater and trial weren't all that far apart, back in ancient Greece. But I've hoped we progressed since then. You don't approve of this show of force, I take it. Is it that obvious? I like to say this is because of who Chopin's family is, but we both know that's not what this really is about. The cop is dead. The state wants to make it clear that this isn't tolerated. A cop volunteered to defend. Cops volunteer to defend our laws and protect the citizens. Volunteers don't get paid. Besides, cops, courts, the state, all they can do is enforce the laws, not defend them. Guns and arms can't defend against corrosion anyway. Rot comes from the deep. So you'd rather that the death of a police officer get the same treatment as any other citizen. Suppose that's not possible. They get increasingly fewer chances to play the victim every year, and they never let the opportunity pass. No, I guess the best I could hope for is that the state makes a show of force whenever any crime is committed. If they treated every death like the death of a cop, maybe I could have caught HBK by now. You're still on that. Of course. Shooting deaths are down, but do you know how many missing person cases there are in this city? How many deaths get written up as moth harvesting attacks gone wrong? It's a big city, Morgan. More than enough blood running through the streets for HBK to launder the kills in. You shouldn't joke like that. What? You don't believe me? Just last month, missing person. The report was filed by their employer when they didn't show up to work, 7 days after they had last been seen by anyone. They were just some part-time worker, no close friends, no family. They went to work and then they came home, paid their bills, and they disappeared. No one cared or even noticed until their job didn't get done and those bills went unpaid. No one noticed until they stopped buying in. The body was found a full 2 weeks later. The decay was what happened to them. Blunt force to the back of the head. Something metallic with a sharp corner, we think. It was a roughly cubed machine part I pulled from a dumpster nearby. It fit snugly in my hand, and it came through his skull like a shovel through snow. Kicked into the bay, might not even have been weighed down. Just thrown away like a cheap. That's terrible. Did you find any belongings on them? No. So probably a mugging then, right? No. There would have been other injuries from a struggle. And the thief who accidentally committed the murder would be too panicked, too terrified to. You know how muggers think now? I can learn how anyone thinks. Even HBK, with a robust enough profile. Well, good luck building it all by your lonesome. I'm not working on this by myself. You're not? Sorry. Right. Do you want to beg for mercy real quick before I begin? Now, where would the fun be in that? I don't know what to say about Morgan reacting to Emma staying up late to chat with someone. Hi, nerdy puppy. It means she's questioning people. Who she's questioning, I don't know, and that's concerning. It could have been that unlisted. She's scary. Courtroom 48D. The courtroom gallery is quite full today, isn't it? A wash and a sea of pissed off cops. It doesn't exactly shore up one's confidence, does it? 5 counts of murder would be newsworthy any day of the week. Add in the fact that one of the bodies belongs to a cop, and crowd was to be expected. I like the idea of Morgan being obsessively interested in Emma's activities for a purely workplace reason, also for toxic reasons. Morgan has to be on Emma's ass about everything she's doing. Emma is scarily smart and is clearly sniffing out Morgan too much. It's genuinely intimidating. Because we can't keep track of what she's doing, but like any small bit of evidence, any slight slip up, like that's something that Emma will very likely just immediately hoover up. Morgan can't afford to make any mistakes. Didn't think they'd be so quiet though. Maybe they're all just waiting for the firing pistol before they can start casting their stones. Don't let it get to you, Sosuke. They're just posturing. Posturing, I understand. I've been in attendance for my share of these negotiations. But the bloodlust in those rooms was always mutual. You don't feel any animosity towards these cops. I'm used to summoning my temper on command. I might have forgotten how to get angry for my own sake. You just worry about the jury. What about the adjutant? They cannot be intimidated by muscle, bribed with cash, or disarmed with fine tailoring. All of which makes them quite favored when it comes to processing organized crime. Have you been in court many times before then? It's an eye for an eye. It's eye for an eye in this world, the world we operate in. We don't file assault charges, we just answer them. Though, even that has become rare. The house is elevated. Blue bloods and rust and all the rest of the rabble. We're beyond their reach now. When it comes to our peers, we communicate very differently. Yeah, must make being a bodyguard pretty boring. I think your work sounds very rewarding and exciting, Sosuke. Thank you. Especially the other day when you were captured and beaten by your rifle. Sarah, baby girl, you shouldn't congratulate him on possibly the worst day of his life. Yes. What I was trying to hint at, Morgan, is that you should not expect assistance from the house. Sarah, my toothpaste baby girl, you can't be saying these things. She doesn't know any better. She doesn't know any better. She's trying to be nice. Honestly, that thought hadn't crossed my mind. Being on the winning side for once. What the hell would that even feel like? So there won't be any men in black approaching the jury during lunch and offering them paper bags of cash. No. Well, if we do really bad, we won't even make it to lunch, so? Sosuke, what are you staring at? Are you looking for the jury? No, I know they aren't here. She wants to be niceys. She's trying really hard. It used to be mandated that juries be physically present for court proceedings. People felt it was important that they look the accosted in the eye. To help them evaluate their character. Why bother? Most people suck at that. Always have. True. Perhaps it was considered part of the punishment then. To have to look them in the eyes. A punishment for the jury or the defendant. Alright, kiddos. Chin ups. Chins up, shoulders out. Tea, drink. The show's about to start. Ah, I just remembered. Do you think the adjutant's assigned to this particular case? Obviously, it's gonna be me. Obviously. The real star has finally showed up. I mean, that's a gimme. Easy. How? It's Addie. What are the chances? Oh, you're just... September 2nd. Height, 263 centimeters. Weight, 299 kilograms. Occupation, automated dependent, adjutant. Likes, mountaineer, gymnast, luxury. Dislikes, happy couples who ask you to take their photo. Pineapple, on pizza until proven guilty. Shopping carts, always return. Favorite quote, let he who is not without sin first play or draw first. I love her so much. There should be at least 83 other personalities in the building's network. At least. Well, Your Honor, thank you for your presiding so honorably. I do try. Try. Cause it's a try-all. Tougher crowd than usual. And that's not counting all the grim monoliths standing tall out there in the gallery. Who died? 5 people, Your Honor. Yikes. What's the damage? I didn't realize until a week ago that 8084 stands for ADHD. I love her. 2 counts of manslaughter, 2 counts of homicide in the 2nd degree, and 1 count of homicide in the 1st degree. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with that? What's the She's so critically unserious. Buddy, you trying to set a gold split with all that? What's with the record-setting grind set? The prosecution stands ready. So shall we begin? Your credit's always good here. Court is now in session. Now, let's crack open these opening statements and get this case summarized. Gladly, Your Honor. People of the court. The defendant in this case is a man named Sosuke Ikaria. He was found at the scene of the crime where 2 men were shot to death. One was stabbed in the neck, another had their skull bashed in. And a police officer was impaled through the back with a sword. Cop-killing piece of shit. Please pardon any outbursts from the gallery that your mics may inadvertently pick up. Now, I understand that the scale of violence on display here today may intimidate you. But I want to stress to all of you now that your responsibility here today is neither taxing nor complex. You will hear testimony, you will be shown evidence, and all of it will point towards the truth. That the defendant is the only individual who could have possibly committed these crimes. That is a simple fact. And the only one you need to concern yourself with. She's as cold as ice. But every ice age beckons a kindling. For as ashes call the sinners and emperors form champions. Defense is ready, Your Honor. Emma did stick to cold logic. So if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. This gallery never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage. If the jury comes to see the cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre, it's like Masters never taught me anything. I know how to do the razzle dazzle. My fellow citizens, you're brought here today because of an act of violence took place that could only be described as unspeakable is better. It plays up the case. Or bloody. No, it was incredibly bloody. I have to be smart. Emma did stick to cold logic, so if I follow her with more of the same, it'll end up falling flat. So don't just be cold and logical. This gallery will never warm up to us. But that can work to our advantage. If the jury comes to see these cops as witch hunters eager to start a pyre, I know how to razzle and dazzle. I think bloody is the best option. Bloody. I should know. I was there. I saw the blood on the ground, the bullet holes in the walls. Felt the... Ooh, you have to really build it up. Felt the horror that radiated in the air. And I also saw where my client was held prisoner. And I knew exactly where he must have stood, because his sweat and blood had stained the tile. My client, a decorated veteran, the man you see standing next to me here, not even fully healed from his... It was torture. From his torture, was taken into police custody, with lacerations, bruises, internal bleeding, broken bones. And while he was in police custody, he somehow sustained a black eye, a busted lip, a broken nose, and a boxed ear. A puzzle, which I'm sure any of the officers in the gallery today would be happy to testify about. Gonna let her say that? Want me to object during an opening statement? Much is resting on the outcome of this trial. 5 men lie dead in a morgue. One of them a police officer, Tariq. Don't speak his name, you mob lawyer bitch. Hang him up. Hang her too. This is... Hey, we like to have fun in this courtroom. Put on a good show. But that's because we're on the stage. Any more outbursts from the gallery and I'll clear the entire room. You can all watch the rest on your phones, or peeking through the keyhole like a bunch of sweaty looky-looks. Counselor, let's wrap this up. Yes, Your Honor. The fact of the matter is, on that night, my client was not in any condition to kill anyone. Not 4 hardened criminals, and certainly not a trained police officer. And nothing about my client's background, his association, or that of the victims can change that fact. So, as you listen to all the evidence in this trial, with fairness and impartiality, as I know you will strive to, I only ask that you focus on the reality of this horrible crime, and not on the fiction that the people will try to weave for you. Thank you. Decorated veteran? You telling me you never earned a single commendation? Most push-ups of the day or something? Never mind. I suppose it could have gone much worse. It could have gone much worse. You're too kind. I was trying to be honest. The crowd got agitated, but you maintained a level head and recovered your tempo. Adonai is a master at doing so. I've seen her make comebacks from the most nonsensical mistakes before. In martial arts, they call it an ukemi, a graceful fall. That is basically correct. Well, try not to gracefully fall over when you see the first witness on a docket, Sosuke. What do you mean by that? Your name and occupation for the record. Why? Why is this child here? How can that be necessary? If some blathering idiot in that courtroom doesn't already know who I am, they don't deserve... You are not going... I know. But would you consider it only for the sake of the ceremony? For the sake of ceremony. Ceremony. It's important and should be respected. Very well. I am Makoto Ikaria of House Ikaria. My occupation is that of a student. Try not to look so smug about it when you blatantly lie. Right, of course. And your position with the Ikaria Financial Group. It's not salaried. Must I really declare it here? Hard to imagine why the noble house of Ikaria is getting audited. Sosuke, are you alright? He can see us. He can see me, Rockfort, and the adjutant. Witnesses testifying don't really need much else. So he's safe. Yes, Sosuke, he's safe, like he was yesterday. Probably sitting right where I left him, or standing on a box. I think the hologram's giving a boost so he can see over the stand. That's good. To boost his height? That he's safe at home. I'm sorry that he can't see you, Sosuke. Don't be. After how horribly I failed him, I'd like you to speak a bit about the events on August 13th. About the last time you saw the defendant, Sosuke Ikaria. I'm here today, not physically, but here nonetheless, as a courtesy. That does not mean I will flap my gums like some sort of flapping gum puppet. Permission to treat the witness as hostile incoming. Emma Rockfort raking a spoiled brat over the coals. This will almost be worth the price of admission alone. I understand. It was a traumatic experience, I'm sure. Anyone of normal upbringing would barely be able to recall a single detail, let alone the day's full events. Normal upbringing? I should probably dismiss you as you can get back to your summer studies. Summer studies? Like some common waif? Waif? That's quite the vocab pull. I didn't know they taught that in State Basic. Basic. She's egging him on. Was I mistaken? Oh no. Listen well, Madam Rockfort, as I demonstrate to you exactly how misguided you are about my powers of retention. Please do. Played like a damn fiddle. Why wasn't she mentioned during any of our trial preparations? February 13th, 165 cm, O+. Occupation, assistant district attorney, likes art museums, amethyst, turn-based RPGs, dislikes ballrooms, boardrooms, cliques. Favorite quote, flower in the mirror, moon on the water. Favorite subject, psychology, I fucking bet. Exercises by, subject not, seem to not hear the question. Adonai has only won against her once. So far, every hot streak starts somewhere. Hot streak? I really am going to prison, aren't I? Where shall I start? As far back as you can. A simple task. For the past year, a member of the organization most commonly referred to as the Blue Blood Mafia have been making attempts on my life. Did you steal their lunch money or something? I'm the primary beneficiary of my grandfather, Daisuke Ikaria's will. Look at my lawyer dog, I'm going to jail. In common parlance, I am the sole heir to the Ikaria Financial Group. You could buy so much lunch. The group you know as the Blue Bloods have been jealous of my family's financial foresight for decades. I'm merely the most recent target of their impotent attempts to nip at our heels. And 2 days ago, on August 13th, how impotent was their attempt then? I was leaving a meeting held in the upper floors of Crane Tower. My security detail escorted me to the elevators, where we would then proceed down the canopy access floors. This was all planned out in advance by my head of security, Sosuke Akaria. But the elevator became stuck, with unnatural timing. When Sosuke pried the doors open, we saw that we were stuck between the 62nd and 61st floors. Pried open, with a tool. Leading the witness, Your Honor. He didn't need a tool to open the doors. His bare hands were more than sufficient. You... I hate this kid. Help Sosuke out here, kid. We submit into evidence the defendant's Akita Type 2 military-grade spinal mod. Designed to enhance strength, endurance, and reflexes for high-intensity combat scenarios. Motherfucker. That's what she wanted. God. Yes, sir. It is so admitted. What happened next? The decision was made that we would crawl out onto the 61st floor and head for the service elevators. But when Sosuke and I exited, the elevator started up. It was a trap. We had been cut off from the rest of my detail. You were isolated and defenseless. That must have been... hardly defenseless. You really think that my personal head... You think my personal head of security wouldn't be armed? Kid. 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 I will kill you myself. He had Yoru. Don't tell me. Sosuke. 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 I need you to level with me right here. I need you to level with me. I need you to be 100% with me. Did you really name your sword knight? You named your sword? All great swords have names. Thank you, Sarah. Very well put. Let the record show that the witness has identified Exhibit B3 as belonging to the defendant. This kid is playing straight into her hands. Later weapon found at the scene of the crime, impaled into the torso of the victim Tariq Chopin. The steel is chipped at several points. Identified Makoto as Sosuke's personal sword, Yoru, taken, along with Sosuke, down the lower wards following the ambush on Makoto. The sword was recovered by the police in a known blue blood den in the lower wards. Found impaled into the body of Tariq Chopin. And forensics has showed that only fingerprints on it are those of the defendant. There's still time for you to disown it, Sosuke. You understand nothing about a swordsman's heart, Adonai? Once again, it is your paralegal that has the right of it. Perhaps she should be leading my defense. If this somehow turns into a fencing competition, I'll gladly defer to you two. So you, Sosuke, and Yoru were on the 61st floor together. What happened next? When we arrived at the service elevator, Sosuke called them, and then they made a chime. And I didn't clearly see much of what have happened next, to tell the truth. Figures emerged from around the corners. They were aiming weapons at me. A red dot shone on my chest. And then Sosuke was there, and a needle was sticking out of his arm. Yoru glinted. Sosuke had drawn in the blink of an eye. Something glanced off of it and dropped to the floor. I saw a syringe at my feet. Yoru's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. That's clearly a key piece of the testimony. Let's play it back 5 times. What matters is he pushed me back into the elevator with Yoru's sheath. How I landed is irrelevant and should be stricken from all public records. The only other thing I saw was Sosuke's back. He slammed his hand against the elevator control panel and then the door shut. That's the last time you saw the defendant. The decision was made that I should get on the VTOL as soon as possible. But much of my details stayed behind to assess what had happened. Yes, they're very helpful to building security and recovering Exhibit 5C, this hypodermic needle gun. So this is what they used. Needle gun and projectiles found at the crane tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was held and interrogated. Fingerprints on the weapon match those of victim Creek. Yeah, so Creek shot this. What kind of bonehead would leave evidence like that behind? A bonehead in a rush, perhaps, Your Honor. It does appear to have exhausted its gas canister, so it may have outlived its usefulness. I take it that this weapon is a match for the projectile needles found in the room where my client was restrained. Correct. Others exactly like them were recovered from the scene of the ambush as well. Needles identical to these were recovered from Crane Tower where Sosuke and Makoto were ambushed. Makoto, did you see the face of the man who attacked you? Huh, all too clearly. I could tell you every detail of their roughshod countenances. That sounds like a good bit of testimony. Hit it! Needle, Yoru. Pineapple head-like man in a raincoat-clad hooligan came rushing at us first. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but then a dark-eyed scoundrel approached from the right. And a man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of that distraction. I'll never forget the faces of those cowards. They tried to kill me. So whatever happened to them afterwards, I'm sure they deserved it. Shut up! Koda's putting his talent for hyperbole on full display. I'll have to fact check his description in order to get the ball rolling. Pineapple head-like man in a raincoat-clad hooligan. They aimed at me, but Sosuke got between us and blocked every shot. With Yoru, he could have closed the distance, but a dark-haired scoundrel approached from the right. A man with a ridiculous pompadour took advantage of the distraction. That's incorrect. They couldn't have been trying to kill the witness, not with the non-lethal projectiles. They fired a lot of them. The witness doesn't weigh that much. Don't try it. This attack was clearly planned with the intention of capturing Makoto alive. Meaning what? The 4 of this case's victims were actually soft-hearted pacifists? There's nothing soft-hearted about what they did to my client after capturing him. Using tools they clearly originally planned to use on the witness. So they're sadists. I'm getting confused here. So is the defense, Your Honor. What matters is that the witness has identified the defendant's captors as the 4 blue blood victims that he's accused of murdering. Makoto did establish that much, but something about this attack still bothers me. I'm gonna put Makoto on the stand specifically to identify the victims. Is it possible that the men who attacked them weren't Creek's pod? No. They are. They have to be. It was absolutely Creek's pod. I don't disagree, Your Honor. The men who attacked Makoto and took Sosuke captive are the same ones who ended up dead that night. But 2 questions do occur to me. Why were you safe on that service elevator if Sosuke surely collapsed at the very moment it shut? Wouldn't these men have pursued you by any means necessary? That is... I can answer that, Your Honor. When the police inspected the scene, they found the control panel for calling that elevator on the 61st floor was broken. Smashed, in fact. The attackers would have had to manually pry open the doors to even attempt to chase after Makoto. And that would take remarkable modded strength. Did you smash the button that forcefully, Sosuke? I may have used more force than necessary. I wasn't exactly trying to hold myself back at the time. Yet the controls hard enough to break them? So the Blue Bloods couldn't pursue you further, and instead elected to take Sosuke captive. A Sosuke in the hand is better than a Makoto in the bush. God, that's stupid. The head of Makoto's security would surely have made for an invaluable source of information for planning further attacks, future attacks. Where he made the talk. Are you denying that? No. I would like to ask the witness one other question. Why did you get off the elevator in the first place? What are you? Hey, what I mentioned in the lobby earlier, that's... The mics might not be picking it up for you, but from where I'm standing, I can't help but overhear my client groaning about how badly he failed you. That's not evidence or testimony, and so should be stricken from the record. But we get the idea. So is bailing out early the defendant's big brain idea? As head of my personal security detail, such a decision is ultimately his to make. However, the decision may have been influenced by his knowledge of the fact that I am not specifically comfortable in enclosed spaces. What the hell are you doing? Are you trying to humiliate him? In part. I'm also trying to insult you. Had we simply waited, we would have remained safe, but I was not comfortable and felt very warm. So it was not a tactical failure on Sosuke's part per se. Just an error of judgment. Counselor Morgan. What's up? You can disconnect the call if... Ask me another question. Ask me about how bravely Sosuke defended me. Huh? So that's your angle. You can't all be as naturally gifted as extracting valuable testimony out of spoiled brats as Emma. But if I can follow her example, insult their pride, and those Ikari snap back, as reliable as a knee-jerk reaction. In a Makoto's case, with infinitely less resistance than if I had simply asked him to testify. It's usually the lawyers who do the asking and witnesses who do the answering. This is not very realistic. I asked that the witness testify for the court in more detail about exactly how valiantly Sosuke fought off the attackers. And I guess the people don't object? Even though it seems super extra? No. The people don't object, Your Honor. Emma's playing passively. Either I'm onto something, or I'm walking into a trap. Screw it. All in on the former. The needle guns. Sosuke's med records. Needles. Sosuke Ikaria was apprehended at the scene of the crime and placed in medical transport. Injuries noted at the time, blood from various sources across the interior, front of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand were broken as if impacted. This is all stuff from after he got beat up. No. No, this is all torture stuff from before. Needle gun and projectiles found at the crane tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held and interrogated. The fingerprints on the weapon matched that of the victim of Creek. Projectile hypodermic needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was being held. The contents within it matched non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. The other needles were found containing stimulants and drugs commonly marked as truth serums. Also, I have an ad break coming up soon, so coming up in like 5 seconds actually. So I'll take this as a chance to break, stand up, and get more tea, because now we're getting to the fun part. So be right back. This stupid kid is going to make me so mad. Alright. Either way. Sosuke was outnumbered from the beginning and protecting me the whole time. True. It didn't matter that we were ambushed or that the blue bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needle out with like a graceful swatter. He fought off the 4 attackers and without sustaining a single injury. Not true! Mock him if you dare for being captured. That's not failure, not by any general definition of the word. That's not true. Injuries known at the time, blood from various sources across the interior front of the body. Numerous bones in the left hand were broken as if impacted on a hard surface. Slight laceration found in the left hand, internal bleeding throughout the torso and skull, bruising and rope burns. Numerous bruises on others blood across the tops of his feet and legs plants. Largest wound found in the crown of the skull. Some booking injuries are also noted. That's not true. He got shot. Contents within matched and non-lethal anesthetics found in Sosuke's bloodstream at the time of his arrest. The other needles were found contaminating simulants, drug commonly marked as truth serums. Needle gun and projectile found at the Crane Tower where Makoto and Sosuke were ambushed. This model utilizes the same kind of projectile needles recovered from the room where Sosuke was interrogated. Hearing Makoto describe Sosuke's heroism, it's almost more impressive the second time. He definitely fought without a care for himself. There's evidence to show it. Didn't matter if we were ambushed, the blue bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted away their needles in the air like a graceful swatter. That is true. Without sustaining a single injury. That is untrue. He got hit by one of the needles. But my pieces of evidence are the sword and needle and the needle gun, so it should be one of the needles. I remember that because that's what Sosuke had told me before. We were ambushed and blue bloods had projectiles. Sosuke took up Yoru in both hands and swatted the needles out of the air like a graceful swatter. He fought off 4 attackers without sustaining a single injury. Untrue. And I'll make you pay for forcing my hand. Overruled. What exactly was in the medical records, though? Because this is at the scene of the crime in a medical transport. Blood from various sources across the interior front of his body. Numerous bones in the left hand were broken as if impacting a hard surface. I thought the implication from this was the fact that he got his like hand shattered. Single laceration found on left hand. Slight laceration found on left hand. Internal bleeding throughout the skull and torso, bruising and rope burns. Yes, he mentioned that he got hurt. Because either the medical record's there or it's the needle gun. Because Sosuke admitted that he blocked one of the projectiles, but he got hit by another one. He was distracted by the laser. That's so fast. Come back in 10 years. 10 years is no punishment at all compared to getting called an airhead by this adjutant. The blind keeps raising. I was slow because I was reading the parts. That took out Sosuke though. It's like a very specific detail. The needle guns, the med records, and the needles. Then it has to be the med records there, because he did take an injury. I just don't remember where he got shot. I think it was in his left hand. Okay, so that was right. Unscathed is the last thing anyone called my client after the events of that day. Because I remember him mentioning that he took a hit, and then that's when his that's when his reflex booster kicked in. Makoto didn't see it. One look at his medical data from when he was arrested will tell you that much. What are you getting at, counselor? The defendant's injuries were sustained at the Blue Blitz den, not at Crane Tower. The police didn't find even one drop of blood anywhere near the service elevator. Well, that is a miracle. A bloodless ambush. But the fact no blood was found makes it all the more painfully obvious what actually happened in that elevator panel. The elevator panel? My client broke half the bones in his left hand smashing it up. Did you really? I might have. There was a lot of adrenaline at the time. Did you not form a proper fist? Was your wrist not in alignment with your forearm? As I said, Sarah, there was a lot of adrenaline. Do you deny that his medical records clearly show his left hand was broken? Your Honor, what does it matter that the defendant broke his left hand closing that elevator? It changes nothing about the witness's testimony. It does. It has to change it. I'm like hesitant because this is kind of me riding on vibes. Because I don't know exactly what it changes, but I know it has to contradict it. course it does. How so? It may be true that this wrinkle doesn't change the witness's testimony, but it does change the nature of the evidence you had him identify for the court. The katana. Yoru. Yoru. Its name is Yoru. Are you really gonna be this serious about it? We get it. Oh, that's really cool. Testimony from Makoto Akaria about how he and Sosuke were ambushed at the Crane Tower. He identified Creek's pod as the 4 men who attacked them and said that Sosuke defended them by yielding Yoru with both hands. But he couldn't. Makoto claims that Sosuke pushed him into the elevator with Yoru's sheath before violently smashing the panel with his left hand to close the elevator doors. His left hand was busted, which also means that he can't have used the magus. That's why Yoru was using his right hand. You have a point to make, counselor. There's something odd about the katana that's been entered into the evidence. Something that makes no sense given what we've learned about the outcome of this ambush. Namely the swords. It's the chipping. The sword's been chipped. How could that be the case? When Sosuke's a master swordsman. I wouldn't go that far. Also, master swordsman isn't a real rank. You shut up! I'm trying to help you! How are swordsmen ranked then? Well, there's the strongest swordsman in the world, and there's everyone else whoever picked up a sword loses to them. 0 div. Apologies, Your Honor, for enabling your outburst. Wait, was it the fingerprints? Did I mix up which one had the fingerprints where? If I did, that's completely on me. They match? No, they match his right hand. Wait, then what's off about the fingerprints? Fingerprints belonging to Sosuke's right hand. You're contradicting yourself, counselor. We already discussed how it was your client's left hand that broke closing the elevator. There's nothing contradictory about him using his right arm to wield the blade. It can be like this because Sosuke has 2 hands. The people are correct. The sword found at the scene of crime has my client's right hand fingerprints on its handle. No, it's the lack of the second hand. That's why. Despite the fact that witness just testified that Sosuke was swinging with both hands. Like a graceful swatter, specifically. Oh yeah, he did say that. So did a little tyke misremember? It was a chaotic situation when he feared for his life. The courtroom should hardly expect to have kept track of such inconsequential detail. Have you already forgotten my magnanimous powers for recollection? Magnanimous powers for recollection. Her tactics from earlier backfired. I'll have you note that I can recite all my subordinates' birthdays down to the hour. Write them all down so I can calculate their moon signs later. It doesn't matter whether the witness is mistaken about Sosuke's grip, Your Honor. Because we have a much bigger issue to address. Why this sword has only my client's fingerprints on it. Makoto testifies that Sosuke wielded his katana in his defense. An act of bravery that ended with my client face down on the floor of Crane Tower. He later woke up, held captive in the lower wards. I'll state the obvious here and say while he was unconscious, he was moved. How did the katana get moved? And so the sword we have on a record must also have been handled by... Creek picked it up. Oh, I didn't raise! Damn it! Creek absolutely picked it up. So why isn't Creek's fingerprints on it? What do you mean? Sosuke was knocked unconscious at Crane Tower. That means that someone else must have brought his sword down through the lower wards. and the only people who had the opportunity to do so would have been his captors. You mean his victims. Withdrawn. I'm wondering why she withdrew that statement. Defense is forgetting a fairly simple fact, Your Honor. There's more than one way to hold the sword. Oh, worm? In case the defendant needs it clarified, Creek could have simply held the sword by its scabbard. Why would he hold? No. Fingerprints on the matches to the victim crate. Fingerprints on a handle match the right hand associate Karia. No other prints are found. Was he holding it by the scabbard the entire time? That's not true. That can't be. But even if he held it by the scabbard, like, the fingerprints would have still been there. But no other prints were found. No other prints were found. He couldn't have held it by the scabbard. I don't have a solid theory for this. If he didn't hold it by the scabbard, then how did he move it? Creek was the one that was interested in it. He was the one who moved it. The only other option would have been the sheath. We don't have the sheath. This is driving me nuts. I can't come up with a reason why he couldn't have held it. Why he couldn't have held it by the scabbard. Other than the presence of the sheath. The sheath had to have been there. The sheath had to have been there. Makoto mentioned it. It's not possible, Your Honor. Makoto has already testified that Sosuke left the sword scabbard with him when he thrust him back into the elevator. Yeah. He used the scabbard to push him there, so there was no scabbard that was left. Yoda's sheath was thrust into my arms, pushing me back into the elevator, and I landed on my rear. I see, and since a cursed sword can't be resheathed until it tastes blood... Yes, Your Honor, well said. We would have found the scabbard at the Blueblood's den if Creek and his men had taken it with them. Instead, I imagine Makoto took it home. I think he took key evidence from his own assault and kept it from the police. Of course I did. Kid, learn to shut up. As if I would trust officers of the law to properly handle a family heirloom as precious as Yoda's sheath. Impressive insight, Adonai. But what does this actually mean? Is there some mistake at how the evidence was handled? There's no mistake here. This was all done with intention. The intention to frame my client. By putting his fingerprints onto the sword after the real culprit had already handled it. Yeah, no, that's evidence tampering. What a load of bullshit. The crowd goes wild. Though it does make a certain kind of sense. Because it's the truth. I did wipe the katana's handle down after removing it from Trent's throat. Sosuke just happened to be foolish enough to pick it up for himself afterwards. It's frustrating, having to keep all my best cards up my sleeve this time around. The look on his face when I do get to toss them out is... The people are more than ready to counter. Oh. This is new music. I got completely thrown off. This is her throwing momentum back. Defense has made an admirable effort to barrel ahead with this theory. Admirable but predictable. But the foundation is weak, charging ahead and hoping the court won't notice is the only option. Let us speak of the facts. Damn, this is good. It's Lena Raine's track. I hear it. This Creek character led a targeted ambush on the heir of House Ikaria, knowing he'd be guarded by a full security team. The Blue Bloods successfully sabotaged and intercepted Makoto's elevator at the precise floor they wanted, meaning they knew exactly where he'd be and when. And they brought with them drugs capable of disabling a veteran with military-grade mods. Planning and attention to detail might be foreign concepts to the defense, but they should at least be able to recognize them. So, is the defense seriously suggesting that after all this preparation, Creek's pod wouldn't bother to wear gloves? I'm glad you asked so nicely. They didn't. We don't need to speculate about whether they wore gloves or not. Not when we have Creek's fingerprints on a weapon recovered from the crime scene. That is a pretty good point, actually. Guess the guys were sloppier than we thought. Those blackguards were barefaced when they attacked us. Idiots. As if there wouldn't be repercussions for their actions. The least they could have done is disguise themselves. That track completely... That's really good. The track itself threw me off way more. Strike that from the record, Your Honor. The least they could have done was disguise themselves. Along with any future comments that suggest that Ikaria would want revenge against these victims. I was only speaking the plain truth. Creek was their leader, correct? If even Creek wasn't wearing gloves, it's hard to imagine that none of them got their prints on Toyoru. Unless the sword was indeed wiped down at some point afterwards. Like right around the time the true culprit was looking for Sosuke to take the fall. It's a spicy theory. It's just that, Your Honor, a theory. A far-fetched, unstable theory that stacks presumptions upon one another. Like a flapjack chef substituting quantity for quality. I'll rephrase. This inconsistency is easily answered without jumping through the defense's absurdly arranged hoops. That's a little better. We already know that Blue Bloods have successfully taken down the Akari's head of security. We already know that they went out of their way to take the defendant captive despite him not being their original target. Furthermore, as the defense has belabored, we know that they decided to take a useless piece of steel with them from the scene of the crime. Useless? If we ask why, the answer is obvious. Because orcas are superstitious and immature. They wanted a trophy, and what is there to do with the trophy? Other than to polish it. The cloth from Creek's desk. I knew she flagged it in arcs for some reason, but she thought this many steps ahead. The defense is correct. The sword was wiped down before Sosuke took up his murder weapon. By the very same victim he'd go on to claim with it. By the very same victim he went on to claim with it? That's a completely logical explanation. Damn it. How do we respond to that, Adonai? We don't. I can't. It makes perfect sense. So, does that mean that she described what actually happened? Not at all. I wiped off the sword myself because my prints were on it. Same as I wiped my prints off of every other... Right. If I can't find the fault with Emma's conclusion, I need to find fault with the logic that led her there. I see. And how do you do that? By adjusting my aim. As the people say, Your Honor, no one's fingerprints but my client's are on the murder weapon. That only makes sense if he's guilty or being framed. And there's no evidence to suggest that he's been framed, being his captors had valid reasons for wiping off the sword. That's true. They did have good reasons to wipe off the sword. But that's not the murder weapon I'm referring to. Yeah, no. It was the gun that killed... It was the gun that killed Creek. Creek didn't die to a sword wound. The gun is the murder weapon I'm referring to. What? The police are confident that the Magus is the gun that was used to kill Tanks and Creek. And your client was arrested with it on his person. And has your client's prints on it. But it was owned by Tanks. The record shows that Sosuke's are the only prints on that doohickey. She calls it a doohickey. I love her. So that means this Tanks guy had never laid a finger on his own gun. Adjutant brings up a very important point that I really hope gets glossed over. It's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too. No. He pulled it out. He pulled it out and pointed directly at Morgan's head during that confrontation. Phrasing. It's entirely possible. It's entirely possible that Tank simply liked to polish his gun too. Phrasing. So he was polishing it right up until the moment his captors grabbed it and used it against him. More phrasing! Was it before or after his internal bleeding that my client took the gun off Tanks without him even laying a finger on it first? before or after being tortured that he got the gun with no struggle. They could have wrestled over the gun while it was out of reach. Tanks had no injuries besides the hole in his chest. How to get into a struggle and not get so much as a scratch? The likelihood of that scenario would seem to come down to the order in which each individual died, no? Yes, Your Honor. Then perhaps we ought to hear some more detailed testimony about that. Of course. The defense has no further questions for this witness, Your Honor. We don't object. Hold on, what are you saying? Okie dokie then, closing the connection. I said, wait, it's so scary. Makoto seemed to be in good spirits, wouldn't you say? Yeah, he was his usual irreproachable self. So how can you find something about that to be depressed over? I'm ashamed that he testified at all. His appearance here runs the risk of sullying the house's visage with my mistakes. Well, he couldn't exactly slip the subpoena by claiming he had homework to do. You of all people should understand that house does not appear in court if it truly doesn't want to. A fine levied on your actions is always preferable to a smudge staining your reputation. But he did testify. Yes, and he no doubt went directly against one or more of the family elders to do so. He should not be incurring debts for my sake. So he put himself at a disadvantage for you. Do you think Makoto would want you to apologize? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? Or do you think he'd want you to thank him? He's young. He doesn't know what he wants yet. No, I think Makoto knew what he wanted to do. He's an idiot. Hell yeah! Makoto's an idiot, but he means well, especially when it comes to him. Sato. Hi. Yumi. Sarah. Dr. Sato. We're very grateful for your work sorting through the large number of reports related to this case. Coat. Very easy to sanitize. Dislike split ends. Brush metal. Grilled fish. Cardamom. Love. 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 Alright. Sato stuck. Yeah, 5 bodies. All high priority. Had my head underwater for a good while there. We'd prefer not to tax you with repeating every grisly detail. But if you could, would you please walk the court through the time of death for each victim, and the manner in which they were determined? Right. From the top. Ankur Tan, aka Tanks, had a mishmash of street legal and chop shop mods along his forearms. None of them were particularly up to date, but they were all working, and they did monitor his heart rate. Tank's heart stopped at 9:44 p.m. I don't know what this is, but I know that it is some type of long document that is just reversed. The cause of death was... The slug had a hollow design, intended to shatter inside the target. There's no mistaking that he was killed by his own gun, the Magus, from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. Next up is Sugamin Trench. He also had relatively low-end mods installed, and they show his heart stopping at 9:45. He died from insanguination, blood loss, resulting from a laceration across his neck by a sharp metal blade. That wasn't the only injury his body sustained, though, was it? No, it was not. Posthumously, his skull was... saw no evil. Heavens Miller Smiles. It's insane still to just get a Heaven Smiles name just in here. Received a puncture wound straight through his jugular vein. Then the blade was withdrawn, exuberating blood loss, and he was likely unconscious within seconds of falling to the ground. Miller had mods, but evidently gone to great lengths to remove them all monitoring tech from them. So Miller's time of death couldn't be placed, and he was not found with any electronics on his person. Using purely medical means, I narrowed his time of death down to a window of 10 minutes between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. Okay. $9:45. 9:40. Miller died in 9:40. 9:44. Even though I killed him third, he was the second to die. That brings us to Creek. Yes, like tanks, Lakers, Creek, Kristoff, was shot once with a hollow slug from a distance of 1 to 2 meters. However, the slug penetrated just beneath their solar plexus and failed to completely shatter when it impacted a low-end spinal brace mod. As a result, Creek didn't die immediately. It is my medical opinion that Creek could have slowly bled out over the course of about 5 minutes. Their mod did not have biomonitoring capabilities. Also, small detail, very small detail, but it's incredibly nice that Sato is using they them for Creek. It's nice. It's interesting. So, like with Miller, I've done what I can to narrow down the time of death to a 10-minute window between 9:40 and 9:50 p.m. So he was barely modded, and he stayed conscious the whole time anyway. How? But we do have one other context clue to work with. This data pad was found very close to Creek's body, and technicians confirmed that it requires Creek's fingerprints for most functions. That means it's unlikely that anyone else would have been able to manipulate it. And we found that the last action taken on it was an attempted dark card transaction that failed at 9:44 p.m. Yeah, almost everyone else is he, him, and Creek, but Sato's really sensitive about that, and it's lovely to see that reflected in the writing. Yeah, because, no, Creek uses all, and, like, no, Sato's taken into consideration. That's very sweet of her. What could cause a dark card transaction to fail? Either they hit cancel, or the card itself was jostled, interrupting the scan. And if the datapad was suddenly dropped? Speculation? How much qualification does one need to understand that card readers can be finicky, Your Honor? True enough. Chip, swipe, pin, tap. Just let me bite a damn balloon animal, you clown. So, taking that digital evidence into account, Creek must have been shot almost the exact same time as Tanks. Thank you. There's one more body you examined for this case, yes? Officer Tariq Chopin. I didn't need to determine his time of death. As a patrol officer, he had a standard suite of police-issued biomonitors. So we know that the Officer Chopin's heart stopped at 10:14:04 p.m. So Chopin responded about 24 minutes after the first body fell, triggering an automatic 10999 alert, officer down, lighting up the crime scene like a firecracker and ensuring every cop in the city would come running, royally pissed and safeties off. Chopin was impaled through his back by a long, thin blade. It severed his aorta, and as a result, he died instantly. To summarize then, we can conclude that Tank's gun was taken from him before 9:44 p.m. He and Creek were then shot with it. Their attacker, out of ammunition, took up a sword and stabbed Miller in the throat, before slicing into Trey's neck. This individual then proceeded to posthumously crush Trey's skull by striking it so hard that they shattered the baseball bat. as Creek bled to death on the other side of the room. Finally, when Officer Chopin entered the scene, they stabbed him in the back, before finally being apprehended by Officer Rogers. That's all correct, as far as we can understand it. So now Rockford's put together a timeline. It's probably helpful for the jury, putting it all in chronological order. But have we actually learned anything new about the culprit's actions? We have. Emma brought her on the stand to establish the culprits. It would be starting position. The most obvious thing would be the starting position. You can't get a clean timeline, but you get a general idea of it. Shot from a close range of 1 to 2 meters. Tanks was the first one who died. I'm gonna have to read through Chopin's autopsy. Magrel slug detonated beside the subject's heart, killing him instantly. The starting time definitely helps, but I think the more significant thing is either the starting position. I think it's the starting position. Methodology doesn't really matter because you can get that from the autopsy reports, even though one of them is also wrong. Yeah. Sato established where in the room the killings had to have started. Correct. Because Creek and Tanks died first, and they were both shot from within 1 to 2 meters. We know that the culprit must have started taking action right by the desk, and not by the door to the holding room. Indeed. So the likelihood that my client broke out from there is not very high at all. What are you playing at? Check. Yes. An abundance of DNA evidence establishes that the defendant was indeed held in the other room. But clearly he didn't remain there. His captors must have taken him out to question him in the main room, and dragged him in front of the desk where Tank's gun would be within range. You're the one who's reaching. You have evidence to the contrary. A better explanation for how he got out of where he was being held. Can't exactly propose that this real killer set him free as a scapegoat. The knife is still missing from the scene. The forensics are clear. My client was gagged and bound in that room. But clearly they had cut him loose to question him. A mistake that ended up costing them their lives. Do you think that's true, Sosuke? I'm not positive, of course. But my body was telling me I was held in that room for the time I woke up until I got myself free. And this theory about the blue bloods being dumb enough to let Sosuke near a gun isn't perfect. But it's still a theory. I don't have jack shit to counter with because not even Sosuke knows how I let him out. If the defense has no objections, then they'll just have to take this L and meekly move on to their cross-examination. Adonai, that made you sound very feeble. They've developed the habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix it. You've developed the habit of only using we when I'm winning. Fix. That made us sound very feeble? Why do I have to get roped in? Emma's already established a timeline and order of events. I could pick out the details, but she's close enough to get to the truth already. I know the truth firsthand. About every death except Chopin's in this case. Em and I are on even footing. So what exactly does his autopsy say? Penetrative cardiac stab wound. Posterior. Death was instantaneous. Stab from behind. Notes. Insight. Standard issue for police department. Externally mounted biometer reported cardiac activity cessation at 10:14:04 p.m. Subject was impaled from behind with a large blade instrument approximately 2 to 3 centimeters thick. Wound shows unusual pattern of aggravation, as if the blade was jostled within the wound captivity post-mortem. No other injuries of note. Hi, Alina. This is in the middle of the court case for episode 2, so if you don't want to get spoiled on it. This is like a little ways in, but I'm putting things together. So what's my advantage? What do I know that everyone else is mistaken about? The knife. The murder weapons. Everyone thinks Miller was stabbed in the neck by the katana. I'm the only one who knows my knife was there. There's gotta be a way I can use that information to my advantage here, without revealing that I have it. That I have it or how I got it. I'm walking a razor's edge here. At least it's thematically appropriate. The defense is ready to begin our cross-examination, Your Honor. Dr. Sato, you were asked to examine all 5 bodies. Did you visit the crime scene? I did not. Have not. Photos and other ARC data were provided to me to aid in my examination. Surely the defense isn't objecting to a little virtual work. Of course not. After all, had anything been added or removed from the crime scene, the ARCs would show it. There's no fooling it once it's been set up. That means the knife was gone before the ARC set up. Blade wounds. Victims Trey and Miller were both attacked with the blade. Exactly how fast did they die? Trey had his throat slashed and blood found on his hand suggested that he had time to reach up to his neck in response. But he would have quickly stumbled back and collapsed on the floor dead. Miller wouldn't have lost much blood at the moment his neck was punctured. For that kind of wound, the weapon acted as a stopper. But once the stopper was removed, he could have lost consciousness in mere seconds. And while the blade was still in his neck? If it was there for more than a second? He too reflexively reached up, presumably to try and grab the blade. Blood residue at various points of the blade matches the DNA of victims Miller and Trey and Chopin. Is there proof that he grabbed the blade? Because if he did, then his fingerprints would be on the blade. Because there's still blood on it, so his fingerprints should have shown up. Is there any evidence that he tried to grab the razor-sharp katana lodged into his neck? He had his own blood on his right hand, but there were no cuts on it, because he grabbed the knife's handle, not a sword's edge. So it stands to reason that the blade was withdrawn very quickly. By the time his hand reached up to his neck, it must have been gone. One of many small inconsistencies with this katana theory I can shine a light on. Will that be enough? Because there's no holes in the gunshot wounds. Haha. I want to press on a katana stab again. Because I can't worm anything out of Chopin's cause of death. And the gunshot wounds are very straightforward. Stabbing Miller's neck so precisely and so fast, that would be quite the feat of swordsmanship. Stating conclusion, Your Honor. Comments withdrawn. Quick as a blade. I've ever seen a stab wound like that one that killed Miller inflicted by a long blade, and wielded in one hand by a man experiencing heavy blood loss. No, I can't say that I have. Now, whether that maneuver is impressive or improbable, well, I'm a doctor, not a fencer. And Sosuke doesn't own a rapier. The katana can't fit the puncture wound. The blade's too big. Did you find that the stab wound on Miller's neck fit the sword that the police recovered? Approximately. That doesn't sound conclusive. The entry wound is slightly smaller than I would have expected for such a precise stab. The sword hand must have barely trembled, but it's within tolerable ranges. Furthermore, DNA on the tip of the sword is a match from Miller. Damn it. Just because I happened to drag it across where his blood had dripped. And of course, there isn't any other implement at the scene that fits the wound better. No, of course there isn't. This is the only lead that I have. Stepping Miller's neck so precisely and so fast that'd be quite the feat of swordsmanship. This is a repeat. Okay, then that means I have to follow up on Chopin's cause of death. Could you speak a bit more about the manner of Officer Chopin's death? Well, to reiterate, his body was found with a katana stuck through his back. It had punctured his heart and killing him. There was a massive blood loss at the scene. At least in part because the wound itself was agitated, I suppose I'd say. What does agitated mean? What do you mean by agitated? Honestly, as though after impalement, the blade was moved around inside the wound, as if it had become stuck and someone was struggling to remove it. Lumpin mentioned that Sato found his wound odd, but to hear her specifically say the blade had become stuck, that's interesting. Thank you, Dr. Sato. I think I can speak for us all when I say I found that very enlightening. Blackjack. Dr. Sato, you just testified that Officer Chopin was impaled from behind. Did this occur on the spot where his body was found? Yes, it did. The body shows no signs of being moved. I'm curious then. What was there for the sword to get stuck on? Well, if Chopin was at the center of the room, standing upright, I mean, it wouldn't have gotten caught in the air, right? Bone, perhaps? Surely you examined the wounds inside and out. Did you see marks on his ribcage where the blade had been caught? No, I didn't. Then it stands to reason that the blade didn't get caught on anything inside Mr. Chopin. It got caught on the floor. Pardon? You need to take greater advantage of the arcs, Counselor Morgan. Learn to flip things on their head. Entire rooms if need be. If you had, you see that there's a clear indentation in the floor that lines up perfectly with Chopin's wound. How did you think the tip of the sword got chipped? You're saying the sword got stuck in the floor. That's what the facts are saying. Do you disagree? The sword has to be stuck in the floor. I can't concede on that. There's chips, but like... ads are starting in the sack. I have to think about this. She's right. The sword did get stuck on the floor. But how and why would the sword be used to drive him to the floor? Damn it. Alright. Taking a sec to stand up and stretch. This is getting really good.
Come on. This is getting to like the core of like what I really wanted to get to about this courtroom. Because I can't fight Emma on this. She's absolutely right. The sword got stuck in the ground. How the body fell over and how the sword got stuck into the floor, that's my big question. Okay. God damn it. Like this is getting exactly to the fun part. She's right. The sword could have gotten stuck on the floor. I don't necessarily disagree, no. If Chopin was impaled, then fell face first. It makes perfect sense the sword to get caught into the floor as he collapsed on top of it. So we can conclude that after being impaled, Chopin fell over with the sword still in his torso, driving the sword into the ground. Then his attacker aggravated the wound by trying to retrieve the sword from his corpse. Does that sound right? What? Huh? You asking me? Sort of. Asking the room, I guess. Well, I believe I can answer. What you're describing makes sense, Dr. Sato, but only up until we consider again the fingerprints on the sword handle. If my client really did impale Tariq Chopin and get his sword stuck doing so, why would he try to retrieve it with only one hand? Because he had to retrieve it with one hand. You yourself already elucidated that the defendant's left hand was broken when he destroyed the elevator panel in Crane Tower. His left hand was too damaged for him to even grip a sword. That doesn't square with this piece of evidence. The gun. The magus? How could my client's left hand be too damaged to grip his sword, and yet also capable of gripping the magus? That oddity is hardly impossible to explain. We've already determined that the magus was fired twice before the sword was used at all. Firing such a weapon with a broken hand surely rendered his left useless. That's... It is difficult to wield a sword with a damaged hand, isn't it, Sosuke? Historically, even the loss of a pinky on your non-dominant hand was considered enough to render you relatively defenseless. Also, thank you, Alina. I did take that sip during the break. Is that why Yakuza would offer the cut-off fingers as a recompense for offenses? That's right, Sarah. In fact, cut the chatter and save the history lesson. You have to pull the sword loose with one hand because his left was useless. Looking at all the forensics pulled from the katana, that's... Your Honor, the people claim that my client had to use one hand to retrieve his sword because his other hand was disabled. But does the evidence actually suggest that? What do you mean? Forensics performed on a katana found my client's right hand fingerprints on the handle. But what grip are the prints a match for? Let me just give a quick think here as I meticulously analyze the position of each finger. A normal grip. The grip is normal. Do you mean to say that the thumb is facing towards the blade, Your Honor? Well, yeah, but isn't that easier to say it? Isn't it just easier to say he held it like normal? If my client only held the sword with his right hand normally, Your Honor, then would that mean he handled like... Would that mean he handled that he held the handle like that even as he tried to jostle the blade from the floor as it was impaled in? That wouldn't make sense. That's the problem with the theory, which is far from impossible. But if, Your Honor, the court has questions about exactly how the defendant was positioned when he was found standing above Officer Chopin's corpse, I believe the people's next witness will be able to answer all of them. That could only mean it's finally time to face off with the arresting officer, Chopin's partner. Very well. Then let us send to the stand. Name not found. What? What? Is that a family or given name? What? Yeah, got one big old error right here and it's classic. Witness not found, literally. Huh? He ain't here. What? He had hours to get here. What the hell could he possibly be? Her star witness is a no-show? Is this good news or bad news? Like hitting the jackpot in the world's sketchiest slot machine. Feels good, but you get the feeling that the staff is gonna make you pay for it. That idiotic. Pay for it when? Fine, I'll finish it myself. What do you mean by that? Right about now. Perhaps it's for the best then, Your Honor. We can save the court trouble by wrapping up things here and now. The facts are simple and the defense has failed to refute them. Thus the people call for a summary judgment. You're moving this quick? The defendant is the only one with his prints on the gun. He's the only one with his prints on the katana. His own employer testified to this court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop, before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. That must have been Reyes in London he's referring to. As the only living person left at the scene of the crime, there was no one else who could have committed these murders. She's on a tear, and I'd be lying if I said if it wasn't entertaining. It's only because she's on tilt. She was thrown off by her witness flaking, and it's caused her to overstep. She just fired off a lot of claims in quick succession, which is the weakest one. How do I counterattack? What were their statements? He's the only one with his Prince and Katana. Correct. His own employer testified to the court that he was attacked and captured by 4 of the 5 victims. Correct. He was found and arrested standing over the body of a dead cop. Testimony. Before 2 more officers arrived and secured the scene. She can't validate the police testimony. The police testimony she's made reference to hasn't been presented to the court yet. But if it's not as if Rogers could be lying about arresting Sosuke. We're all standing here because he was arrested. So it's him being the only suspect. This is dangerous. She just claimed that Sosuke is the only one who could have committed these murders. Oh no. She can't possibly prove that. She can't prove that there wasn't anyone else there that night because I actually was. And unlike her, I can prove the possibility of another party being present without having to reveal their identity. The people are mistaken, Your Honor. My client wasn't the only person there that night. And there's evidence to show it. What is that? The dark card found lodged in Creek's datapad? That's right. The perfect payment option when neither you nor the business you frequent like attaching names to faces. We've already discussed that within moments of Craig's death, a transaction was being attempted on his datapad. A transaction made using his dark card, but whatever for. Perhaps some of the handful of illicit substances that were found at the scene of the crime. Oh crap, yeah, almost forgot. These guys were drug dealers. And drug dealers get customers, Your Honor. Customers that can be very temperamental when things go south. Are you trying to suggest that these killings were the result of a drug deal gone wrong? I mean, they sort of were. A drug deal made in person at a Blue Blood stronghold. Dark cards require a passkey and a fingerprint. The card would be useless if its owner wasn't physically present for the transaction. A transaction that might be abruptly cancelled if tensions boiled over. A potential buyer would likely be across the desk from Creek. The same spot in their room where we've established that the killer must have started their rampage. Cute idea, counselor, but there's no meat to it. We know that Creek was using a datapad before he died. And we know that the dark card was processing a transaction at the time. But for some reason, you've made the assumption that he was selling. When the simplest explanation is that he was buying. Using a dark card that he owned. The dark card belonged to Creek? How will you respond? I don't need to respond with evidence. I just need to point out the flawed evidence she's constructed her argument upon. Why would Creek have a dark card? The dark card's not his. Characterization, Your Honor. The people are claiming that the dark card in the evidence record belonged to the victim, Creek. Despite the fact it has no fingerprints on it either. What? If the dark card had belonged to Creek, he would have had to insert it into his data pad with his teeth. Yuck. So who did the dark card belong to? This track is great. Perhaps a customer who didn't like his prices. A disgruntled customer could have wiped their prints off the card to hide the fact that they were even there. That's absurd. If this customer brought that dark card with them to the crime scene, why the hell wouldn't they take it with them when they left? It was stuck in the data pad. They could have pulled a little harder. They could have taken the data pad with them. Who would leave behind something that valuable? The card is worthless to everyone but its owner, to whom it could be priceless. Why would they choose to leave it behind? And so the answer to that is simple, if I'm honest. We're discussing the possibility of a deal gone south. What could cause that in the first place? Aggressive negotiation tactics? Or a customer who couldn't pay? What do you... This customer could afford a dark card, and yet they couldn't pay. Hold on. You're trying to say all these deaths, all this carnage. You think it's all because their card got declined? Hard to live down that kind of faux pas. Murdering 4 or 5 people in order to skip paying your bills is pretty aggressive, but if you need your fix... Was there any indication that contraband was taken from the scene of the crime? Your Honor, that is difficult to say. Without knowing their inventory before the crime occurred, we cannot rule out the possibility. That was a little lackluster of a pushback. Is she really that thrown off by this witness playing hooky? Well, I hate to do this because I love spending time with you all and having a physical body and being ensouled. But it does seem like I have to declare a recess while we wait. Perfectly reasonable, Your Honor. That's the most romantic thing I've ever heard. What? Court is now in recess. Christ. So Arella Holdings is not part of House Akaria. No, it is. House Akaria is comprised of the literal Akaria family, the Akaria Financial Group, and Aurea Holdings. But each of those parts is separate, identified from the others. That is very confusing. No, it's... Well, yes, it can be confusing, but it protects us. Protects the IFG. No, protects the house from itself. If everyone in the Akaria family was a member of the IFG, and the IFG was called the Akaria family, that'd be much simpler. I know it would be simpler, but that's... Who the hell is this guy to keep Rockford waiting? Why are you addressing your question to me? I've never met the man. Well, he's met you, smacked you upside the head, and cuffed you. If you say so. I told you. I don't remember anything after I walked out of that holding room. Chime in at any time. Apologies, Adonai. I was just trying to answer your question. Who the hell is Officer Rogers? You find his socials or something? I found a news story attached to a live feed. He's shaking hands with some man at the top of some stairs. Right now? What's the headline? City council members thank heroic officer for his service. Oh, well that makes sense. How can it? Emma's outranked. If the politicians decided now was the time to do photo ops, she doesn't have to pull to go against them. Are Officer Chopin's parents there? Yes, both of his fathers were present. Adoptive fathers. Are you trying to make me feel better? Adoptive or not, they're his parents. And their pain is real. Of course. That pain would be equally real if they weren't expressing it in front of those cameras, don't you think? If you're feeling guilty, Sosuke, please get it out of your system before the trial resumes. I don't feel guilty. Even if I did kill that officer, I wouldn't lose sleep over it. That doesn't make it right. Taking a life. Parents having outlived their children. And here I thought you'd be all about filial piety. You're telling me you wouldn't take a bullet for your patriarch, Daisuke? Of course I would. And force him to outlive his son. How could you? Ooh. Adopted son from a branch family. Do I need to point out how badly you're contradicting yourself? Daisuke Ikaria could have let me waste away when the rest of the Hayakawa branch was killed. Instead, he placed me at the right hand of power, the seat of honor. A subservient seat. All seats are subservient. Not the one at the top. I didn't know the rest of your birth family died, Sosuke. Retaliation for the fall of the leaves. Quite the dignified way to refer to the Ikaria killing all those blue bloods 30 years ago. Anyway, it was my understanding that that was a complete and total victory. The kind that left blue bloods incapable of counterattacking. Very nearly so. Do you disapprove of what happened 30 years ago, Sosuke? Of course not. The barbarity of the house's enemies left it with no other choice but to act. No way out, huh? By the way, I was asked to pass along a message to you. If you're given a way out, take it. Who told you that? I don't want to say who. Very deliberately, I don't want to say who. To be honest, Sosuke, I got the feeling I wasn't supposed to tell you who I heard it from. I'm just passing on a message. Forget I asked. There's only so many members of the house who'd want me to. So did that message mean anything to you? I'm not sure. You're a terrifically helpful client. You know that? There's something you should know about me, Morgan. About the Hound of Ikaria. I didn't earn that title as a bodyguard or a head of security. And I didn't learn how to kill in the military. The House of Ikaria is the house's personal assassin. What happened to the House of Ikaria being refined? Elevated above their criminal past. The house is elevated. The status has granted it more enemies than ever. Enemies that need to be taken out silently, but undeniably. Undeniably. What I do is send messages. They need to be received by the right people, and they need to know who it's from. You kill, so that the other houses in the Neo-ability know it was the Hound. They can't prove that House Ikaria was responsible. Their own pride over being able to handle things internally, and their humiliation at being outplayed ensured that death stays out of the papers. Not only that, this courtroom is filled with a lot more cops than usual because they're all watching the case about a cop killer. So yeah. But I guess you can't exactly prove that in a court. You can't prove that just by pure hearsay. So the entire police force can descend on a jaywalker caught by a reflection off a dash cam. But the Neo ability gets to wave off the surveillance state with a perfumed handkerchief. flaunting how the rules don't apply to them. Like I thought, a very pure expression of power. So all that talk of you being Makoto's head of security, that was all true. I have been Makoto's head of security for the past year. Did your courier business dry up? Circumstances around Makoto had changed. I was asked to step in and fill a role. And what you said about guarding the previous heir, waving your katana around as soon as you could walk, the circumstances were different then too. Why tell me now? Because now that I've seen her, I don't think Rockford will have missed that. No, why didn't you tell me yesterday, the first time we met, when I could have actually prepared for this? Clearly you've got some deeply held desire to rot in prison, since you won't help me with this case. But what happened in the last 5 minutes that you've suddenly got cold feet? I don't know.
Yesterday, I thought you were just some outsider, in over their head, who would surely drown if they knew who they were defending. Today, I think you're an outsider, in over their head, who could stay afloat with the lifeline. Thanks for the heads up. 5 minutes notice really comes in handy when your client asks you to catch a bullet. Excuse me. I'm sorry to disappoint you too, Sarah. I can't imagine you're pleased to be defending a self-confessed killer.
I don't know what you went through when you were a soldier. And I have no idea what you've gone through as an assassin. Yesterday, Adonai suggested I shouldn't speak about those kinds of things, since I have no experience with them. I don't know if she's right about that. But soldiers and assassins do exist in this world. And they are still people. And I think I would be sad if I couldn't talk to any of them. Baby girl. On a related note, could you catch a bullet, Sosuke Ikaria?
No, Sarah.
But you're a cybernetically enhanced martial artist.
Bullets are very fast.
That is true.
I could probably catch an arrow if I knew it was coming.
Tell me more. I love Sarah so much.
12:27 p.m. Courtroom 48D. Fuck. Okay. So who's on the stands? One is gonna be funny, the other one is gonna be enlightening. So you and your partner were the second officers to arrive on the scene. Enlightenment it is. That's correct, ma'am. When the 10-999 went out, my partner and I were relatively center city. We were within jogging distance of the site after an elevator ride, so we proceeded on foot. Roger still hasn't shown. Emma must have rushed London to adjust to the reshuffled docket. I assumed he was rushed. He does seem somewhat distracted. We arrived at the premises at 10:21 p.m. At 10:27 p.m., we assisted Officer Rogers in completing his arrest of the suspect.
What did that involve? Reading rights to an unconscious man? That's a good bit.
We helped Rogers finish cuffing the suspect, is what I meant. His hands were shaking.
Your witness, counselor. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't expecting all that. I'd like to ask London why he wasn't explicit about all this yesterday. But complaining about a detective not being forthcoming with the defense isn't exactly a winning strategy. He doesn't hesitate to show his involvement with the mafias yesterday. What's he got left to hide? Were you nearby? Why were you nearby? Why were you and your partner in the city center that night, detective?
Well, to be honest, I hadn't eaten dinner yet, and I was really in the mood for some kind of hot soup, you know? My partner was kind enough to indulge me on taking a drive.
That's all he's gonna say. It's not like I can call him a compromised witness just because he was in the area, but what the hell is there even to press on when his answer's that simple? I'm almost tempted to. Was the soup good? He was in soup mode. I'm curious. Was the soup any good, detective? I never got any in the end. Had this hole in the wall place in mind, but when we got there, turned out they'd gone out of business last month. Had been a while since I last stopped by. I guess I always knew they weren't that successful, but I thought, honestly, it'd lose some of its charm if it got popular. Maybe if they hadn't been selfish, they'd still be here. You never know how much you'll miss that 7 out of 10 restaurant until it's gone, you know? Exactly! Yeah. Your Honor, relevance! It's not relevant, but it is poignant and deeply human. I'll allow it. Or, I won't punish it at least. Now ask real questions. Right away, Your Honor. How'd you clear the building? And how did you and your partner go about clearing the building? I took point and my partner covered me, checking the rooms behind us as we went. It was tense, searching the rooms with that racket blaring from upstairs. Wait, so the music was still on? You were still searching for suspects even though there was a 10-999 on the 3rd floor. Rogers had already reported the manner of his partner's death, counselor. We weren't going to run upstairs to try and defibrillate. How was that report made? Over comms, around 10:17 p.m. Is it common practice to separate from one another when responding to a 10-999? It's one of several valid approaches that the department advises in critical scenarios. Did you ever lose sight of your partner? I might have. So she might have lost sight of you. Speculation, Your Honor? If I can't see you, you can't see me. That's not speculation, Your Honor. Just grade school logic. Overruled. Spill the deets, witness. Yes. Me and my partner were separated as we cleared the building. For more than a minute, I'd say. Interesting. Dumb question, detective. But did you have your body cam on? Officers aren't required to turn on body cams when responding to an emergency, counselor. And detectives aren't required to wear body cams at all. Like I said, dumb question. But by any chance, did your partner have a body camera going? Perhaps out of a characteristic abundance of respect for the rules. Matter of fact, I believe she did. So, of the first 4 of our city's brave policemen to arrive at the scene of the crime, only one of them thought to turn their body cam on. It's my understanding that Rogers couldn't turn his on, as it had broken earlier the week. And Tariq Chapin. I don't know why he didn't have his on. Is Emma now? Is Officer Rogers? Thank you for giving us all that to chew on, Detective London. Come on, give me a break. I was trying to be helpful. No, I mean it. Blackjack. I'm especially interested to hear you describe how my client was unconscious and helpless by the time he first appeared on any body cam. Shall we review the footage together? I wonder if we can pinpoint exactly how many wounds he received in between his arrest and when his mug shot was taken. Redirect, Your Honor. Really? What is she doing now? The prosecution called Detective London as their witness and asked her questions. Adonai just had a chance to ask her own questions during the cross-examination. After the cross-examination, the people can redirect if they have additional questions for the witness. So it isn't just one of them and one of us. One for them and one for us. More like an eye for an eye for an eye until justice is blind and bloody. She wants another round. Why? Just stalling? Detective London, are you aware of an ongoing police investigation for a figure known as the Hound of Icaria? Not stalling. Approach, Your Honor. Wait, do I finally get to say the line? Hold on, this is happening too fast. Okay. Oh, so you're and they're already here. The Town of Icaria is apparently some kind of case file the Organized Crimes Department is working on. Detective London isn't qualified to speak on it. Homicide, organized crimes. Is there that big of a difference? Depends on the career of the witness in question. Detective London, for example, spent 6 years in the Organized Crimes Unit. He what? You didn't know that? Where are you taking this, Emma? I hate to admit it, but I think I need spoilers as well. If you ask him about this, what's he gonna say? That the Hound of Icaria is an assassin who leaves calling cards at each of his kills, terrorizing the house's perceptive enemies without shame. True. Get closer if I don't approach you. I think that's a different type of approach. And that the lead suspect in those cases is a man with Sosuke's age and height, with gray-blue hair and a modded spine, and a large tattoo of a dog across his back. Sosuke, you faint son of a bitch. You got made with your shirt off? He sneezes. Bless you. You cannot let the jury hear that, Your Honor. But I really want to. If organized crimes want to arrest Sosuke, they should have done so already. He's on trial here today for these 5 counts and nothing else. The defense has once again claimed that the client is merely some veteran who's been victimized by greater forces. But the police believe that he's in fact the deadliest soldier the Icaria have at their disposal. That's not irrelevant. No, it's just prejudicial as hell. Girls fighting. But obeying the legal precedent. But the tension, the human drama. He'll just be giving a summary. The case file won't enter the record. So you won't even give me a chance to object to the evidence. Your Honor, if you do this, the jury will be spoiled within seconds, and I'll have my client served up as a mistrial before the day's through. And some other lucky adjutant will get to have all the rest of the fun. I severed the jury's feed for the time being. I'd like to hear exactly what the witness has to say before ruling on this testimony's inclusion. But Your Honor, the gallery is not your concern, nor a concern of justice. This trial will remain open to the public until such a time as I or the state feel it shouldn't be. Decision made. Thank you, Your Honor. We're on the back foot. What just happened? What just happened? The jury's gonna take a bathroom break. Emma will go to ask her questions, but in all likelihood, the adjutant will make sure they never hear the answers. So, we aren't any worse off. Sosuke might be. What do you mean? This gallery's filled to the brim with cops. They all think he killed Chopin. If London regales us all with the tales of the Hound's exploits on top of that. Don't worry, Sosuke. They can't do anything to you here. Because we're in a courtroom. I won't spend the rest of my life in this courtroom, Sarah. And even if I could, I wouldn't. Detective London, if you would. Please testify as to the... Oh, for real? Your Honor? What now? Hey, Rockford, that witness guy who flaked on you... that witness guy who flaked on you made you look dumb? Yes. He's finally here. Thank you, Your Honor. I have no more questions for the witness at this time. You were stalling! That's dirty. Really, but the redirect fizzles out. Counselor, you want to snap it up? No, Your Honor. Dang, Detective London. Nobody wants to talk to your ass. Miss Rockford let it go. She doesn't hold anything back in a courtroom, but only because that's what gives her the greatest chance for victory. I love 80. I love 80. I love 80 so much. The jury won't hear it either way. She has no need to stall for time. She won't stoke the coals for the fun of it. So if you hadn't fought against the redirect up until the very last moment... Bullet caught, huh? Yeah. Nothing impressive about putting my arm in between the gun and my... heart? I was gonna say stomach. The analogy seems weaker somehow. There he is. The man of the hour. The hero who put a stop to the House of Icaria and brought justice to the city over the loss of its favored son, Tariq Chapin. You've got to be fucking kidding me. Patrol Officer Rogers reporting for duty. You don't have to say that. Sorry, then just, reporting for duty? Name and occupation. The wet pathetic meow meow. They really keep having one per episode. June 16th. Height 184 centimeters, weight 77 kilograms, blood type AB negative, occupation police officer, Lower Wards Patrol. Like salt water, rosemary, graffiti art. Dislike sand, marshmallow, the lottery. I hate. Wakes up at 5:30 a.m. Can't stand mice. Balance. Easily upset. Well, there goes one theory. Occupation patrol officer? I hate it. The dislike being sand is so stupid. I hate it. Former partner of Tariq Chapin. Apologies for earlier. It's fine. The court understands that the city council had need of you. When I said my name wrong, it won't happen again. And your tardiness. What's that? Being hours late to this trial. Did I not set a reminder? This is your star witness? Does seeing him here in the flash jog your memory at all? No, not at all. I think this guy would be pretty hard to forget. He must have sustained quite the concussion then. As an appetizer. From what I saw, he's lucky nothing important leaked out of his ears. Shall we begin, Officer Rogers? Right, from where? The start. Oh. Well, it was pretty boring. I mean, normal night. Me and Chapin were just driving our route, windows down. He was always getting carsick with the windows weren't down. Then around 9:45 or so, my partner heard shots fired. So off we went. What does that mean? Well, I mean, shots echo down in the lower ward, so I wasn't too sure about the direction. But my partner was confident that it had something to do with the Blue Bloods. That area is a known hotspot. As we neared the street, we saw people slinking away from it. We got the message. People can sense that kind of trouble, even when they don't know it. Something bad had gone down, and no one wanted anything to do with it. Front door wouldn't budge. I peeked around into the alley, but the fire escape was out of commission. Then my partner, shot clean through the door handle. Chapin was that determined to get inside based on some echoed gunshots and a few context clues. I suppose context clues are most of what I used to find a place too, but... So when you arrived, the only way into the building was locked. Yeah, so we had a strong reason to believe the shooter was still in the vicinity. I was in favor of waiting for backup at this point, but my partner, he was convinced the place was dead empty already. So he was moving a good bit faster than me right up until we got to the second floor and we heard a loud slam. A slam? What kind of slam? Like slam? Or like slam? Like, slam. I don't know. It was loud though. And Chopin gets all deadly serious and insists I stay, and he goes ahead. Up to the 3rd floor. After a bit, he yelled down to me, saying everyone was dead and I should come join him. That's when I heard another heavy thud. I didn't know if it was the sound of my partner's body hitting the floor. But I put 2 and 2 together when I saw that man there standing over him. Let the record show that the witness has finally identified the defendant. If you heard a noise... I love that she's just copying her. If you heard a noise at the crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? That is a good question. If you heard a noise at the crime scene, the natural conclusion would be that you were not alone. But if Chopin thought they weren't alone, why would he insist on splitting up? I'd assume to prevent escape. That's it. Chopin must have wanted to split up so they could cut off possible routes of escape. Perhaps I can shed some light on the late officer's actions. With more speculation, with some helpful theorizing. Capped off with hard evidence. Officer Chopin explicitly told his partner to stay behind. And the only reason he'd do that is if he thought it'd let them catch an escaping suspect. There's a post David does that Sarah copies as well. She bridges her fingers near her waist. I did see her do that. It's so cute. Why would he think a suspect was escaping if he heard a noise upstairs? He wouldn't. He only thinks the suspect was escaping if the noise he heard was... I'm assuming it has to be the dumpster. Gonna start calling Sarah a copy machine. A noise that came from the alley. What kind of noise would that be? A noise like the one I was treated to when Detective London clumsily shut the dumpster out there. Hey now, I left my ears ringing too, you know? What are you even talking about? I'm talking about an exit plan. In other words, how the real culprit managed to flee the scene. How does a dumpster lid relate to some imaginary suspect's great escape? It was moved. I have a thread. 1963, 172 minutes. The only way to get from the 3rd floor to the street without going past the 2 cops clearing the building would be going down the fire escape and into the alley. A fire escape that's broken. So no one could climb up it, but anyone could jump from it onto the dumpster below. Oh, yeah. I can kinda see it. That must be a dead pixel you're seeing, Your Honor. Were there boot prints on the top of the dumpster? A dent in the lid? Oh, that's... No. Of course not. There's no proof, no reason at all to think that anyone jumped down onto it. And no reason for us to entertain this train of thought. Damn it. That's... I've got nothing. Even if there had been damage to the dumpster, I could never prove it was caused by a fleeing suspect. By a fleeing culprit. Adonai. I'm thinking. I know. But might this possibly be the time for you to stop thinking, and instead, flip the go board, like you've told me to do before? You're horribly misquoting me. But Emma says there's no proof that anyone fled the crime scene. But if there was proof of that, what would it look like? Proof that someone was in that room when the police first arrived, but not when the police got to the 3rd floor. They would have had to take the fire escape if Rogers never saw them. And they couldn't have taken a fire escape without first opening the window. It's been bothering me since yesterday. I wasn't sure those windows were closed when I left, but they've been open ever since the scene was secured. And I can't testify to that. The one time I know the truth and I want to get it out, but I can't admit it without screwing myself over. Adonai, any luck? Pardon the interruption, Your Honor. I have no objections at this time. Then, the witness may continue. Please do. But rewind a bit first, if you could, since we got off topic. And don't spare any detail. Tell the court exactly what you saw, felt, and heard that night. Of course, the witness is a trained officer of our city's prestigious police force. He'll gladly recount every minutia for us. Line by line. Like, every detail? Especially the irrelevant ones. Sir, yes, sir. I did get a little in my head just now. Better listen through this whole testimony at least once before I start looking for holes. It was a quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We headed for the nearest known Orca hotspot and arrived to find a building dead quiet. That's weird. Door was locked. I checked the alley, but didn't see another way in. So chop and shot off the lock through the handle, and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music upstairs. Then there was a slam, and my partner bolted upstairs. About a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find a defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Something stand out to you, Adonai? Yeah, my ears prickled up a bit. The saying is perked up, is it not? What? Let me focus. It'd be between a sound system and a fire escape. Fire escape connected to the room where the crime took place. Rusting poorly maintained, it's missing the ladder that would normally let you climb up, so only could be freely moved back and forth between the 3rd and 4th floor, where the bodies were found. The second floor room beneath it. Sound system found at the scene of the crime. According to ARCs, the system was still playing music loudly by the time the crime scene text started scanning. Quiet night, but then my partner heard gunshots. We heard the nearest Orca hotspot to find the building dead quiet. Door was locked. I checked the alleyway, but didn't see another way in. The chop and shot the lock through the door and we entered. Followed some kind of loud music upstairs, and there was a slam and my partner bolted upstairs. After a minute later, I heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find the defendant standing over my partner's dead body. Sounds like quite the sensory overload, hearing it described in such detail. Yeah, could have been overwhelming. But the 5 senses are still bound by logic, and he's claiming something that contradicts the crime scene as we know it. It's the music. But I don't know precisely where. Chop and shot off the lock through the door and we entered. Felt some kind of loud music up the stairs. That doesn't track. heard a thud from upstairs and came running. To find a defendant standing over my partner's dead body. My partner heard gunshots. Dead on the money. How could you have arrived to find the place dead quiet when there was a sound system blaring on the top floor? The witness must not have heard the sound system. This is a noisy city, even in lower wards. You're not playing that. But he did hear the music. He described it in his own testimony just now. Followed some kind of loud music up the stairs. So the building was dead quiet when you were outside, but you could hear the music from the first floor. Well, yeah, I heard the music pretty much as soon as we stepped inside. Only after you stepped inside. Yeah, sturdy door, I guess. No, you idiot. Or somebody's responding to the gunshot they heard outside. Your Honor, the witness has established that the front door was very secure and tightly locked. There's nothing strange about it blocking out some amount of sound. But it blocked out, like, all of the sound. Once the door was open, the music was booming. The scene of the crime was known Blue Blood property, yes? A safe house apartment complex of sorts, as I understand it. They must have had a number of modifications to the premises. The front door certainly looked like a newish addition. Maybe they redid the windows, too. I don't get it. I don't mind stating it plainly, Your Honor. The building has been thoroughly... I don't think it was soundproofed. I think it was debugged. It was debugged. It was debugged, but it wasn't soundproof. That was the reason for why they were playing the music. Not a hidden microphone or a secret camera in sight. If they're hiding a secret, they wouldn't be in sight to begin with. Yes. I know I'm not used to being the straight man either. Apologies for that slip of the tongue. What I meant to clarify is that the building where the crimes took place has been soundproofed. You think the building was soundproofed? I know it was. I experienced it myself, stepping out of the lower wards and into this dingy nightclub vibe. That would explain what the witness experienced, wouldn't it? I get what she's getting at now. If it was soundproof, how did they hear the gunshot? Perhaps, but... Rogers heard no music until the door was open. So then how could they possibly have responded to hearing gunshots? But that wouldn't explain the building also being dead quiet when they arrived. Not unless the window next to the sound system was closed. Showed my hand a bit there. She knows what I'm gunning for. Also, another ad break in like 20 seconds. Counselor. Asking to a court to accept that the building happened to be soundproof is not the flawless argument you're making it out to be. The window in question opens to the alley. Rogers could have easily missed the noise coming out of it. Bullshit. Even though he already testified that he checked the alley before his partner shot the door open? He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard the music at the time.
Okay. Another ad break. Give me a second, I'll be back. I'm so entrenched in this. Like, the hours are genuinely slipping by. I need this case. I was having my suspicions at the crime scene. But this is following the thread that I was expecting. Like, it all really came together the second that London showed me that room that was under the, crime scene itself. He might have merely neglected to mention that he heard music at the time. Huh? Music in the alley? I would have noticed that kind of thing, right? Fast on the uptake, this one. I'm looking at this arcs from every angle I can, rotating cubes in my mind as fast as possible will allow. As fast as my programming will allow. I'm still seeing a crime scene where the windows are open. What am I doing wrong? There's a trick to it. Try focusing on just a single cube first. Then once you got one spinning consistently... Sarah, my beloved, you do not need to help her with this. You do not need to help her with this. We can practice imagination later. Yes, Your Honor. The windows were found open. It is a contradiction. The windows were closed when the officers arrived. But by the time Rogers got up to the 3rd floor, that means someone must have opened them. Someone not currently on trial, Your Honor.
You should stretch before attempting mental gymnastics. Sound intense, counselor. Your claim that the windows were originally closed and only opened at the last moment as some mysterious individual fled down into the alley. But we know Creek was standing in front of those windows when he was shot, and we can see where his blood landed, on the sides of the window that faced the room when open. If, as you claim, the windows were closed when he was shot, then his blood somehow ended up on the wrong side of the glass. Your theory is flawed. A far-flung fantasy with nothing other than Officer Rogers' poor hearing to support it. All the actual evidence shows that at the time of the murders, the windows were exactly as we found them, flung open. Your logic isn't faulty, and I can't overturn it with any given piece of evidence. But I can point out the flaw in how she's presented her evidence. Thank you for the advice about taking full advantage of arcs, by the way. But trust me, there are some things that are best understood by visiting a crime scene in person. What? Help keeps you from getting flipped around. There are fingerprints on the handles. I'm confident, but I'm not super confident. Apologies, Your Honor. I'm just confused. Why is Miss Rockford talking about those windows? As if they swung open. What are you talking about? Those windows don't swing into the room. They're pulled to the side. What? Didn't you see the fingerprints they found on the handles? One look at that should tell you which side the glass faces indoors. Funny, wasn't that in the arcs? Oh, this is some very chic interior design I'm seeing. Very wabi-sabi. So, if the windows only slide parallel to the walls, it wouldn't matter whether they were open or shut when Creek was shot. The blood would always end up on the same side. Hey! I said I finally got the windows lined up right in the arcs. You didn't say that. At least, not aloud. Thank you for always listening, Sarah. But I said it just now, so whatever. What do you mean lined up? The blood splatter. Looks a lot nicer, doesn't it? Yes, thank you, Your Honor. That is so inappropriate for an adjutant to do. You could have said that about the 30 other things that she was saying and doing up until this point, but only now? Sure, whatever. But it's gotten us all on the same page. We can all reasonably conclude that the windows were closed when Craig was shot, at the very least. Yes. Then, when they were next opened is... something you'll fight over, I'm sure. Now, if Sargaseta could just tell me whether the windows are actually soundproof. I doubt the arcs could simulate the accuracy for that. Simulate that accurately for you, Your Honor. But if we re-examine the scene for that specifically, it should be simple enough to waste the court's time. Why are you defensive about this? Forgive me for repeating myself, Your Honor. But even if we prove conclusively that the windows were soundproof, the defense's argument still hinges entirely on the omission of one detail in the witness's testimony. Putting it another way, just because he didn't hear the music doesn't mean he couldn't hear the music because the soundproof windows were closed. Devil's proof. Yes, and you actually used it right this time. I did my reading. Aww, baby girl. She's effectively conceded that the windows were soundproof. But she also shifts tactics, and it's a formation I don't recognize. That's to be expected. I'm no general. But I don't need Makoto here to tell me that war is deception. How about a little misdirection? Listen up, Sarah. The important thing about the Devil's Proof is that it's always on our side. The side of underdogs, lovers, and dreamers in the world around. The side of the defense, innocent until proven guilty. That's what makes the Devil so infuriating for the prosecution. That people make a fair point, Your Honor. There really isn't any hard evidence for my fleeing suspect theory at the moment. But the people haven't disproven it either, have they? I forget the exact details, Your Honor, but all we need is a shadow of doubt, right? To overturn 5 dead bodies, the testimony of 3 cops, and a room soaked in the floorboards and forensic evidence. Yeah. Then you lost your mind? Are you trying to piss off everyone here? Yes. Come on, don't you hate my theory that much, do you? You don't hate my theory that much, do you? I'm warming up to it. Then I'll stick to the facts for now. The time Rogers and Chopin arrived, the front door was locked. The music was still playing at the scene of the crime, even if Rogers didn't notice it until stepping inside. At the moment Creek was shot, at least we could be certain that the soundproof windows behind him were closed. Yes, those are facts. Why are you restating them? Because there's something that's been bothering me. If we accept these as the facts, one part of the Honorable Officer Rogers' testimony makes no sense. It's a little guy who could have killed the cop until he deserved it. The windows were closed, the entire room is soundproof. We can't check it. How could these 2 officers have set off in response to the sound of gunshots? If the room was deafened at the time the gun was fired. Now you go there. Oh crap. Yeah. Wait. Excuse me. What are you talking about? It was the first thing you told us, officer. Your partner heard gunshots. But how is that possible? But he said it. He said it. Even on the radio, he called it in. True enough. I can see it right here in the police network's database. 9:45 p.m. Officer Tariq Chopin reports shots fired. So he did. And since he couldn't ask him to testify, that room was bugged. We'll just have to take him at his word. But just to clarify, Officer Rogers, are you saying you never heard any gunshots yourself? Well, I didn't have my head out the window like him, so... That's what you're trained to do, isn't it? Report anything you see or hear across the network? Well, one report is usually sufficient, but confirmation is always ideal, right? Yes or no, Officer Rogers. I never heard any gunshots. Hang on, are you really... So you never heard a peep, but your partner, he somehow managed to waltz you both over exactly four vicious murders have been... Exactly where 4 vicious murders have been committed. Before anyone else got there. I just drove where he pointed, so... Counselor, you need to be very careful here. Thank you for your concern, Miss Rockford. But don't forget, I hate losing. Pardon. I said, but don't forget to don't forget to direct your comments to the bench. You bring that up now. Every cop in the room already thinks I'm a mob lawyer at this point. Compared to that, mocking the memory of the deceased is small time. I feel like you're gonna say something shocking here, and I should stop you. But I can't really stop you before you say it, so... I'm just confused as all, Your Honor. How could Officer Chopin have possibly arrived at the scene of the crime when he couldn't have heard any gunshots? Unless he was asked to come there directly. Oh, like he got an Evite? Exactly. Officer Chopin answered a distress call. From the Blue Bloods. Mm-hmm. Tomote. Tell me, are these her usual tactics? Turning the entire city against her for no discernible reason? No. Well, the first time we met, she did. Technically. Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. The gallery is pretty poorly behaved too. You're gonna rein it in? You're gonna rein this in, or should I? Allow me. Charlie Chopin was an upstanding officer with no marks on his record. You say he was some kind of blue blood pawn, but he had to break into the building in order to enter. And you have all the gall to claim he answered a distress call when there's no panic button, no phone records to suggest one was ever sent. True. True. That's all you have to say after posthumously accusing the son of 2 city councilmen of being corrupted by blue blood pocket change? It's a fair point. Chopin was the son of 2 city councilmen and by all accounts a dedicated police officer. He wouldn't work with blue bloods without an unusually strong motive. The kind of thing that would make the headlines. What are you? Oh, these are all tied to the articles you read. They were tied to the ballot measures. That's what the papers were. Officer Chopin would never compromise his well-documented morals for anything less than an earth-shaking opportunity. Yes, Counselor, but his family is very well off. What could this earth-shaking opportunity possibly have been? How about a donation to his parents? What? Sidebar for a moment. What? How are you all thinking about voting? Don't get me started. I'm a political junkie. What are you? Sorry, on the ballot measure specifically. Huh? Am I the only one who sweats over this stuff? Maybe it's old-fashioned, but I was hoping to hear some diverse, nuanced opinions on Proposition 492. Wait, but that's the founding of Atlas Pillar Rejuvenation Projects. Funding. I think it's a nice idea. Bringing prosperity to the lower wards, literal stability to everyone above them. And of course, the mother of all paydays to anyone lucky enough to own the land it'll require. Wait a minute, you mean you? Am I the only one who reads the news anymore? Wasn't counting on this being rhetorical, but who on the city council is sponsoring Proposition 492? Chopin's parents. One last question. Less rhetorical this time. This crime took place at a known blue blood property. So why was this found there? Highly confidential red ink documents were found underneath Chopin's corpse. They're almost entirely illegible by now. But you can still make out a reference to P492 right here. That struck me as odd. Reinforcing the canopy. A state construction project that massive in the lower wards would mean even the police can't keep a crime scene secured down there unless they're willing to play ball with the blues. You'd have to get past the blue bloods. Or through them, with open arms and firm handshakes. Just what the hell are you trying to say? Counselor Morgan, if you... Sorry, wasn't sure I actually had to spell it out, but it certainly looks like. Patrol Officer Tariq Chopin was working with the Blue Blood Mafia to defraud the city. Uh-oh. Gekito. She said it. She said that? What did you just say? Are you trying to piss off every cop and every politician in the city? Sorry, I'll gladly retract my statement. That is, as soon as any cop or politician or prosecutor can explain to the court how Tariq Chopin was able to arrive at the crime scene that night. When we all know damn well he never heard any gunshots. Hi, Burn. Also enjoy your gift sub. It is a bit of a pickle. What do you got for us, witness? What? I don't know. He had good ears or something. Or good intuition or whatever. Your Honor, the simplest explanation is that Officer Chopin was tipped off by his CI that neglected to inform his partner about. Hey, Chopin wasn't... Thank you. A patrol officer with secret criminal informants that he'd hide from his own partner? That sounds horribly corrupt. And you call my comments inflammatory. Corrupt. You've got breasts, alright. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer. Ooh, you idiot. That's real rich coming from a mob lawyer defending the Hound of Icaria. Big uh-oh. Your Honor, the witness's last statement was a regrettable slip of the tongue. Frankly, his entire testimony has been less than ideal, and so... I'd already snipped the jury's feed, but the crowd... Seriously? He's the Hound. But isn't the Hound that... Oh, we're fucked. Cop killing animals. Yeah, that whole house stank like shit. What would you say about about a man's family, you? Or what, you'll stab us in the back too? Sosuke, please calm down. And shut up. That apple, hang the whole house with him. Your Honor, these outbursts from the gallery are not ideal, but we need to focus on preventing. It's not enough you butchered him like that. Animals. Gotta pay this lawyer to split up and spit on this grave too? At least the Blue Bloods know their place. How dare you, while you pigs were colluding with Blue Bloods to rip everyone off in the lower wards. Better Blue Blood than the piss running in your veins. Sarah, hold him. Pardon. Stop him from doing anything stupid. Now. Okay, it was fun, but now you've ruined it. You're all done. The court is now in recess. Bailiffs, clear the room. It's not enough. No, I'm not done talking. I want to speak. Tell him, Rogers. This heat. Burn the house. Tension like a haze in the air. Rip him out by the roots. And on the back of my neck. Every last one. Should have taken you out when I had the chance, you. A bead of sweat and something that feels like. behind us. Get down. What am I reaching for? I don't even have my gun. No, London's a real one. London really just earned a lot of my respect. Hey, are you okay? Are you hit? Sosuke, I am not injured. Danger's gone. The heat of the moment replaced by the chill of cold sweat on my lower back. But why did you push me down? What? What do you mean, why? Why did I take my time returning back to trace the bullet's trajectory. Vaguely, I'm aware of stomping feet as the crowd rushes to the exits, but the sound is far away. Reflexes. Sorry. You all right there, ma'am? I'm fine, detective. Thank you. For a moment, I lock eyes with Detective Quaz in London. In that instant, I recognize the nameless flickering across his face, cold and sharp like frostbitten furs. Nameless. We don't need a word for it because we only ever see it once. At the very end. Okay. I've taken 60 seconds to yell into a couch pillow, so maybe now one of you can tell me what the hell happened out there. How did that man get into the courtroom, the building? And with a weapon like whatever the hell that was. It was his own arm, Madam Barrows. Modded illegally at some literal chop shop. Fully prosthetic, but fairly low tech. It uses a simple air intake system and projectiles made of enamel. Enamel as in teeth? Where on earth do these people? Doesn't trigger any metal detectors. Looks organic from the outside. But if you're aiming at flesh, it gets the job done. And are metal detectors all that stand between a crazed gunman and the law of the land? No, Your Honor. We're looking into it now. But we have already found some discrepancies in the personnel files of courthouse security team members. He probably got his hand on a key card, lost, bought, or stolen, and had it modified to get him in the building. Would that work? Only needs to work once. This time it did. I doubt he expected to leave alive, so you ask me, we're lucky you stuck with something more directed instead of an explosive. This is a nightmare. What am I supposed to do now? The jury must be horrified. I don't know how we could proceed. As I recall, the adjutant cut their feet the moment Officer Rogers mentioned the Hound of Icaria. So they didn't actually see the shooting. And by the way, how does a patrol officer know that my client is the lead suspect in that case? Would anyone like to explain that to me? Well, you'd have to ask Organized Crimes. But the mood around Rogers has been celebratory. I'd imagine there were plenty of cops eager to describe in detail what he'd achieved by catching Sosuke red-handed. Allegedly. There's no presumption of innocence in the station locker rooms and cop bars, Counselor. So the OC department buys Rogers a round of drinks. And 24 hours later, I've got a shooter in my courtroom. Who was he? The shooter's been ID'd as Bowen Bresson, low-level muscle in the Blue Blood Mafia. Priors for possession, dealing, assault. Attempting to carry out assassination in a courtroom full of cops is quite the step up. Any connection to Krieg's pod? Older generation, different part of town. Not exactly thick as thieves. So trying to execute Sosuke wasn't an act of revenge. He was given orders. Yes, that's very interesting, but it's a job for the police to handle. Counselor Morgan, I assume you'll be filing a mistrial? About that. I feel it's in my client's best interest for the trial to continue. What? A blue-blood gunman just tried to shoot him. But the jury didn't see that. All they know right now is that they've been given a long lunch. You too. The goal, Your Honor, as I've always understood it, is for a defense attorney to do what's best for their client. And right now, clearly, the Blue Blood Mafia is convinced my client killed 4 of their men. And every cop in his city thinks he killed Officer Chopin. If he walks on a mistrial, he won't be able to walk down the street without getting shanked. Sosuke Ikaria doesn't need a mistrial. He needs a media blackout. Really hate that term. She's right, Your Honor. If the story spreads that the Blue Bloods tried to assassinate Sosuke, every juror in the court will assume he's guilty. We won't be able to find anyone over the age of 10 who hasn't heard of him, let alone put together 12 unbiased peers to judge him. Even if that's true, even if it's possible, what you're asking for is... Detective, is the building still in lockdown? Standard procedure says to keep it that way for another half hour. You would have to. The stands are full of police officers, and any one of them could. Ambulance chasers will pay prime for the story this rich. Someone's gonna break rank. We don't need the blackout to last forever. We just need to be intimidating enough that the story doesn't leak until the trial's over. Which would be when exactly? We could finish tomorrow. There aren't that many witnesses left on the docket. Finish tomorrow? Yes, Your Honor. Fine. Yes, we'll have a blackout. A big scary old blackout, like we're the shadowy masters of the universe. Happy. Perfectly. Thank you, Your Honor. Detective, follow me. You'll need my authorization to activate the building's blanket protocols. Right behind you, ma'am. London really fucking stepped up for that. Surprised to be arguing for the same thing as you for once. Thanks for not gagging from the effort. Any other defense attorney in the city would have taken the mistrial. Dumped a hound of Ikaria on some other idiot's doorstep and cashed our check. Some other idiot, huh? Or is it that you can't dump him? You're under house arrest already. I haven't felt threatened by them. That could change fast if you fail them. How's Ikaria, our high society, haven't you heard? And I'm beneath their notice. I don't think they'd bother to axe me just for underperforming. Sounds like exactly the kind of thing that high society types would do. Going this far for your client, though. You know me. Defender of the weak, champion of the downtrodden. I'd go through a lot more than this to keep my face out of the papers. Hopefully when the story does eventually leak, the focus should entirely be on Sosuke. But if this means people start recognizing me, remembering me, Bowen Bresson will be glad London did him in one. I'd twist the knife slow as a second hand if he... You okay? Compared to you, I guess not. I've never seen anyone get shot before. Oh. Right. Sorry. No, I'm sorry. That was... Maybe I'm feeling jealous. Jealous? I spent all this time poring over crime scenes and diagrams, trying to get inside the head of heartbreak of all people, and maybe I get into my head that I'm some kind of unfeeling badass. Just to freeze up like a deer at the sight of actual violence. I'll need to get over that. Do you? Do you need to get over it? I have a responsibility. A prosecutor isn't a hangman, Emma. No. If a hangman does their job right, the neck snaps and the subject's dead before the pain ever reaches their brain. If I do my job right, Sasuke Akaria spends the rest of his life drooling on himself while Megs haggle over the property rights to his gray matter. If you feel that bad about it, you could always recommend a lesser sentence. That's just the thing. I've never felt that bad about it at all. She direct violence is too much for her, but state violence isn't. Runs in the family. The way she whispered it, that half-stuttering sigh. I'm not even sure she heard it herself. For 5 p.m., August 15th, 2086. Iruka. State Building. Floor 48. Alright. That should free up your phone from the blanket. Thank you, Detective London. You're, welcome, Counselor Morgan? Something I said. You didn't say anything yesterday about what the House of Karia really is. Come on, there's a lot of code names to remember. Would you believe me if I said I didn't put 2 and 2 together? Maybe I would if I hadn't seen you act that fast back in the courtroom. That was a lucky shot. From across the room, with the crowd moving around him. Yeah, real lucky. I know, I'm agreeing with you. Though, it would be a lot less lucky if you were, say, already watching him. Did you know? No, but I'm flattered you think I'm brave enough to stick around for a shooting that I knew would happen. Though you recognized him. Tickled a spot in the back of my brain, even in disguise. It helped that the guy was fidgeting around all day. Preston had been in a courtroom all day? How long had he waited for to take a shot? Did you get a good look at him? I did not. You shot him very fast. Eyes bloodshot to hell and back, nosebleed, fleshed extremities, and was high as a drone. Probably metahexafenylin, considering how well the Blue Bloods have done pushing it. Metafax Nirvana? The party drug that college kids are huffing. It's been a long time since I was in college. I guess it could be good for a party, in small doses. I'm hypothesizing here. Don't take this out of context. Sure. But at higher dosages? A couple of months ago, I saw this guy stumbling around one of the open markets. Eyes dilated and mouth moving a block a minute. He knocked over some bicycles, so I cuffed him to the rack, hoping he'd sober up within an hour and I could move on. I took a phone call, and when I looked back, he was trying to chew through the chain. He broke 4 teeth. And he had started biting his arm by the time I knocked him out. Ew. The anecdotes are cheap, and one bad triple hardly slowed the ball now that it's rolling. You believe the hype? That they're gonna legalize it? Within the next 2 quarters, if you ask me. What'll happen to the Blue Bloods monopoly?
Up in smoke.
Pharmamegs and dispensaries of the world will step in and reap the rewards. And the Blue Bloods will have to slink off and cook up some other haze to push. The great tide rolls on. The Blue Bloods have legitimate income sources, right? Like Cyanus? Yep, some of them are even pretty profitable, like their host clubs and pink rooms. So if the Blue Bloods can run those businesses just fine, why can't they stay in control of Nirvana once it's legalized? There's competition, name recognition, and locale and real estate, and basically, they can't afford it. The buy-in's too steep, and everyone past the door likes it that way. Legal drugs are a whole other realm of profitable. Folks like the Ikaria do not want to share. Gee, not even on special occasions? Well, like I told you, there was that meeting last year, but their playdate fell apart. Hey, what you said back there in the court about Prop 492. You really buy that? Tariq Chopin working with Blue Bloods. It's quite the unlikely pairing, I'll admit. That might explain why it ended up the way it did.
So what was the verdict?
The verdict's only handed down after the jury has finished deliberating. That would make... The show must go on.
And the shooter?
Getting introduced to the accommodations down at the morgue right about now. He was some Blue Bloods muscle named Brenson. Ring a bell.
As I've said, all these Blue Bloods are...
He tried to shoot you, Sosuke. And I was standing very close to you when it happened. I'd like a little more detail than that.
I've never met him. Never heard of him. That's the truth.
But the Brenson family is known to be enforcers for Blue Blood leadership. So it's the old guard who want you dead. Does that make the young bloods an enemy of an enemy?
Didn't you tell me Creek was a young blood?
Considering what I'm on trial for, I doubt they're fond of me either. God damn it, Sosuke. Who doesn't hate your ass? You need to try harder to disregard the nonsense that comes out of the adjutant's mouth. Might be starting to sink in. Sosuke, you were captured when you could have been ignored. You were tortured when you could have been ransomed. And now these people are trying to kill you in one of the most secure buildings in the city. What are they after? Why are you at the top of the Blue Blood shit list? Is it because of... It's because of what happened a year ago? How do you know about... On the money? What happened a year ago? A meeting between the old guard and the house, apparently. You were gonna work out a detail for the Ikarian network to distribute a Blue Blood product. Why would we want a basement cook's will and the Blue Bloods make our... Yeah. Why would we want the basement cook's will the Blue Bloods make sold in our storefronts, our pharmacies? You wouldn't. Not until after Nirvana gets legalized. Yeah, I figured some stuff out. Stop pouting.
There was a meeting last year, yes. A private meeting that was to be kept strictly confidential. The IFG met with the old guard to discuss a deal. It fell apart. Voices were raised, weapons drawn. I was in the shadows and I stepped in front of a blade for Makoto. The house elders were perturbed afterwards. They feared for Makoto's safety and perhaps felt that they had grown overconfident.
That's why you jumped to security detail last year. Makes sense.
The Hound is a useful tool, but not indispensable. So they ordered me to guard Makoto, full-time.
Isn't that a great honor? Guarding the heir to the head chef.
Of course it is.
Then why do you sound like that?
You get points for picking up on it, but you need to learn how to take advantage of it.
So, your deal fell apart. Blood was drawn. I kinda assumed that was par for the course in your world.
It's not unheard of.
So why are the old guards still trying to kill you and Makoto a year later?
I don't know. I don't know, Morgan. Because I'm not an old guard.
Is there someone we could talk to who is? There's always someone. For a price. But if that's how it's gonna go, I'm gonna need a drink first. Here to join? What are you talking about? Sorry to disappoint, but I was here first. The net's slow as shit in this wing of the school. No one else comes here if they don't have to, so it's quite a spot to read. Yeah, it's a detective mystery. So what? Like 5% of the books in the library are. Well, it's not like I own the room. If you want to convene your club meetings here with all your many members, I can't exactly sue you. Especially not since you're going to be some big shot lawyer. Join your club so I won't get evicted? Is that like blackmail, counselor? Mutually beneficial, sure. So it's just plain old corruption. You'll do just fine out there in the adult world. Whatever. As long as you don't go around telling people I'm a member, you can put me down. We need to add our phone numbers too? No, I don't actually care. Who is that? Is something wrong? Why would you think that something's wrong? It's very unusual for you to wake up mid-transit. When you decide to nap, you fall asleep very fast and you sleep very deeply. Suspiciously so. Sometimes I'll try to wake you and I could swear you're just pretending. I have no idea what you're talking about. Besides, you're the one who's been quiet. I had been bothering Sosuke, I think. Pestering about catching bullets. If you're bothering Sosuke, he'd say it. Turn to the side in that bitchy pose of his. But I can't catch a bullet either. Even though I'm fast, I can't see fast. Sosuke was the one who acted while I just... Sosuke's trained for that exact kind of thing. Trained for his whole life, the way he tells it. Father built me to be strong. I should be able to. David didn't build you to be anything, Sarah. He didn't even really build you. Just watched you grow. And do you think I am still growing? Still developing? You think I could get taller? Of course you can, baby girl. I think you shouldn't get your hopes up about that. I hope she can. Come on, you can bounce back faster than that. I'm sorry. I suppose I am still processing what we saw back in the courtroom when Detective London took out that shooter. I know that Detective London has been a police officer for many years. It stands to reason that he'd act decisively in circumstances where so many lives are at risk. What I'm still thinking about is the man he killed. Yeah, but there's only so much speculating we can do about his motive until. I am not thinking about his motive. I'm thinking about how he is dead. You haven't been out and about that long. Everything's new to you, even the most ordinary stuff. I guess I forget that includes the extraordinary too. You've seen violence like that before then? Yes, I have. Seen people die? Yes, I have. Seen more people die than most your age, most lawyers. Probably a safe bet. This is a private subject, isn't it? Death is always private. I'm no exception. Do people ever get used to it? I can only speak for myself. Have you gotten used to it? Every time is like the first time. I hope that everyone is like you then. It doesn't seem like the kind of thing anyone should get used to.
I love her. Sorry to disappoint you then. There are no people like me. She's so sweet. She means incredibly well, and I get the mean that I get what she's like trying to mean, but like, damn. Damn, that's a lot. Irashai. 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 To what do I owe the pleasure of hosting my two favorite girls? One's Sarah, who's the other? Figment of my imagination, apparently. Do you want something to drink? What do you recommend? I've just got this case of beautiful tawny deep reds from volcanic soil across the sea. Savory and full, with notes of cherry and oak. Sounds delicious. You just described the tree, down to the dirt. I'm trying to think real quick. Because I kind of started like right after waking up. It's the first double life character that I really enjoy. She's really good. She's really good. Hey, you should probably play Up the Devil. Episode 0 is really good. There's a reason I got really hooked onto it at that point. That demo's really good. I'll play a little bit into like the next ad break, but like I'm gonna have to take a break. I'm gonna have to take a break so I can actually eat. Cause damn, I still need to finish this. I need to finish this, but at the same time, my stomach is mad at me. So yeah, I'll keep going. I'll go into the next ad break. That'll take a break for a bit, and then I'll probably come back so I can keep going, because I need to finish this. Well, I would very much like to try it. Sorry, you're underaged. She's an android. A very realistic one. What do you say to customers who walk in and see her drinking at the counter? Irashai? 2 waters coming right up. Wait, back up. Your client is the Hound of Icaria? And I was the last person to find out what that actually means. Then it should be easy enough to tell whether he did the deed or not. The Hound always leaves a calling card. So I hear. Is that literal? Stark white business card laid neatly on the ground with the house's insignia. I don't understand why the house would go to such lengths to let the victims know who attacked them. These neo-ability types. Their whole lives are galas and boardrooms and cocktail parties and wine tastings. Torture. Where every sentence has a front and back side to it, and every glance is a whole unspoken clause. To them, an unambiguous act of violence is an exclamation point that they can't misconstrue. And the Icaria aren't exactly at the top of the neo-ability pecking order. Reminding the others that they've still got their fangs as a viable strategy. They know they're outclassed in terms of how many mountains and gold they have. That doesn't explain why such a supposedly great assassin has gotten made on more than one occasion. Well, he's probably just doing his job there. If all he needed was to get away with murder, he'd be a prisoner or a sniper. All the major houses love to use body doubles. If he kills the target behind closed doors, their house can just bring out a spare. Or hell, claim the entire thing never happened. But if the Hound kills where a house's rival can see, the damage sticks. You know a lot about the Neo-ability, don't you, boss? Are you considered part of the Neo-aristocracy? Do I look like I've got that kind of sway? I don't run a bar in Midtown as a hobby, kid. Wouldn't know it, looking at how profitable your wine section is. It'll catch on. The Hound was a nasty surprise, but the big reveal isn't making anything click for me.
blue blood assassin trying to miss him mid-trial. I don't get it either, but the blue bloods aren't as rational as they used to be. Used to be? I traded with them a good deal when I was younger, and they were richer. Traded what? Stock tips. Oh. That was before the Ikaria cut them down? I was a young man hungry to establish myself, and the blue bloods were the biggest game in town. The rest weren't even a twinkle in Psychopunk's eye back then, and the Ikaria cartel were just that. Drug smugglers and dope runners. The blue bloods used them as couriers. A reversal of fortune. Could be their names on opera houses and hospitals all across the city today if what? If the Ikaria hadn't killed them all. But didn't they have allies? Connections? The morgues were overflowing with cerulean blood. No one wanted anything to do with them. But they were the victims. Corporate partners are risk-averse. Political alliances require you to bring something to the table. And when you fall that far, that fast, the common folk assume it happened for a reason. They thought that blue bloods deserved it just because it happened to them. All that was left were the old-timers. The grandparents and great-uncles, all suddenly without heirs. They recruited latchkeys and orphans during the Red Decade. Found family that became first gens and then the young bloods. What about the money? You're starting to sound like a real human. Some of it, the cash, the gold, the jewels, the Ikaria just stole. But the vast majority of it was held overseas, where it was safe, untouchable, and impossible to get your hands on without the right blood. Locked behind GFA. Getting butchered by the Ikaria was a bad beating, but losing that money was unforgivable. The rest of the Blue Blood Mafia around the world will never accept them back in their fold until they recover it. Exiled from paradise because they tempted fate with their hubris. Has a certain poetic charm to it, no? It would have to be a very sobering poem. Those are the ones you remember, aren't they? Probably why the Blue Bloods are still humming the same old hymns, passing down the same ghost stories and urban legends. They did seem to be a surprisingly superstitious bunch. Crossing their fingers over the red hood and... Hey, what's a Little Lord? That's another one. A new spin on the oldest tales in the book. A Promised Prince. The belief is that exactly one kid survived the fall of the leaves. One lone heir to all the fortune the Blue Bloods lost. Got spirited away overseas, or out west to be raised in secret. And one day he'll come back to reclaim what's rightfully... You know, I'm guessing we heard this one before. Is there any truth to it? Old Guard certainly seems to think so. So, we need to think so. That's probably what's keeping them alive. They can just hold on to another 5 years, they'll finally find their heir that they've been looking for, and they can rectify decades of embarrassment and shame. Thinking like that is what makes Youngbloods start talking about maybe the old guard doesn't care what happens to us. What do they expect? Blood's thicker than water. The original, full expression is that the blood of the Covenant is thicker than the water of the womb. Sarah gets it! She's right! That actually suggests that camaraderie between those who fought together is stronger than simply sharing a common relative. Yeah, well, if that were actually true, then maybe people wouldn't have amputated the expression centuries ago. Still, this is 30 years of water, or blood covenant, if you prefer, that we're talking about. Youngbloods give their life to the Mafia, each of them. Yeah, give their life to the Mafia. Each of them had to choose it over their own family. It's a pretty raw deal to cut him loose just because some sheltered kid only valued his DNA. Only valuable for his DNA decided to show up after all these years. You think the old guard would throw away the young bloods if it meant reuniting with the little lord? I know it. And so do the young bloods. It doesn't seem like to be a dynamic that incentivizes them to look very hard for this little lord. No, it incentivizes them to smother the royal bastard. If I assume my client is innocent, that means someone else killed Tariq Chopin. Someone who didn't do it in self-defense.
Tariq Chopin? You mean the son of the city councilman?
Adopted son. His parents are government officials. Even if they're loaded, the Mob Act can't protect all the records. Sarah, look this guy up. What do you want to know? I want to know about his adoption. His father adopted him in 2066 after 3 months of visits to gospel home orphanages. A private philanthropic institution that is no longer in business. Bankrupt or bought out? Bankrupt.
Damn it.
If they had just gotten swallowed, the parent company might have kept the records. The adoption itself was somewhat of an event. There are multiple news articles and photos of it.
Not trying to cast doubt on the realness of their connection, but they wouldn't be career politicians if they let a photo up that good pass them by.
Unless they wanted to draw attention away from who they were adopting, and no. A child showing up quietly in a politician's life looks guilty as sin. They wouldn't let people think. This isn't useful. I can go in circles all day speculating about this.
We're all just thinking.
How old was he? His age is listed as 27, but his entry has been edited a number of times. There's been a great deal of back and forth between database contributors in the last 36 hours over the addition or removal of an asterisk. It seems his original birth certificate was lost. Well, that's shady as hell.
Only kinda. Here it comes. If he was an orphan 27 years ago, that's pretty firmly in the red decade. A lot of paperwork was getting lost back then.
That's a kind way of putting it. What would be an unkind way of putting it? The governments of the world were scrambling. What was his education? Tariq Chopin had a law degree.
Who gets a law degree then becomes a patrol officer? The son of a politician. It's not a bad path. If your superiors know you're connected and smart and can recognize when the law is being broken, they'll keep you far away from anything real. You can coast for a year and then move into politics as a veteran of the force who's hard on crime.
Linda did mention he was far too principled to be likable or reliable. If joining up with the police was nothing but a calculated move, that means he had a clear plan for what to do after. And probably didn't involve defrauding the city in a real estate scheme. I can think of a few reasons why a cop would get murdered at the scene of a crime like that. But Tariq Chopin wasn't some ordinary cop. The strongest motive that comes to mind is...
Wait, you really think...
You think Chopin was the little lord?
You're the last person I expect to believe in fairy tales, Red.
Can you honestly say it doesn't fit?
If we, for a moment, assume that unicorns and dragons and Tsuchinokos are real...
What do you mean? Tsuchinokos are very real. Are very well documented. I can show you.
Yeah. It's possible that Chopin was the little lord.
And if any young blood knew it, they'd want him dead. To prevent the old guard from abandoning them.
3 thoughts comes to mind. 1. This is all guesswork on your part. Even if the most zealous young blood wouldn't off a guy just because he happened to be about 30 years old and adopted.
They would have had to have seen something that at least suggested it.
2. As I recall, the only young blood you know of is this Creek guy.
And Creek was dead before Chopin ever entered the building.
Clears his name pretty handily.
The only young blood I know.
3. I can think of at least one other group that killed to prevent this little lord from reclaiming his throne.
House Akaria.
And who better to cut him down than their most loyal rook?
And that would neatly explain why the old guard would be pissed enough to try and kill Sosuke in a courtroom, unfortunately.
Stay positive. Just because the old guard thinks Sosuke killed their precious heir doesn't mean he actually did.
Yeah.
Hey Sarah, get some footage
Get some footage of me making the next one. From over there in the counter. Boss? We'll shoot a promo. I just found this hidden gem where this guy made the best drink ever. That kind of thing. Where it's kinda cheap and fake, but like, you're in on the joke, and it's not pretending to be genuine. Boss, with the number of followers Kintsugi has, a video longer than 9 seconds posted at this time of day. Sarah knows how social media works. I don't want to hear that depressing shit. We'll cross-post or whatever. This would have to be at that corner. The lighting would be bad. Any corner. Just make sure it's from a distance. From a distance? Wouldn't it be better framed if... It'll look like shaky cam. Found footage. It's more legit that way. My hands do not shake, but I'll try. What are you doing? Making you a drink, obviously. That's quite the trait. Why? Because we've got some heavy shit to discuss. Starts with ice. What do we do with crushed ice at Kintsugi, Sarah? Aww. Kick it under the fridge. Exactly. Rock ice or nothing. Rock ice or nothing when you're mixing a cocktail. Hang on, you taught her that? There's a drain under there. Not in my kitchen. When the ice melts, it warps the floorboard. Half a lime juice. Pay no attention to the second half I'm using here, Sarah. Red likes it tart. Now you're the lawyer and you've got a hell of a mind for all this stuff. Egg white. Toss the yolk unless it's a weekend, in which case... Put it in a bowl. Put it in the bowl in the fridge. It seems like you're approaching the shooter from every angle but the deadly serious one. Or Jet. If a customer says if they prefer simple syrup, you let them know that we won't serve them anymore. You need to consider that maybe the shooter wasn't there for Sosuke. I told you. They kicked me out after only a few minutes. No one's sending an assassin after me for that. Whiskey, black label or higher. Then shake the hell out of it. Word of mouth can be deadly down there in the fog. I saw her leaving the building. Can easily be I saw her running away. If someone wanted to get me, a courtroom filled with cops would be a pretty shitty place to choose to do it. Yeah, but it might have been the only time and place they knew you'd be. Mint for a garnish, with charred cinnamon for smoky for ambience. Serve immediately. Ooh. A bitter blessing. Surely with that much lime, it's a sour blessing now. You want me to toss it out? Thank you for the drink. But I'm nobody, Rain. No one's coming to get me. No one even knows I exist. I hope you're right. I am. You won't know if you're wrong until it's too late. Bottoms up. You get all that, Sarah? Yep, boss. Hey, bottoms up is just an expression. You're supposed to sip it for God's... One last thing. Apparently, Sosuke's captors talked about some kind of huntsman. The little lords in urban legend, huntsman's a goddamn boogeyman. Orca shooting the shit around burning tires, trying to make the noobs afraid to go and piss by themselves. Right. So they're bullshit. I get the same answer elsewhere, but... Oh, they're very real. Pardon. Huntsmen. Not a species native to our shores, thank God, but they're real. You just said that they're boogeymen. Yeah, and the fact they exist is what makes them so damn scary. Are they some sort of assassin, like Bresson, the shooter in the courtroom? Nothing so concrete. Huntsmen are virtual shapeshifters. You feel a chill down your spine one night, on your way home from work, go to sleep. Wake up at night to a man wearing your own face choking the life out of you. While he calls your mom from your locked phone across the room in your own voice. But like I said,
They're all overseas, in more contested parts of the world where the blue bloods are better funded. You wouldn't pay for one of them to come into the country unless you had a really good use case, or for a weapon only they could take full advantage of. Fuck the mask. Oh, that's bad. Well, I'll be sure to pass that on to Sosuke. Why Sosuke? Why? So Sosuke can start writing his will? I wouldn't be against him. So long as he knows what he's up against. Urban legends are missed, but boogeymen are easy to kill. How do you kill a boogeyman? Same way I'd kill anyone else. With pleasure. Oh, right. I actually needed a recommendation from you. What? Kind of recommendation? A bar, I think. Needs to be open tonight. Oh. What are you looking for? Well, it's, not for me, but... How much do you know about host clubs? I'm gonna wait. That's gonna be where I save. That's where I'm gonna save, because I need... oh my god. Because I need to get something to eat. Because I've been streaming for... oh my god, I've been streaming for like 7 hours. Like, an hour after I woke up, no less. So I'm gonna go eat. I'll probably rest for like 2-3 hours. I saw the first trial the first day, I marathon the rest of the episode. And I want to finish it. I have to finish it today. That is my plan. My plan is to finish it today. But at the same time, God, I need to eat. My body is hurting. I am so drained. I am so drained, but I need to finish this. I need to get this done. God, I couldn't sleep and I went to work and maybe 2 hours of sleep that day later. Like, I need to eat. I'm so hungry. I need to eat. Okay, let me... Oh, that ping was not what I thought it was then. Wait, was it not? Hang on. Oh, no, that ping was from a different server. I was thinking it was something else. Okay. Oh my god, I'm so hungry. I am so damn hungry. Let me... Ooh. Lucky Bun just started. They're also really cool. Yeah, so I'm gonna raid into Lucky Bun. Followers can cheer, subscribers can wave. I need to eat. I'm hungry, so I'm gonna make this quick. Thank you for spending time with me. I hope you enjoyed yourselves. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your morning, noon, or night, no matter when you're watching this. I need to eat. I will be back in probably like 2 to 3 hours so I can keep playing this, because now I need to finish this. My goal is to finish this today. I don't care how long it takes. I have to finish this today. I can't keep pushing this off like next week and then the week after that and the week after that and the week after that. Like, I need this done. Yeah.
But Lucky Bun is a very cool VTuber who a friend had actually introduced me to through an analysis that they did of Alan Wake. And I believe they were also streaming Silent Hill F also fairly recently too. But yeah, no. Very cool, very cute. And also Banii. So yeah, you don't need to go home, but you can't stay here. But I can at least leave you in very cute bunny hands, Banii hands. So either way, take care, Johnny.